Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Zizaran here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent Gauntlet will be held on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is... Oh my... This is the undisputed best axe in the game! For duelist! For banquet! Fucking banquet! Holy shit! Holy! Look at that axe, chat! Young sis? I know. Or old sis. Isn't it weird how we can say old sis and young sis and both can be correct? Although I can't be young sis. He said the line. Be ready to watch the worst interview ever. Wait, what? Like the answers are bad, or DM and Gazi did bad, or everything sucks? Like what do you mean? It's definitely decisive. Hi Kiki. Are you making a video about me and Angormus doing the melee practice thing? If so, I want to do a prelude thing. The vibe was off? Yesterday? Okay, let me do like a... Also, I don't know how much you've seen of it, but I literally am retarded in the start. I don't know if you can make me not look completely retarded. And I want to do like a... Make sure you get like a prelude thing off me. I noticed. I'm embarrassed about it. I'm like embarrassing retarded in the start. I enjoy the part where John tells Gazi to shut the fuck up. Wait, really? Does that happen? Steele's been watching for the last 2.5 hours. Well, that's fine. So I need to catch up. So I am not going to yap as much as I normally do. But that's because me and Steele are potentially going to do duo practice and like just not really practice, just like see what is playing together like in PoE2. Like a vibe check on playing together in the campaign. It's not the best interview. GG is a lot of we don't know, and DM and Gazi is kind of low energy. I mean, it happens. Not every interview can be a banger, and even if you're good at doing interviews, not every interview is going to be your best interview. Is there a reason why GDD keeps choosing DM and Gazi over you in these interviews? They told me it was just first come, first serve, so I guess they just ask a lot. But I have an interview on the 4th of April. 4th of April, I'm doing an interview with them. 8th of April. 8th. 8. Is this your best pet in a game? Helena would love that. I'm gonna link that to Helena. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it on the 4th. Whose YouTube channel is it uploaded to? Yazzies, I just uploaded.
Hello.
Hi, Mark. All right. Are you gonna make a video of me reacting to this, Kiki? I could if it's not like 5 hours. I'm going to try to speed through it. And only talk about what I find really important. All right. Anyway, hi. This year I'm going to react to the podcast with Yazzie, Darth, Jonathan, and Mark. I'm gonna try to yap less than normal, but I will pause and just give my opinion on things that I feel are important.
There we go. Well, without further ado, welcome to the Dawn of the Hunt version of the Tavern Talk podcast chat, whatever you want to call this thing here that we do. And the very first question that we have, sort of the icebreaker here, the one that you've probably been spammed about in every single way you can, is patch notes when, my friends?
Well, I guess the thing Mark said earlier today is we'll post the patch notes when we're done making changes. There's still some last minute changes coming in. At this point we're kind of like, yeah, we just want to get a few more of them final before we post the patch notes. There's certainly a lot of balance changes coming in hot on this one for sure. But I mean, look, it'll be like towards the end of the week, like maybe Thursday, sort of ish time, I suspect. Yeah.
Where's my? Oh.
Yeah, we still
Thursday. Thursday's nuts. That's so bad for streamers. I think it's good for the game though. No, Wednesday? Oh, New Zealand Wednesday. I mean, it's still terrible for streamers, but I think it's a good thing for the game. I think like the less prep time we get, the better. But bad for streamers. Like it's bad for me personally. Obviously, like I would like to shit out guides for a week. But you know what? Fuck streamers. We don't matter. It's fine. This is cool.
things to do.
That's New Zealand Thursday.
That's New Zealand Thursday, so Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Wednesday.
That's the volume now.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So we structured this little interview with some headers. So we're going to move on to starting this interview with some follow-up questions from previous interviews you've done on news articles and also our Tavern Talk podcast, Destin, Siggy, and so forth. One of our first questions was actually about Perry. The topic of buffing the block mechanic was brought up, and the desire to shoehorn this in for upcoming patch was stated. So the question is whether or not this made it in or not.
It hasn't made it in yet, but we're still working on it. I just have to see whether it feels good. In order to make it actually right, we had to do some animation stuff, which makes it take a little bit longer because there's some, but effectively, we want to have something that makes
I can't do
block
X.
a bit more special than it currently is now. If unfortunately I don't think I can talk about it until like I'm a bit more sure it's going in because I don't want to excite people and being like, oh, then it just didn't work.
It's also like there will always be a lot that they can't talk about. I usually for my interviews, and I'm guessing they do the same. I give them the questions ahead of time, and if there's something that they don't have an answer for, sometimes I won't even ask it, right? Because I don't really want to clog up too much time with like, oh, we don't have an answer for that. So I just, yeah. Like, it's not like I let them police what I ask, but if it's something that they don't know or are unsure about, it's kind of pointless to ask.
So and I believe it's going to work. Like I've tested with it with bad animation, and I can kind of see.
So
like,
I don't want a lot of that.
Here. We'll see once the animation is actually in whether or not it works well. But it needs it does need something to improve with it, and I'm pretty sure it will still get in for 0 to 0.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up to that. Like, is the desire for block is to make people actually use the race shield mechanic? That's the part of the block that you guys want to focus on, or is there more to it?
So I mean, in my opinion, I can tell you what's wrong with that block, I think. So one of the issues that we have in PoE is that you're only going to actually bother using a mechanic like that if you can then follow up with something that's reasonable to do. And like there was a theory before we tried parry that you're just never going to use a mechanic like that except in a boss fight because you've got a bunch of monsters hitting you. If you're going to follow up to one of them, well, like you might, sure, you block an incoming hit, but then there's another one coming another 500 milliseconds right behind it from a different monster. So effectively what that would mean is that you need something to be able to do that actually allows you to respond in a way that isn't going to get you killed, right? So in a boss fight context, you can use block effectively, but the problem there is just that changing your build just for a boss fight is kind of not something most players are really willing to do in that regard. So it kind of ends up just being not used in both cases, because block can actually be quite useful in a boss fight if you know to use it and if you're actually used to using it. But as I said, most people don't bother because they could just be doing something else and they've been doing something else during clearing. So we need to make block good enough to use in clearing to be able to make it something that people will use in boss fights. And in order to do that, it needs something extra, as I was saying. So you need some way to deal with the fact that you've got other monsters hitting you. So there just needs to be more mechanics around that. So as I said, we're in the middle of testing something, it'll have there'll be something there that'll sort of ideally make it so that you can follow up more easily to attacks and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the goal with that mechanic.
So in one of the previous interviews, you said a very interesting
maybe
line
not.
that kind of with you a follow-up question. I believe it was the Destin interview that you did. And you were
That
talking
was
about
cool.
how you were balancing around, or you have multiple axes of randomness is how you're sort of getting your difficulty layers effectively. And so my question for you is, how do you manage to balance around having multiple interacting levels of randomness while also putting a limit on player power at the same time?
Right. Well, I guess what I would say with that is that usually the axes of randomness get boosted by your Atlas tree and like how many mods you're putting on maps and all these other things. So effectively, and that the player will tend to adapt based on their ability to be able to do things. So while the overlapping axes of randoms can result in obviously much harder fights that can be very difficult, generally speaking, the degree to which that will occur is sort of controlled by the economic element of setting up your mods correctly on your maps and your Atlas, and other stuff like that. So effectively, we are a game that allows you to set your own difficulty using these mechanics, and I would expect that you won't get too many outliers with regard to difficulty, even when you're getting these overlapping mechanics like that, because obviously the less they're overlapping, the less chances there are for the really crazy ramps. Now we do still have.
No, somebody asked if I could turn on closed captions. It's actually on the YouTube video.
To be careful about life pools of monsters getting out of control and stuff. Like there was the issue in PoE 1 a long time for like completely unkillable rares and that kind of stuff. Like we still have to be careful about that. And so like we're a little bit more strategic these days with how we kind of approach like adding life to monsters and stuff like that. Like we're doing that in a better way than we previously were doing. Which isn't to say it doesn't still happen occasionally. Like I ran into a rare myself, even just like in a playthrough, even just in Act 3, which had life regen.
Does Neon have different shoes here than in the actual dev interview that GDD did? Is he a shoe collector? I know this is like terribly irrelevant. Is he a shoe collector? Where's the Ziggy Q&A? I'm pretty sure he had very vibrant shoes. Oh my god, he's a shoe collector. He's a shoe collector. That's cool.
And I was just having a real tough time with it. So it does happen sometimes. But I mean, like on some level,
Sorry, it was just fascinating to me. Like I always want to buy like one pair of shoes and then wear them for like 10 years.
There to be challenges like that. You just don't want them to be so unkillable, and you don't want to run into them so frequently that you get issues. So
we have learned a few lessons from PoE 1 actually in that regard, which is because we ended up having all of the bosses and stuff have effectively life overflows to the point where they couldn't go anywhere. We've swapped to using this in PoE 1 as well, where we use, instead of scaling the life of the monsters, we now give them this toughness stat, which effectively has diminishing returns. So when you get too many sources, they don't get multiplicatively more difficult.
Right.
And that also, we do that with the same thing with like the rarity and the rewards as well. It has a thing where it's not. There was a point where, yes, everything would just multiply, and then literally the entire drop pool of a monster would be saturated to entirely unique items, which still can happen in PoE 1. In PoE 2, and in a lot of cases in PoE 1, we're using like buckets of rarity that are additive with each other, and there's this kind of league rarity we use, and then that's got diminishing returns as well, in the sense that it will never get so high that it will just multiply endlessly into some, ridiculousness going on. So we are approaching the like difficulty from many sources better, and we are certainly approaching the rewards from many sources better to not turn once again into this thing that we have to end up all of a sudden re-engineering a bunch of stuff to solve. So
that kind of rolls into one of our next questions here, which is you did an interview with, I believe it was GameSpark, a Japanese website, where they were talking about Magic Find and the state of Magic Find, and you mentioned there could potentially be some Magic Find changes coming to the game. Did you want to elaborate?
I'm trying to remember exactly where we landed on it, but Magic Find, it is nerfed. But
Gazzy always gets hated on whatever he asks. When you're a streamer, there will be people that like you and dislike you, right? So you'll notice, like, especially when it comes to dev interviews, it happens to everyone. Like Ziggy, Mathel, me, Gazzy, anyone that's like doing any form of interview and stuff are gonna get shit, because no one is going to be like, oh, I really like the way he asked that question. But people are going to point out when they dislike it. So, yeah, Quinn, everyone. Like, it's just, every streamer has people that dislike them.
So the details of that are kind of arcane and internal in a way that's like kind of hard to even describe. I don't know how much we should even go into like the specific details around that.
I reckon we should we can talk about where we were going. So we are nerfing it in 020, firstly. Like it is worse. When looking at it, the impact it was having on the shared like number and quality of items you're getting is just too high.
I just want to bring up one thing as a starting point though with this, which is that, so one of the things with any mod on an item is that you have to be able to feel the mod. And so the concern that I had going in was that you should still be able to feel Magic Find when you get that as a mod for the first time at early levels, which is why it's kind of balanced the way it is right now.
Before I even know what they're doing, like the only problem I had with Magic Find and like my personal ideal Magic Find and the way I want to feel it, I want to visibly, if I'm getting 2 uniques an hour without Magic Find, I want to get like 4 to 10 an hour, depending on how much uniques I get. All I care about is that it shouldn't affect my currency, because then I have the choice of like, I can opt into it when I want to see more uniques, and hopefully there are interesting uniques that I want to see. but I don't want it to affect my currency, then it feels so mandatory. Like, I never want Magic Find. I wanted to be at the point where, oh, I got rarity on this item in addition to the other shit. That's really good. I'm happy now. I don't want it to be like, well, do I want this 40 rarity amulet or a +3 amulet with 90 life, right? The 40 rarity amulet shouldn't be a choice there.
And clearly that balance is bad at endgame with the way that it is. So there has to be on some level a thing where as you go through the game, the effect of that mod goes down. Because right now, the increase that you get at endgame is like, I mean, I can't remember what you were saying that it was like that you worked out. It was like the increase for having a magic find versus not was like something kind of crazy, right?
I mean, it's hard to. I mean, you were pretty easily getting 40-50% more rare currency, the currency you care about, just by running not even that many magic find pieces, to be honest.
And literally people were downplaying. I was complaining about it and people were like, no, Ziz, we have the stats. It's like, it's not that bad. Even the fucking devs are saying it's crazy.
I would say an actual inconsequential loss in character power to gain effectively what would be 40% more quantity.
But I think MP and a lot of people were right, because they weren't necessarily saying it doesn't do nothing. They were just saying like past a certain amount, it doesn't do as much as I thought, at least.
Of the currency you care
Which
about.
is important.
And this is bad. Like, this is just too much for like the amount of power you're losing to the amount of gain it's an obvious trade. Now there were obviously on live there are some issues with like, you know, the however you pronounce it, Val Shield that has the effect of Soul Cores. And then the Soul Cores, and it's like, oh sweet, well there's 240 rarity for just everyone running that one item, and you know. There are issues like that 100% that we're mitigating, like getting rid of those extreme cases. But ultimately it's just like, I think it was, as you guys pointed out last time, rarity is effectively now acting as what quantity did in PoE1 for the sake of currency and thus waste, don't sustain, etc. So we've had like a ridiculous number of conversations about this.
Well, the first thing we even discussed that we wanted to do was just to remove currency from from being given by rarity, but it turned out that was actually like a complete and utter disaster as far as complexity goes, just for various reasons, to do with the way the drop system works. Like, it wasn't as easy as that sounded. Then we also came to a realization that we weren't even happy with that anyway for various reasons, and so then I think we just came down to, okay, we just have to nerf it some other way.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had too many conversations, and yeah, engineering issues were coming up and complexity ones with the drop system, and then it was like, okay, well, we can't just leave it because we're unable to solve that. So we decided, at least for now, we're going to nerf it, especially on the diminishing returns axis, and then remove a lot of the outlier items that are just giving an insane amount of it for effectively, yeah, I don't want to say free, but not a huge trade. So yeah, I would expect, you should be expecting a lot less power, certainly by at least the influence, and thus less necessity to use it, like in 020 100%. That being said, I would say we have not come to our resolution on this one, honestly. Right. We need to find out, we need to either figure out how we're going to implement.
I don't know, like, am I stupid? I literally feel like the solution is just like, don't have it affect currency, have it affect uniques, and it's solved, no? Like, that's just the way it is in PoE1. Like, it's so perfect in PoE1. They said they looked at that. Oh, okay.
It the way we want, like it affecting, I guess, yeah, the last thing was not just not affecting currency, we were talking about it only affecting things that can be either normal magic, rare, and unique was another option, so things that have a rarity. But yeah, I don't know, even then there was some back and forth, and then, you know, it came again in the last conversation, it came up, what if we remove it again? And, you know, like, everything's on the table at this point, and we just need to keep discussing it, and hopefully by the end of early access we actually have an answer that we're all happy with. So
I'm trying to remember, did we agree to do the
they did that in PoE1.
escalating diminishing thing with level, or was that not in?
No, that was another thing.
That was discussed. For some reason I thought we landed on that one, but maybe we didn't. No. Okay, it was a different one. Okay, sure. Well, anyway, yeah, it's getting nerfed basically, and so hopefully the problem is not a big problem in 020. But yeah, as Mark just said, potentially more changes need to come. It's honestly surprisingly hard now, with the way the drop system fundamentally works, to be able to make it so that a single drop pool, as they're known internally, is affected by certain by the stat like that. Yeah, and like the solutions that we were trying to do to get around that were becoming increasingly more hacky and horrible. In order to be able to do that, like there started to be discussions of like, oh, do we generate the currency anyway and then delete some of it and like random shit like that. And it was just kind of like, you know what? There's a dark path down here. We just don't want to like let's not do it. Let's not do all of that. Yeah.
I got a little follow-up question to more specific on the whole diminishing return part.
Mm-hmm.
Like the shield specifically, you talk about the Vol shield could apply such ridiculous amounts of magic fine. Would it be safe to assume, or if you could share the details on this diminishing return implication, does that go in a ramping scaling? Like the more you have, the higher the diminishing return? Or is it just a certain amount of diminishing return that kicks in after certain thresholds?
It's not thresholds.
There's no threshold in the equation.
It just narrows to a certain value,
the
right?
equation is effectively has an asymptote at a certain number, and then the more you add, the closer you get to the asymptote. You know, it's a curve like that. You know, there is a point at which adding more is not doing much for you, but everything you add always adds a bit more. It's just that you know, like but you never actually reach a certain value. So that's it's always been that way, by the way. Magic Fine.
There are not. I don't actually know if these are the right numbers, but like the difference between like 400 and 800 rarity is probably a difference of like 3% or something. Like it's actually. There's a point in where it is ultra inconsequential, getting even more of it. So you have these guys who are even in PoE 1 where they're running like 1,000 rarity. It's like there's probably 60% of that is absolutely just a waste.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair. I want to move on to another question that we had, which is a follow-up to our previous Tavern Talk, and that is a question that's been spammed. And it's about tier of modifiers. In PoE 1, tier 1, or actually tier 0 is the highest. It's flipped in PoE 2. We discussed some venues in our last Tavern Talk, whether or not you're going to flip it back or maybe make it show like it's a tier 6 out of 12 tiers so people could determine which one, if they have the highest tier or not. Where have you guys landed for point 2 for this one?
We haven't had, honestly, this has not been a thing that we've been thinking about.
You look so mad. I just have resting bitch face. I'm not mad.
And for probably since the last time we talked about it, like it's one of those things that we should look into. I just honestly have not had time. So yeah, no changes there. The state is exactly the same as it was previously.
Damn, I wish they would change that.
We're gonna move over to another generic question we have, and that is whether or not you guys are happy with the current state of the trials, or if there's any changes you'd like to see coming.
Ultimatum sucks, but
one change that happened, which I think we mentioned somewhere else, was that we found that accidentally the end bosses had double the amount of life they were supposed to have, which was a bit of an issue. So that wasn't great. What actually caused that bug? Because you told me that it happened, but I wasn't sure.
No. I would not use the word bug.
Okay, that's kind of the way you phrased it to me.
Did you guys feel like they had double HP? I was shocked when I heard they had double HP. I don't feel like they were tanky. I don't feel like they were particularly crazy. Like, if they didn't have double HP, I think even on my first try, I would have killed it in like 1 second or less. The only thing that I felt that was tanky was that stupid terror bird. That is like the hardest thing ever. That just absolutely wrecked me. That was it. That's the only thing that was like crazy. And honestly, I think that was more to do with how often I was allowed to hit it. Like the scorpion, like Shakari, was like super squish. The end boss, the tier 4 boss, was kind of squish. The tornadoes were overturned, yeah.
I would use the term human error.
Okay, sure. Okay.
A mistake. There was a point in where towards the end, a lot of the pinnacle bosses got their life changed, like just before release, and those two got missed somehow, and their life was way too high.
Right.
That being said, changes to the trials. I do want to change. I don't have anything fundamental in terms of the actual full structure of them personally. I more so have a change in the content itself. Like it is worth for example, in Ultimatum you have the 3 random bosses, not excluding the Trial Master, the 3 random bosses. One of those is actually a placeholder, like it's not actually meant to be used there. You wouldn't know because well, maybe you would know. But for those who went to like, XLCon and played in a certain act, you might have recognized that boss from one of those acts. And it's just that we reused that temporarily since we didn't get the other one finished in time. And then a lot of the
the bird,
monsters
then?
in Sanctum and like encounters and
It must be the dangerous bird, right? I mean, it can't be the chimera, right? Because that's already clearly in the game and used there. So it must be one of the two birds. I don't know.
the different, I guess the amount of randomness I would say is not high enough. Like it gets a little bit repetitive after a while,
It is the
and we need to
monster?
extrapolate on all that. And honestly, I would say that we didn't get the monsters to the quality I wanted. Especially probably just a number of the skills and the
Okay.
balance and a lot of what they're doing. I would say personally,
like a full
structurally, I
ultimatum
don't know,
rework.
like overarching, I don't have a fundamental issue with them. I definitely have problems with the boss of Sanctum. Like that whole hourglass mechanic is just absolute garbage and just needs to be redesigned. Like there's nothing. Honestly, having had a bit more time beforehand would have changed that already, and I have every.
Am I the only one that likes it? I like it. I think it's really cool. I'm shocked. I really like it. You are the only one? She. I thought it was so creative. I like Sekima Trial is like my favorite thing.
Every intention of fully just changing that whole mechanic because like it is just like, oh, now there's these things on the ground that if you don't pick up you're gonna die, and how do you know that? And it's just obvious.
That is true. I do agree with that part. I think that whenever you're gonna have a mechanic like that, they need more Zanas. Do you know how when Elder does like the big one-shot explosion, Zana says to me, Exile, you do need more of a teaching thing. Like you do need some sort of, if you're gonna have a mechanic like that, you need to teach the player that it's gonna kill them. Like, and it would be really easy too. You do like the Balbala says like, collect the thing. And then you have it like the first time it happens, it's a bit slower. And the second time it speeds up because you're expected to know what to do. So Zana comes to this fight and tells me what to do? Well, no, Balbala should clearly.
Obviously bad, right? So they're changing that 100%. And then the way people got around that in 010 is effectively kill the boss before it can do anything, and then you're good. So yeah, there's certainly changes to the actual monsters and individual bosses that I have in mind, but I haven't really thought too much about changing everything across actually how the mechanics work necessarily.
Fair enough. I remember me dying first time on that fight, going in blind. It was because of that mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
And the
I mean,
speed
it's
of
just
it
terrible.
scales with players as well. Like if you have a
I don't-
party,
I like it.
It's just actually bad. Like I there's no there's no excuse there or anything. There's no. It's just.
Do you know, I like how, what's the word? Forward, Marcus? Candid? Candid's the word I'm looking for. I like how candid he is with things he likes or doesn't like. And like, more so than any other game developer I've ever seen. Like, there's a lot of game developers that are really like good game developers. But most of them, I don't know, it's so rare that somebody is so hands-on and still actively plays so much the way Neon does. Sis likes fundamentally bad mechanics confirmed. Yeah. I don't know. I love how like candid he is. Even though like I like the mechanic he doesn't like here, but
just bad. Like
Okay.
it needs changing 100%.
So I have a little bit of a follow-up
Fair.
on something you said, which is the way that you get around that mechanic is effectively kill him, before he can actually do anything. And so my question is more about the state of bosses going into 0.2, because I know you guys are worried, and you've said multiple times one of the things that you were bummed to see was like people killing pinnacle bosses in like 14 seconds. So it's going into 0.2. Do you believe this is going to be different with the rebalancing that you currently have? What's your expectations? Because I know you also said you lowered the tier 0 of these bosses by, did I hear it correctly,
Right.
half HP?
Correct. So my hope is that it will be fixed. because we fixed all the things we knew to fix. My worry is that more things will be discovered that mean that it is not fixed. But it's honestly incredibly difficult to actually
I mean, like game dev just seems like whack-a-mole, no?
like find every single thing like that. Yeah, what I would hope that happens is that people don't find anything too outrageous before the point when people get into the pinnacle bosses, so that there can actually be a reasonable challenge for the first people who get there. But yeah, I mean, look, people do tend to find stuff. Obviously, there's
It's also, there's just so many of us. There's so many of us. It's so easy because all it takes for one person to find a unintended interaction or something strong, and it spreads like wildfire. Like, I think the number one thing that's changed with gaming in the last 30 years, like that's different than anyone. Not even like Jung, because like obviously a lot of things also comes from other people sharing with him and like all of that working together. But I think we're so much better at sharing now. Like, we're so extremely good at sharing in gaming. Like, things spread so fast. Like, it used to be before that, like, things would come up on, like, a game article website and stuff, or, like, a newspaper, like. But, like, now, it literally is, like, 1,000,000% easier, yeah.
the new class as well, and so a bunch of new support gems and interactions and things that have been added. So, you know, there'll be things probably there that will just happen. You know, so yeah, like I don't know that I can expect that. Like, I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, like everything like that's not going to happen again, because it probably will happen again. So we're just making every attempt to make sure that it doesn't. And yes, this was an exact thing that Mark said when he said, okay, we're lowering the life of these bosses. This might make this problem even worse. Because yeah, if people do find anything,
I wanted to lower all difficulties, right? Because it's effectively the situation we have right now is that by not lowering it, we're effectively saying that if you're playing a more average build, then you are not capable of doing that content. Right. And by not changing it because there are a bunch of broken builds is just unnecessarily punishing average users, or, you know, more, I don't want to say necessarily casuals because we're still at the end of endgame here, but, you know, like within that spectrum of players, casuals are not even able to do the difficulty 0 pinnacles because, you know, it's balanced around an extreme that is just way too high. And so I'd rather just have it be easier for broken builds and at least accessible to people who are playing more like average or our ideal DPS kind of builds. And, you know, yeah, sure. And then the broken builds can go up to difficulty 4. And again, now with at least all the uniques dropping.
Why the fuck I can't disable CC? I mean, it would be weird if you had control over my YouTube video.
From the pinnacles, you got more stuff to at least look forward to if you're killing difficulty 0. Sure, the chance to get it on difficulty 4, much higher, by the way, but, you know, it's still at least not just the good uniques are restricted from those players. And, you know, I mean, another thing as well, I know this is like technically unrelated, but talking about more about that accessibility for players to that content, we have made all the pinnacles are now not only half the life, they're also twice as easy to access. So we had this whole like, you should have to do 60 maps of Breach or Delirium or whatever to access the pinnacles. That's just too much. It's way too high. It was a kind of conservative number, and we've changed that. We've now made that 1 in 30. I know that's not actually how it plays because with juicing and all the mechanics and how well characters do. So it's just a rough number. But effectively, yeah, we've doubled the frequency in which you can access that content as well.
Okay.
And again, that's the same thing where it's like we're unnecessarily restricting that content, even trying that content, behind a bunch of not only lots and lots of hours of gameplay, but also character build requirements that are honestly too high. And really it should just be you get more tickets at doing it, and if you can't do it, well, that's on you, that's your skill and that's your gear. But that should be the limiting factor more so than just like, holy shit, I have to play for 100 hours in order to even do this thing once, and then I just die and because I can't do it.
Yeah, for me, Simulacrum was the most inaccessible one. I didn't get a single. So I was playing Hardcore Soul Cellphone, and I did not, in fairness, specifically target farm Delirium. Like, I weren't doing Delirium maps. But even though I was running a lot of mirrors, I did not, in roughly 800 hours, get enough for one Simulacrum. Now, I'm aware I probably could have had 2 or 3 if I did delirium maps and not just the mirrors, but that's still crazy, right? Right? I'm sure we all agree that even in 800 hours, I should have at least had 1. I actually only had 105 splinters, by the way. So that's what, a third of a simulacrum in 800 hours. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah. A couple of other points to just make about this is that when the hardest content is too hard, it actually restricts build diversity because people don't see a build as viable if it can't defeat the hardest content, and therefore, like, effectively reduces the set of builds that are even possible. So that's something that we have to be really careful of, and that's part of the reason you want to try and like not have the top end be too high. But then the other issue is that, and I was just thinking about this. What, it just slipped my mind now. No, it's fallen out of my mind. I'll have to just bring it up later.
And also, just note on the there will be more broken builds. Like, it is inevitable. There's nothing you can really do about that, unfortunately. Like, especially when we're talking about how we're still making changes and can't post the patch notes because we're still making.
I think that's also a short-term issue, right? Like, how often in Path of Exile 1 do we see something that is truly broken, right? Like, I'm talking explosive totem. Like the suicide explosive totem broken in PoE1. It's quite rare, right? I would say probably once a year or less than that we see something that is truly broken, right? Because the majority of builds in PoE1 is something that you need to put a large amount of currency into. And then it's fine. Those builds should be strong. I'm talking about things like, how often do we see something that is super broken and super cheap? And that's very rare, I would say.
Changes, like, there is no guarantee that these changes we're making are entirely solving the problem or entirely not introducing new problems.
And PoE1.
Now, obviously, we're going to do better and better over time, but part of this is that we are just
Herald and Totem.
very aggressively making changes so that we can get it to the players to test ultimately. And I don't mean like functional testing, I mean balance testing on this level with this many mechanics and overlapping axes of randomness.
I think it's gonna set them back so much balance wise that they aren't willing to do mid league balances. I wish they would just, do you know what I wish they would do? I wish they would say, like, chat, or like, not chat, players of Path of Exile, for the next 2 months we are going to do a balance patch every week or every 2 week. We will give you a 3 or 4 day advanced warning in order, and you can ascendancy respec. That's what they should do, straight up.
This is impossible to test on an internal scale with the numbers we have. Like, you need actual hundreds of thousands of eyes and hours to even be able to find everything. And this has been the case with Path of Exile 1 forever as well. It's not like it's anything new.
That actually reminds me of what I was going to say, which is that when we're going into 010, we didn't even really know what the right amount of DPS a player should even have was at endgame.
Sure.
Because that's impossible without getting more information about, like, what players are realistically achieving, kind of where the average ends up being and that kind of stuff. Like, it's actually very hard without that sort of data because, as I think I've even said before, like, we can't invest 100 hours into every test character we make. We have to kind of, like, either we do a playthrough, in which case we're not getting to the end of endgame on that one character because it just takes too long, or we're creating a character synthetically, which if you do that, you're not necessarily gonna end up in the same place as what you'd end up with if you if you didn't do that, right? So, I mean, yeah, we can cheat every item into existence, but, like, is it really how it plays out? It's actually very hard to say. So that kind of means that on some level, what the until you actually get it on production and you're actually putting in the kind of 100, 200 hours into a character and, like, seeing what other people are doing and, like, being part of the meta and, like, all this other stuff, you don't even really know what the life should be. So just even having this first round.
Fuck, I wish I was in this interview. You do have some sample sizes, though. You do have your community. Like, you can check out, like, the relative power. Like, you can, like, import Ben's character, Karn's character. Like, you take it to a few streamers to get, like, a 1%. And then you do have streamers that are more casual, too, right? And you can take those. And you can, like, at least feel it out a little bit, like what kind of power people are at least for the patch they were already in.
Has helped a huge amount now that we have an understanding of where should players actually be in order to balance life of bosses for them.
I'm curious, I think that pretty much everything you guys just said feels really good to hear as well. And we're talking about but build diversity, more broken builds going to be there. There's an expectation from John Groen and the community and you guys to see really broken builds. We're going to find them. There's 600 plus different minions. We're getting specters that we can use for that.
Sure,
I mean, that's another road we can take, for that approach as well. At the same time, I want to circle back to the topic of actually temporalis not barely being touched, where the idea was it was too easily achieved because of broken builds. But now you're also at the same time saying, what everyone else is expecting, that we're going to have even more broken builds. Wouldn't that kind of counteract the whole approach to that and make temporalis more accessible because of the availability that we're all expected to see with more broken builds available?
Well, okay, so when I say more, what I'm saying is, and I think Mark even might have used this example, is let's say there were 200 broken builds in the last version. Well, hopefully this version we have 100 broken builds, and then the next version we have 50, and then it'll halve each time, and then we'll sort of get somewhere okay, over time. So it's not to say that there'll be more in the sense that there'll be more than there were before. It's that there will be more in addition to all those ones got nerfed, and now people find some additional ones.
New ones, yep.
But with regard to your thing about temporalis, so I mean, okay, what actually is the exact nerf to temporalis? I feel like we might as well just mention that.
The reduction to cooldown is lowered. So it's not giving as much of a reduction to cooldown.
Good.
I can't remember the exact values, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't, for example, fully erase Blink's cooldown now, as an example.
Right.
Okay.
But it's still very good. It's still incredibly good. But the thing that really changed is that we lowered the amount of the relic that's going to drop, so there'll be less of them.
We also given that we had solved at least a good chunk of those problems for the early when temporalis was spilling out into the economy. We solved a lot of that, but also I think we have made it
I'm live.
At least 10 times rarer that unique specifically in this patch. So yeah, it is nerfed and it is less accessible, and that's just okay with that one. It shouldn't be doing what it was doing before, at least with Blink and the mobility side of things. That's for sure, though.
That's good.
That's good. That was one of my concerns here, what you guys talk about. But that feels really good to get that clarified. I feel reassured with this. Speaking of clarity, one of the questions we had is regarding clarity in maps, because in the reveal footage there was a little display that most people saw in the top right corner, showing basically objectives that you could do in the maps. So the question with this is this just an indicator of what's available in the map, or is this an indicator of an alternative way of completing maps instead of just getting all rares?
It is just an indicator of what's in the maps.
That's what I knew.
We still have the kill rare objectives, and so a lot of people will say, oh, why don't you have alternate different victory conditions for doing maps and so on? And I understand why people say that, but the thing is that if we actually had a bunch of different objectives, I believe that you would get tired of those very, very quickly. Killing the rares is already the thing that you.
Do you know what? My suggestion, if I was a game dev, would be either 80 to 90% completion of map, 80 to 90% full clear, or killing the boss, and every boss, or every map has a boss, and I can almost guarantee you I am not going to be tired of those objectives. I can guarantee you, based on many ARPG hours, I can guarantee you. Because the very objective idea, it is very foreign, right? It's very unnatural, and I'm sure I'm not alone in feeling that way. The whole having to have an actual completion, everything, it's very unnatural. Keep watching.
You want.
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't watched this before, so I don't know when the perfect time to stop and yap. For the rest of the video, that is still going to be the case. I will not know what they're about to say, so I can't perfectly pause it.
To be doing when you are mapping, and so that's the reason it was chosen as a victory condition like that. If we just have all sorts of random shit, you'll there's going to be ones that you're going to get tired of very quickly. They'll be annoying and various things, right? I mean, effectively, what you'd probably end up with is something that looks kind of like. I mean, because when we're talking about alternate victory conditions, what you end up with is things like what's going on in Sanctum and Ultimatum, right? These are this is effectively what you end up with if you're talking about alternate victories, right? Because you come up with things and you try to work out the stuff, and it's while that is something that is cool to do sometimes, it's not something that's cool to do all the time. And so that's the reason why I'd be really hesitant to do that on like every map has a condition like that. So that's kind of like where we're coming from that. So like what I think that we do need to do is make it so there are more interesting things going on in maps, which is something that we will probably focus on more in 030, is trying to improve on that. But I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, okay, here's a bunch of arbitrary conditions you might have to fulfill. Like the rare thing is what you should be doing anyway, and that is why it is I mean, if you really come right down to it, like what is the victory condition of a map in PoE 1? Well, the answer to that is like we don't actually set one explicitly, but ultimately what you're there for is to kill the rares so that you know, and like all of the content you are there to do the content in the map so that you get more item drops, right? So
PoE 1 maps are like a watermelon. Literally. PoE 1 is like a watermelon, right? No, it's the boss. It's not even necessarily the boss. It's a watermelon. Like what he's saying there, I super disagree with, at least for how I'm playing the game, but it's a watermelon, right? Like when I'm eating a watermelon, I'm not going to sit there and like nibble on, like, you know, when there's a tiny bit of red near the green, I'm not going to sit there nibbling on that, right? Like when I've eaten the majority of the red chunky meaty part, then I'm going to move on to the next full watermelon, right? I think that's a good analogy. Like, I'm not going to sit there looking for the one monster remaining. I'm there for the juice. And it's like that in PoE 1. So like I super disagree with like the we're definitely not there for the rares. Even if it was kill 80%. Or 90. I would take 90. The thing is, do you know what frustrates me even more? Diablo 4 already fixed this issue. Diablo 4 had and fixed this issue already. And it upsets me that on this, we're behind. You gave me that exact same analogy when I asked you about clearing maps when I first started. I love my watermelon analogy. And it helped you, didn't it? Didn't it help you? I hate backtracking, yeah. What did Diablo 4 do? When you've killed 90% of the area in Diablo 4, the other 10% teleports on top of you. Which I am not saying you should do, by the way.
effectively, that's the reason why that's okay. So there has to be some idea of completion in PoE 2 because of the fact that, you know, you need to be able to do the map to move on to the next one. So that's why we wanted to choose the objective we felt that players should have anyway. And so I think that maybe players sort of view that slightly differently than we do, because it's like, you know...
I do, at least.
But that's, I guess, to explain sort of our view on how that is. It just should be there of like, here's what you're supposed to be doing.
So that's fine.
Okay. A question I had.
We did
fuck me. I wish.
I just want to elaborate on that a little bit more, because we did try some stuff internally there. Like we actually did. We had an iteration quite recently, in fact, where we had it that you had to complete the league. So if there was an expedition, you had to do the expedition to complete it and so on. And honestly, the internal reception to that was like pretty viscerally negative.
Everyone was very angry that we were taking away their choice. With that stuff, like
you're forcing me to do a ritual I don't want to do, and it's like, well, ideally it should feel good to do the ritual, but understandably,
So we ended up going back on that.
So we backtracked on that, and then it's like, okay, well, you could design a whole bunch of encounters, and then it's like, well, how do you know you're not going to create equally things that divisive or things people don't want to do in the same sense that those leagues came out? And it's like, well, I hate this one. Whenever I get this one, I hate it. I hate doing that map. I just want the one when I have to kill the rares or some other thing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, chat. I agree. It's definitely the same for rares.
But to clarify just some of how it works, like if it is a boss map, killing the boss is the completion, right? That is what it will be. If it is not a boss map, killing the rares is the completion. If it is a tower, clicking the tower is the completion.
Okay.
And then all of the unique maps, which we're just kind of not referring to as unique maps really, but that's kind of how they appear. Each have their own special conditions as to how to complete them. Are there any other types of maps?
No, not really.
Hideout is full clear the area,
sure.
but you don't really need to do that often.
That's pretty much it, right?
Pretty much that's it, yeah. And then all the extra content, though, it is displayed on the map. It lists it under extra content. So, like, Because often what could happen is you go into the map and you're like, I don't remember what was in here. Like, was there a breach in here? I don't remember. So
I do
at least
love
now that is
I do love that they're adding that. That is a very good feature. I have that a lot. I also whenever they have a mechanic like metamorph or ritual, ideally what I want that I think somebody should make is some sort of like, I don't know, like shock collar around my wrist, or I don't know, like audio bells in my room that when I try to leave the map without redeeming my reward, it goes like, warning, you are leaving your ritual behind, warning. Because like I do that literally like every single time. I've probably left like 40 mirrors behind in ritual. I'm exaggerating, but like I don't know, I struggle.
it's all displayed, and you do know what you have to at least keep an eye out for, and it will display on the top right. Once you've done it, it'll get ticked. And so you at least know what's remaining, where you're like, was there an expedition in here? I can't remember. And then you're like, oh yeah, there is. I have to go and do that.
Ritual is so forgettable.
So did I hear that right? That if it's a standard map with like a boss on it, you have like an overseer tablet or something you put in there and you kill the boss, that's a completion, and you can leave the other rares on the map if you would like.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
So we
good.
got a new addition. That's nice.
The rare monsters in that context will appear as extra content that you don't have to do.
But it's worth mentioning that you're going to want to kill the rares because there is the map drop mechanic. So in a boss map, there are two that happens twice. Once on the boss for the upgrade, and once when you kill the rares for the sustain. So just to be clear here, like the killing all the rares, like at the point you kill the last rare, there's what we call a sustain drop, which is the one that's giving you a at tier 1, it's 100% chance to drop a map of the same tier, and then that goes down over time, but then gets countered by the waystone drop chance. So effectively what that means is that if you're playing with mods, you're always going to get a map from that last rare that sustains your drops. And so in a map boss map, that's the same, like the rares will still give you that, but then you're also going to get a map from
Map sustain for good players right now is going to be through the roof, right? I'm sure we all realize that. Like, literally, map sustain for players that aren't dying, you are going to be selling maps, and you will be able to vol maps. You will have zero problems. Like, it was already so insane, right? I had 3 fucking quad tabs of maps. I'm probably 9. Am I even gonna loot maps now? I don't know. It's gonna be so crazy. I can vol every single map.
from the from the map boss too. But
No, it wasn't a big problem to begin with. No, but okay. But the thing is, right? Path of Exile 2 is a difficult game, and we are sitting here with our like. There are noobs in chat with 5,000 hours, right? Like when you're sub 1,000 hours in this game, the game is hard. Like it's easy for us. Like I'm sitting here with 25,000 hours in PoE 1. And there are like beginner players in chat with 5,000 hours. Then you have some poor fuckers sitting there with 300 hours and they have white boots and like, you know, like it's a difficult game, right? So yes, it's easy when you know what you're doing, but like it is good because the thing is, right? Maps weren't exciting anyway. It doesn't matter to me that I'm getting more of something I already wasn't excited about, but it is going to be a good thing for new players. Right? How do people have map issues when a boss drops so many? That's the great part. They go into the map and they die. Then they open a new map and they die. They open a new map. They complete it. Then they go into 4 more maps and they die. Like, it's a hard game when you're like, it's easy to say it's easy when you know what you're doing. Everything's easy when you know what you're doing.
but that'll be +1.
But if you have excess maps and you're not really caring,
then you don't have to do it,
100%
right?
do
Yeah.
the boss, move on. It's
Yeah.
up to you.
So speaking of like waystones and sustain, is there any chance I could get a teaser out of you for another unique tablet? Because we know one of them, which is you can teleport anywhere on the atlas. Can you hold us over until patch
did
notes
not know
with an
about that.
additional unique tablet?
Well, the patch notes won't even include them, right?
Yeah, we
Because
don't
they're
spoil
unique,
you. We don't spoil you.
think
All right, well, I
there
tried.
is one. I hope it's there as opposed to coming shortly afterwards, but I'm pretty sure it is. It irradiates the maps, and then you can complete the map completing the map will remove the irradiation, but not complete the map, and then you can run it again. So effectively, you can use that to be able to run all the maps in Radius twice with all of them effects and modifiers on them.
With the juicing from the towers.
Well, with the, I mean,
Yeah, because
yes,
you've got 3.
if they're
yeah.
with the other 2 tablets or any other towers that are in Radius, yes, correct.
Wow, okay, that's quite a teaser. Hey, glad I
That's
asked.
probably the chasest one, I think, to be honest. So.
Okay, so speaking of maps, here's a
decent.
balance related question for you. So what I heard in the Ziggy D interview is the Rogue Exiles can appear in any map, correct?
Yep, they can.
Okay, so are they scaled from tier 1 to 15? Like, you probably get where I'm going at. When you log in, brand new character, your first map, are people going to RNG get blasted with the same Rogue Exile that can appear in the tier 1 or tier 15, or do they get stronger?
They do scale. They do scale their life and damage and stuff like
course
that.
they are.
Much like any monster.
Yeah, much like any monster.
will.
So, yeah, like it'll be it's a hard fight, but it's like, you know, if you run into one in T1, it's just it's a T1 boss.
They
Okay.
appear from part 2 onwards.
Yeah.
The reason we did it that late is because they have like the full set of player skills, and I didn't want.
I feel like he just asked, can the Arbiter one-shot me in the campaign? Like, what?
them to be using skills that you didn't have access to at the same level. Now we could have done a thing where we disabled those skills, but then you just end up with a thing where they're like not too
I feel like it's questions
interesting, but also
usually,
it just
but that one was
like
unideal. It's
exponentially
whatever.
amplifies the amount of work
I have
to
done
make
questions
now
too.
every version of them using different skills good, and that was maybe something that would have been cool and fun, but on
It's a community question. His chat is newer than most. Sure, but I mean, I have people like you guys in my chat that ask me things like that too, but I don't actually ask them to the devs.
honestly probably too much work relative to what you get out of it.
Right. But yeah, you'll see them in campaign as well. In the second half.
And then they're in maps. It's 1 in 12 maps base-ish. But like, you know, we're still kind of iterating on the amount of content that is appearing in maps. So like, we might even change this.
I think it's a good
in the
interview,
next
though.
few days. And then yeah, the Atlas tree to spec into the rest. Now they do scale in other ways, which is just I mean, if you think about the uniques they have equipped, like if there is a like level 70 drop level unique item, obviously they're not going to have that before that level. So they'll unlock the uniques they'll have equipped, and this is for all uniques added for all time. They'll only be able to have ones up to the level that they're at, and then the uniques they'll be able to have. You know, if there's a level 80 unique, they won't be able to have that until they're level 80.
And since they use the uniques actually do contribute to the difficulty of the of the fight. So
or sometimes the ease, because they don't necessarily know if that unique is gimping their build.
Curiosity from my end here regarding the uniques and the Rogue Exiles. Since the Rogue Exiles, it is possible that a Rogue Exile could have killed an in-game boss. Can they wear those type of uniques as well, or that's a no-go?
No, we've kept that off because, again, it's simply because you are right, they could use it, but we're not going to drop them because we don't want boss uniques to come from non-boss sources. Like, that's...
Good. I actually talked. Me and Mark had a long chat about. We were talking about like div cards and things like that. Or was it Hiroshi I talked to? It was either Hiroshi or Mark, but I was like, both were very frustrated with being able to get boss items from non-boss encounters. Which, as a player, I really agree. The only place you should get a boss item at any point ever should be from a boss. At any point ever, you should never, ever, ever in the history of ever get a boss item from doing something not boss related. That's why like div cards that give boss items should only drop from bosses.
That's fair.
and we're much more strict about that.
Including foil items and gimmicky vaults, yes. You can have what they're doing, which is the boss key can drop from the boss. That's fine. But yeah, you should like, I think the only exception I would be okay with is tier 17 Valdos maps because they are on average so fucking hard that that's fine. That's fine.
Now in PoE 2.
Okay, that's fair. Next question we have is on death effects. Are you currently satisfied with the current state, and do you believe that on death effects are something that is needed?
Well, what on death effects are you referring to?
Yeah, what's even left that's egregious? I mean, that is my first question. Is like, you tell me what's not good enough so I can go get it fixed.
I mean, we could take a prime example being like the bloaty guys that explode. I mean, if you have an army of minions, even more so now with specters being introduced with bigger
but that's
minions,
different. When
that's
you're
already
talking
hard
about
to
a
see.
specific, when you're talking about a specific monster, though, I feel very differently than how I feel about it on like rare mods, for example. Because rare
agree.
mods you can run into any time and you're not necessarily expecting them. But if you're talking about the bloaters, I mean, you know, like those, you can see those bloaters coming a mile away. Like you know about that particular one.
Well, to some degree. I mean, it depends on the build you're playing, but I mean, there are multiple on-death effects and ground effects that is exploding and like after death. Like the issue that is being brought up is how the players are getting punished from going up to loot, maybe not seeing because there's loot windows popping up covering whatever the explosion is, and you have minions or X-Factor. You're still fighting something, and you can't see it because there's too many effects going on the screen, and then you move to what you think is a safe spot, but you die.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% don't disagree with the problem.
Yeah.
I guess the thing is, I can probably improve like 9.
As a player, I am pretty done with on-death effects. I think I would be in favor of something like, if something is dead, any effect it has on anything is gone, right? If a boss dies and there's a spell out, delete that spell. Like, I don't really like on-death effects. I think they're way more fun. I think it's the least fun problem to cause a player. I think it's the least fun way to die. What about a mob that does DD? That's the monster actively casting a spell. I'm not a huge Corpse Explosion fan either. Like, ideally, I want dangerous monsters with dangerous abilities, but I do also think some of the Nemesis-like abilities, like, for example, the Mana Ring is really good. You know the Lightning Volatile? What's that called? I think that one is extremely good. Volatile Cores, things like that, like, those things are fine. The Bloater... that one's really good. Yeah, Lightning Mirage. The bloater is Tef's Kiss.
90% of it, I just need to know exactly them all, and I mean, it should seem obvious, I understand, but there's a lot going on. I don't know. Give me a list.
Drowning Herbs are super
I'll
bad.
go through and either remove, change, or make them less punitive, I guess, in almost every case. Or at least, sorry, I don't want to say punitive. Like, they should just be fair. And I agree with you, the loot label situation, like, is a problem where all of a sudden now, you know, if it was a rare and it happened to drop 8 items, well, you don't even see the monster anymore.
Well, in the case of the bloater, for example, you could make the drops happen at the end of the explosion.
You could, of which all the clear speed junkies will be like, no,
Right.
I want it
But
now.
that's the thing you could do.
Because they want to pick it up and then run away before it blows up. So
Wait for the
I
right
agree,
noogie.
though. That would be the thing I would have done. But yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
Look, again, it's
We,
like I don't really have a problem with it as a general sense. I have more a problem of just if there is an unfair mechanic, I want to address that. Like, which is not restricted to on-death mechanics or not. It's just everything. If it is unfair, or there's no counterplay, which I guess are the same thing, then I would like to address it and do something about it. Similar to how I talked about that hourglass mechanic just being garbage. Like, I'm going to be the first to admit that there's a bunch of just unfair bad stuff out there, which is the consequence of designing so many bosses and so many monsters, like hundreds of monsters. You're going to get some bad out there for sure. So we'll get them all in due time, though, for sure.
The follow-up question on this topic was that whether or not you consider the on-death effects to be something that is needed in the game.
True.
Again,
I do,
I've
Omar.
never thought of it in that sense of just like, do we want on-death mechanics? It's more like this monster would be real cool if it did an explosion on death, and like after it died, like the bloater, I think is a very cool example.
I like the bloater.
But it's not like there's ever a specific mission to be like, we need to add more on death effects.
But like, the bloater is the best way to do it. Does anyone mind the bloater? Like, I think the bloater is literally how you should do on death effects.
Anything like that. But But I would say it is somewhat contextual, and I do think that occasionally a thing like that happening is fine on some monsters.
I agree.
I would argue that again, like the things where it's hiding them, making them invisible, or that you can't see them, or again, because there are builds that are moving at way too fast with too many effects, is more of a thing that amplifies this problem, which is what we always see. Like these things are less problematic when you first encounter them in Act 3, and then they're far more problematic in Endgame when there's like a hell of a lot more going on. It's way faster. You can't really process what's going on as much, especially with probably summoner builds. So yeah, I mean,
it really shouldn't be the case that you can't see a bloater explosion coming.
yes.
Like they're incredibly
Yeah.
huge monsters. There's incredibly well telegraphed. It takes a very long time to build up. Like that one really should be one that you can see coming.
I mean, I don't personally have an issue with the bloater specifically. Like, we got some of these questions from the community and some of the
Sure.
questions brought up from
Yeah.
other content
But
creators.
that's what I'm saying. But
This
it
was
was
one
the
of
first
those
one that came to your
questions,
mind. So I wonder if there's another one out there. That...
What I'd like to do is at least do a pass to make it that there is never loot and a death spot contesting. And often the answer to that might be either change the effect or delay the loot. It just depends what that is. There were cases like, for example, Rattlecage, that the first boss of Sanctum, he used to explode on death, and yeah, it was bad, right? Like, how do you know until it happens? And then by the time it happens, you're dead. And of course, you kill the boss, you run in to get the loot. That's just what you do. So that one is an example of one where it were like, well, I mean, whether or not you could say it was telegraphed well enough, I don't know. It kind of just didn't really work. So there are clear examples where we've removed them because, yeah, it was kind of bullshit. And then there are probably a few examples that are in the grey right now, and probably even some that are still bullshit, and we still do need to address them 100%. That being said, again, not philosophically against them, just philosophically against unfair or like gameplay that's, again, I agree, if you're just covering the monster in loot labels, let alone anything else, and it's about to explode, that is a bad thing. Like 100% that needs to be addressed.
Sorry, I think
So yeah, I guess it's just more a matter of like, make sure that you continue to make us aware of the things that feel terrible to play against, and we'll do what we can to fix them. And if we can't get a good solution, then it probably will be removed. Like, that is often what happens eventually.
Fair enough. I have a kind of a different topic here. So there was a specific question related to ascendancy skills. So some ascendancy skills, I believe, have like quality effects, but you can't quality them. And ascendancy skills also can't be put into weapon slots. So like you can't use weapon switching with ascendancy at the moment. I can't put like elemental storm or something if for some reason you want to use that. It's like by only using my second weapon, for instance. So we're wondering if in 0.2 we can see quality coming to ascendancy and weapon swapping, actually being able to be queuable onto ascendancy skills.
Well, you can't put quality on them because they're not items, but the reason why they still have quality is because there are things that give quality to all skills.
Oh, it's good. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So I believe that's why it's like that. So yeah, we're not going to change the fact that you can add quality to them because yeah, they're just not items, so it just works that way. As for the weapon swap thing, can you not open up the advanced skill thing and turn them usable by weapon set 1 and 2 for ascendancy skills? I thought you would be able to do that. Is that really not possible?
No, I checked it yesterday.
Remember.
And you can't do that?
No, not that I've seen. No. Man, let someone correct me in the chat.
I have
if I'm
a
wrong.
feeling now. So that actually surprises me. But now, upon thinking about it, I suspect I know why, and it will be a stupid technical limitation due to the way that information is stored, where there's no place in your character to store it. So I can actually probably get that fixed now that you brought that to my attention. It just wasn't something that I was really aware of. I can actually get that.
All right, I need a toilet break. I'm gonna play ads while I am not here, so I'll be right back. BRB, and we'll continue in a bit. Hi, baby. I'm back. Did he fall in? No.
That fixed. Probably not for 0-0, but yeah, that's a relatively easy fix. And as I said, it's because currently the place where that's
No, I haven't. Nope.
stored is in the gem, and because there's no gem there, there was no place to store it, so probably it just ended up getting disabled by whoever implemented that. So yeah, that I can get them to fix it.
Great.
All right. We'll move over to some critical strike question. It's about critical strike bonus on weapons, which is currently multiplicative, with other sources of crit bonus leading to higher crit multi than we've ever had, even in PoE 1. So the question is if there's any changes or plans to changes to that, or is crit supposed to be that strong in the endgame?
I wouldn't say that crit has been first on our mind with regard to the changes we've been making on balance. Like, that isn't to say that there isn't something wrong with it, but it hasn't exactly been jumping out at us as like, oh, they've got this big problem with crit. The big problems have been other things. So yeah, like I wouldn't say that we certainly haven't made any changes there. As for whether or not it should be like this, I think that'll be a question that will start to come up once we actually have that
Is there a
jumping out
problem
as
with
a problem.
crit?
If
I
it
didn't
does.
feel like there was a big problem.
So I mean, our intention was okay. So just to be clear though about why we made that change, because we want it in general that items are always multiplicative with everything else. Like it's supposed to be that your tree is multiplicative with your items. So therefore the
How comes this doesn't do interviews like this? I'm doing one on the 8th. And I always want to. I always ask them like if I can do them. I want to.
whenever that's not the case, that's kind of a defeat. Like we want it, yeah. That's just our general philosophy. So ideally, we have it that way for as long as we can. If we then run into an issue, maybe we'd change it. But we haven't noticed any particular issues yet with that. So we'll just leave it that way for the time being. The concern would be, of course, is if every weapon build is playing crit characters, which I mean, like, I don't know if it's the case right now. It possibly is the case, but I don't know if you've got any feeling about that.
Every, I mean, a lot.
Right.
I mean, this is ironically just like the eternal battle we had in PoE 1 of crit versus non-crit.
Right.
And we did like a million changes over time, and we're effectively just starting that battle again. The good thing is, because we've done that, we know exactly what we would have to do, which is there is almost certainly just an imbalance in the...
I think my perfect balance of crit, because it is a very difficult thing to balance. I think I'm fine with crit always being the best option late game, and that it's something that you need enough gear for it to be worth. And then at different levels, you can have things like elemental overload or just different things where crit doesn't make as much sense. But I think I'm okay with crit always being the best option in game. I think it's hard for it not to be, just with fundamentally the way crit works. Like if you want crit in your game, it kind of needs to be that, or it's useless. It should need gear. That's fine though.
Ease of getting chance relative to the amount of crit damage you can get. There's no way that is just like right on the get-go. So, but however, it's not on the certainly the current. I wouldn't say it's not on the radar. It's more that it's not the most imminent thing for us to be fixing, given how much we have to be addressing right now, and which we're actively doing as we speak. So, well, other people are actively doing as we speak. So yes, I would expect changes, but I don't know if that will necessarily change for 020. That being said, everything's changing at like a base level, or a lot is changing at a base level, such that this will obviously. It's not like these builds are going to be identical in power after this, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a multiplier. What it does allow you to do is get so much burst glass cannony that, again, you're just evaporating the bosses in such an insanely small amount of time that you can turn that battle into not a battle, and that is a problem that might still remain. And if so, we'll fix it. If the base things that are pre-crit multiplier are also addressed to enough of a degree, at least the boss fight will last long enough that all of a sudden your glass cannon nature might reveal itself as a weakness. We'll have to kind of just see how that plays out, but I would say there's a 99% chance that we're going to have to change something, but I don't know if we can do it in 020. At least specifically to do with the like disproportionate amount of crit damage you're getting. And
Vaporizing bosses is what we want? I don't think that's true. I don't think any of us wants to vaporize bosses fast. I want actual long fights. I'd prefer if, like, even at the end game, like, there was like 30-second fights at the least. And the first time you get there, it should be like 3 minutes. It should be a proper fight. The first time you do it should always be a 3-minute fight. Because, like, if you vaporize bosses, what's the point? Like, I don't fully understand, like, the point. Like, I don't know. It's so pointless.
we might
another
still,
question.
by the way, I won't say that we're not. I'm just going to say that there is still technically 2 or 3 days left. So,
And patch notes were Thursday New Zealand time, so a little bit
Wow.
time left. Another question we have is actually again about scaling, and it's about de-leveling of skill gems. If this is something you'll reconsider allowing us to have that tool accessible. An example of this, I believe this was Fubgun's question. A lot of current builds will currently use a low-level spirit gem because the attribute requirements level 20 can be too high. An example provided was Deadeye using a low-level cast on shock
Right.
as an example.
Well, a couple of things about this. One of them is that in general, we don't want people to want to use lower level gems. Now, the requirements in terms of mana is a valid reason for that to be that they want to do it lower, or mana or spirit cost or whatever it is, or whatever it is. So that's I suppose that's reasonable, but like I guess the way we initially thought that was solved, the reason why we were okay to remove down leveling is because you could just get a new like level 19 gem at any time. It's just that it's the quality that doesn't move over, so I guess that's the reason for the
it's
request.
more that people want like level 8 and they don't want to have to go back to some random.
You don't have a level 8 gem just lying around?
Not always.
I assumed it was the quality.
Certain
No.
levels that are just like
Right.
you want that exact thing, and then they're
Sure,
like
sure.
ultra annoying to get. But the intention was that every gem is worth.
Does he play the game? So the more you work as a developer, it is difficult. It is difficult to get enough time to actively play the game. Like, that's always going to be difficult. But Mark very, very clearly gets a lot of time to play the game. But, like, you can't expect a developer to be able to play, like, 1,000 hours a season. It's very difficult. That's why we appreciate the ones that can extra hard. But like, how many hours does a normal person work on their job per month? Is it like not 500 hours. 300 hours? What's normal working hours per month? 160, really? Oh, okay. So imagine if you were expected on top of your 160 hours to work an additional 100. How can you be this out of touch? Because I do a lot of hours. So it's like, it's not super feasible. And like, oh, and they would be unpaid. Imagine on top of your 160 hours doing an extra 100 hours unpaid. Like, it's not super feasible.
You should want to level up every gem no matter what, and the fact that some aren't, like the fact that you're getting so much power out of using lower level ones is an error, and one that I would address rather by saying that having such a low level version of it at in-game should make the gem way worse. Like, it shouldn't be good.
But I feel Jonathan has a point. Who doesn't have support gems in lower levels? We're not talking about support gems. So there were several skills where you want to use it at level 8, where level 8 is the optimal level. And at some point, you are going to run out of level 8 skill gem. Right? That's the issue. You aren't getting these in the end game, right? For example, for Detonate Dead, you wanted level 8 because the damage doesn't scale when it goes higher, so just paying more mana for no reason. That's why people want it.
Good. It's
Right.
just that a lot of these things don't have scaling over the levels.
Right.
Like there's a lot of problems that have. I mean, you even see this in things like curses, where it's like, well, the mana cost skyrockets and the attributes,
Yeah,
but like
exactly.
the power, it doesn't go up too much. And so you end up with a bunch of low-level stuff everywhere. And I would say all of those are failures in that regard, and we should be making the level of them way more significant.
You shouldn't want a low-level gem, but
Yeah.
in the case, I do have some sympathy in the case where you're like, I leveled this to 20 and I actually wanted it 19, right? Like I totally understand that that desire. And it's really only the quality that would be a barrier there for that particular case. But if you're telling me that people are wanting like actually level 8 or something, then yeah, that's like not right.
There are some valid reasons, and then there are some things where it's like been designed or balanced poorly. And there's going to be a combination of fixing as to whether or not we then need to revisit, I guess, whether or not we want to allow people to de-level uncuts or something like that. I don't know.
But
I mean, neither do I.
It is definitely a design consideration for every skill we design of making sure that the level.
Chris would never allow this? What do you mean? You can literally do this in PoE 1.
That the levels matter enough, and like there was quite a lot of work in this direction because that was a big problem in PoE 1 that you had with quite a lot of things. So yeah, we do try and make the levels matter more.
I think one of the the primary concerns, and you touched on it a bit there, and it was a topic for later, but I suppose it's a good segue into it, is mana cost on abilities. Like for instance, 1 mana left at 22,000 mana, Spark costs 700, but then you had Hammer of the Gods, and it costs 1,180. So I suppose some of the questions would be like, how do you guys feel about mana costs of certain abilities and how it deprioritizes the suffix of like bonus levels specifically on classes like Warrior that already have reduced max mana on the tree for some reason? So what are your guys' feelings on the current state of like mana costs in relation to that?
Well, the few rules or things that we had before discussing what some stuff we've changed is that it was intended that obviously the cast time of this, the lower the cast time, the faster the cast time, the lower the cost is for one. Hence why something like Spark is relatively low. And then there was like a how frequently should you be using this, which is understandably somewhat subjective by us, but it is our design goal of how frequent.
Yeah.
Now, not every skill fell into that correctly. So a good skill there, for example, is like Toxic Growth, was meant to be way more of a like, occasionally you use this and then you work a little bit to blow up the pods. Now, in reality at endgame, it's you use it inside a gas arrow and the pods explode it literally in 0.1 seconds. Right, so you end up just doing gas cloud spam. That's just like one example where it's like this skill is now being used as a spammable and not being used as the infrequent thing that we wanted it to be used at. Now, when it was infrequent, by our design, it had a multiply the mana by 1.4 because that's how we expect to use it, and ideally it would be balanced around that. And then, so yeah, the goal here is now, okay, do we either change Toxic Growth's role or do we make it more into what we intended for it to be? Obviously, we're going to start with that direction, and then hopefully we can achieve that. And then if that fails, obviously, who knows? Whatever happens afterwards. That being said, that just explains why something like Hammer of the Gods has a much higher cost multiplier, so to speak, as the frequency in which you use it is much lower.
See, I'm kind of annoyed with Hammer of the Gods because it single-handedly fucks ailments when skills in PoE 2 don't have an ailment multiplier the way things do in PoE 1. I think it's quite bad. Like, it ends up being like the default use case for every single ailment, and that's not good.
And Spark's cast time is much higher. However, there was a few things that happened in the mana cost balancing. So, for example, when you were a spellcaster, there was a level of assumed plus gem level you had, because if you didn't have that, then all of a sudden you get +4 gem level and your mana cost skyrockets, and you're like, what the heck, I can't even use my weapon or my skills because I'm running out of mana because I got some plus gem level. So we assumed at certain intervals of the game you had, say, up to +4 or something like that. But for attackers, because of the gem level, at least for stuff that isn't using flat damage, the gem level matters a lot less, and we didn't make the assumption you had any, which was an error. Because all of a sudden now you'll get like +3 projectile levels or something, and now your mana costs are out of control, and you're like, well, this sucks. Like you get probably like 40% more mana cost for 15% more, 20% more damage, and it's like this isn't proportional at all. So we have lowered all the attack mana scaling in O2O to account for the same amount of, or some amount of gem level. I think it's slightly less than spells. So that, but it makes a pretty significant difference in game. Like, because it's an exponential, like it was like 12% per level. Now it's like 9% per level, which over 20 levels is like a pretty significant drop in mana costs. So yeah, there's a few things going on there where there were skills not being used as we had intended. I mean, you're talking about the 22k mana. That is a separate problem, which we're also addressing. Though you certainly are not going to be expecting to see mana in the same level it is right now. Given you had mind over matter, people were getting way too much mana. Whatever, whole different thing. Ingenuity, breach rings, and all that. And then yes, you
Did you see that smile from Jonathan when Neon said ingenuity?
rings and all that. And then
That is the smile of a man that has murdered a belt.
yes, you have. So anyway, what am I saying? Attack
50% max. I'm expecting 25% or 30%. I think they will add a second stat to the item, like less effect per ring.
mana cost down at in-game, and then just explaining some of the philosophy and how some skills aren't used as intended. And ideally, over time, we'd be either adjusting their mana costs because the role they now play is spammables, or more spammables, or we would change the skill of the design or the build or the archetype to have it that the skill is actually being used at our intended frequency.
That's good. Yeah, no, I think it'll be like, what I would do is I would have 20 to 30% less effect per ring, and then maybe nerf the top end on ingenuity a little bit too, but then you make a double exciting outcome, right? Vol orbs are so interesting in PoE 2, where now you can vol it and you can have that the less effect per ring goes down, but the effect goes up, right? Like, I love that the magnitude is not necessarily like everything goes up 30% or everything goes down 30%. Make it more RNG? Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Well, I heard that tax skills cost less mana, and that makes me a happy warrior. So.
Yeah, that's the actual
They said it on
takeaway,
this
and also
podcast.
nerfed mana and nerfed ingenuity. Just while
Yeah,
you're at it.
I think everyone knew that one was coming, so fair enough. Okay, so one of the most common questions, and trying to think of how to word this, but basically it boils down to this. One of the most common things people ask about, they want us to ask you, was about the pacing of the game. They see abilities added,
question.
like leaping backwards. They see parry being added. We see monsters that have, exceptionally
question,
high movement
me.
speed and some slower cast animations from the player side of things, and mobs being able to push you around, etc. So I think kind of where people are going with this is, where do you guys see in your perfect world the in-game pacing of Path of Exile at? Obviously, it's not going to be the Gem-Lean stat stacker, stuff like that's getting destroyed, right? That's not the intended pacing of the game. But how much faster than campaign? What's your philosophy behind the pacing when you're developing
that's
abilities?
not what I wanted you to
like
ask.
we see with the Huntress for leaping backwards and stuff like the pushing of the mob.
I wanted them to ask you about, like, are monsters still gonna rush me at Mach 5?
And the fastness of the mob seem to outscale your pacing of the player.
Well, I was.
He messed up my question, though. God damn it. He brought it back? Yeah, but now I feel like they're gonna answer about, like, what speed they feel the player should be. I care about the relative speed to us and the monsters, right? I don't mind being slow. Right? I care about the relative speed of me and the monster. That's the important part of the question. I will re-bring it up on the 8th. Well, I mean, maybe he just answers it anyway. That's a possibility.
Sort of one of those questions that we get all the time and asked in different ways and so on, and it's like it's always very hard for me to answer because I'm not sure what like I can't exactly give you the speed and miles an hour, right? Like it's sort of hard it's hard to sort of quantify exactly what we're talking about. And I guess that's why I always tend to fall back on the feeling of like, okay, well, we want you to feel like you're always getting power growth. But we still want combos to matter, like these kinds of things. Like it's all those really design philosophy things. One thing I will say is that I heard from someone, and then it made me think about whether or not there was a concern that like from what we talked about in the Ziggy interview, because we talked about like nerfing a lot of things and like how that was all happening, right? And then we had someone who said to us, "Oh, I like someone internal testing, like, oh yeah, I'm playing in game in 020, and the pace feels exactly the same as how it felt in 010." And the thing is, and they're talking about some random build that's like not some crazy broken meta build. It's just a rando build, right? And it's like, well, yeah, if you're a rando build, then like the pace isn't really changing. And I just want to make sure people understand that like we're not.
It might even be increased.
Well, in some cases, sure. Like, like if you're not playing the like ridiculously broken shit, it is, yeah, in fact, pretty similar to before. But like, so long as the engagement of like making sure the combat is engaging is ultimately our goal. And so, it's like, yeah, it's the bosses take a little bit of time to kill, and then you have to engage with their mechanics and like all that sort of stuff. And like, that's the only way that we would ever look at it, right? So I
can hit you with a little bit more of a specific to make it a little easier to answer then. So I think it's kind of two questions mixed together, and the more specific side of it is mobs being able to push you as a player.
Sure.
It's kind of a new addition. You got the rolling mobs that can hit you and move you halfway across the map. Where's your guys' stance on this? You know what I mean? It's been a common question.
Well, that's a different question. I don't. Okay,
well, there are specific issues with the old roly-poly monsters because they're not meant to just take you freaking for the ride all the way along. They're meant to just like shunt you to the side.
Right. So I think that's more of a case of fixing those specific things.
I think those are fixed now. Well, as in now as an O2. I think. I hope, please, but the system seems to be quite volatile in a way where it likes to.
Well, I mean, even we had that issue with. I feel like did we even fix the lumberjack guy at the start of the game? I can't remember his name. The Miller. Yeah. The Miller.
When it comes to pushing just shouldn't be in the game. Straight up. Aside from something doing a very clear teleport mechanic, right? Like, for example, the only good example of forced movement I can think of, the mushroom guy that like does like the big mechanic where if you're inside the circle, he teleports you to the middle. That's the only example of forced movement being good that I can think of. Everything where even, the Titan, the Titan with the stupid Kitava hand, even that pushing me, I hate it. I hate it. Everything with forced movement is stupid. It doesn't even look or feel real. I think the biggest issue, like I understand the want for it, but I feel like in practice, it feels like a bug. It feels unintended to me as a player, right? Is Zaro circle? Yeah, but that's in PoE 1. It also looks bad. Especially with how the camera works. Yeah. Does that me do the same with the mobs with Stampede? For once, I don't agree with this. Pushing gives hits you take more of an oomph. It helps with the feeling in combat. Really? For me, it's just super jarring where it feels like my client is glitching out. It feels like you're rubber banding.
Because that for a while in O2O, that was just like randomly.
You have 2,000 strength, a warrior in full plate mail being pushed around by some little mob? Yeah, it's super jarring to me.
Taking you for a ride.
Yeah.
I think that
is a volatile system.
Yeah.
You change nothing, and for some reason now the monsters are taking you for rides across the level, and then
sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't want it to feel like you're just, as I said, getting taken for a ride when you're not supposed to be. And so that one, ideally we're fixing cases where that occurs. Now, the reason you want a little bit of impact from monsters is just because it, makes you actually feel the abilities. And there are monsters that feel if they don't have a push on their abilities, they feel just terrible. Like, I mean, there's things like the Devourer where like until we added the like pushback on the hit, it just like it just felt like it wasn't even hitting you really. So there's stuff like that that's just really important just from a physical nature. So generally speaking, for the pushiness, we're trying to just make it so it feels physically correct. But yeah, we don't want it like pushing you half across the map, as you said. But yeah, and then the other part, I guess you were talking about maybe was to do with the abilities, that kind of like where the character's moving.
Oh, the other part of it, yeah, your characters get shoved a lot. And it feels like the pushing is a new concept for a lot of players, and where is its placement in maps? I get the Devourer argument, where it's like, okay, it's a Devourer, it's a big impactful hit earlier on, I get it. But then when you get to like in-game mapping, it starts to feel a little weird when you got these little mobs that are way faster. They're also like, kind of shoving you around a little bit.
Right. I suspect that might be a case of certain monsters just not having correct
My question isn't getting asked at all, is it? I'm sad.
adjustment. I mean, like, I'd be interested to know a specific example, because I mean, so you've got stuff like those werewolf prowlers, right? Where it's like when they attack you, they do a little push there. And once again, it feels like from just a mass perspective that feels all right. But I guess I could imagine a scenario where, because your character is moving so fast, at end game, that you might get into a situation where that push might feel a bit off.
It's okay, I'll keep myself.
Like I can kind of see where you're coming from in some of those cases. So I mean, maybe we do need to do some adjustment to some of those monsters based on level or something like that. I don't know.
I think also when there will be monsters that are wrong that don't appear as much in single player as well. I mean, this is just on top of that, because you won't know they're wrong until they're not only trying to attack you, they're trying to attack something behind you. And all of a sudden you're getting moved by something that you don't like. Probably again, it could occur in minion.
Let us know the answer you get. I mean, it's going to be on the 8th on stream. What's your question? How do they feel about the relative speed of monsters compared to our character? So like, I don't give a shit about our clear speed, right? Whether we are killing one monster a minute or not, that's irrelevant, right? Like, I'm very specifically not talking about our own player power. I'm talking about the relative speed of monsters, because anytime I'm listening to Jonathan be like, oh, I want to like put down 3 tornadoes and then do another skill that like throws 8 tornadoes out back at the monsters, and like I want to set up this like sick combo for 6 seconds, and I'm like, have you opened a breach? Like, I'm literally getting rushed at Mach 5 by 700 monsters. The game that you have made is not set up for the combos that you're talking about. So that is what I really want to talk about, right? I want to talk about the relative speed of monsters to the way they want the game to be played, because that is where I feel the largest disjoint. Out of anything they talk about, that is where I feel like I'm confused. And that's what I want to ask. So I'm going to ask that. That's a good question. Thanks. I'm going to start writing down some things now. Okay. Relative speed of monsters compared to the time our abilities take to set up. For example, longer combos are rough when getting rushed by 600 monsters at Mach 5. Why is the drowning orb 500 times worse than the PoE1 effect? Okay. I mean, I'll think of other questions, and it's like post-launch, so I'll refine a lot of my questions depending on what they've changed. I'm interviewing them the 8th. 10 p.m. BST. Belfast, summertime. Fuck Drowning Orb. Well, okay, yes, fuck Drowning Orb, but also, why did the Drowning Orb go backwards in technology, right? Like, in PoE 1, for those that haven't played it, the Drowning Orb, it has, like, basically, like, blood veins come in on the screen, and it darkens your screen, and it is a very fucking obvious this is going to murder you, right? The first time you see the Drowning Orb mechanic and your screen is going dark, it is very fucking obvious you are about to die, right? I think 99% of us, the first time we saw this mechanic is, oh, I don't know what's happening, but I'm about to die, right? Very obvious, very well done. In PoE 2, it is just like, it is completely unnoticeable. To the point where, even though I know what a Drowning Orb does in PoE 1, when I saw it in PoE 2, I did not know it could kill you because the effect was so mild that I thought the mechanic had been reworked to just a slow mechanic. I thought it was just a slowing orb, and it was not 6 days later. I never died from it, but it was not until 6 days later where I saw a Gamer for Life compilation and somebody died to it. And I was like, no shot, those kill you. I thought it was just a slow, because it was so mild now. And I was like, there's no way they would put that crazy mechanic in the campaign. So I was like, what the fuck? So I really want to ask, like, why is the Drowning Orb so backwards in technology?
Cases, kind of a summoning cases.
Right.
Or a multiplayer, it certainly happens. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that all the monsters have the correct pushiness value, so to speak. So,
Right.
That's
But I mean, it's good. It's good to get that as a thing to specifically focus on because
The
like,
Eater of
it's
Worlds,
something
it's a
that-
boss mechanic.
probably would need some attention. We just need to get someone to like do an audit specifically thinking about that.
It
There's, like-
requires, for some reason, a quite difficult eye for detail because, again, you want it to feel.
I want some game performance questions. So in my opinion, game performance questions are pointless. There are a lot of questions that people care about that are effectively pointless because the only answer the developer is going to give you is, well, we are working on it. We are going to improve performance. They're never going to tell you like, oh shit, we're happy with where performance is now, right? So there are a lot of questions that are irrelevant to ask.
Feel physically correct and make sense from a physical perspective, and I don't know, I found it quite hard to find someone who can actually assess what would happen if this werewolf jumped on you. There is stuff like that, which, I mean, sure, maybe it is kind of difficult, but yeah, we need to go over it with a fine-tooth comb.
I do think the context though
I think
of
Darth does a lot of good questions.
like when you're because I mean normally when a monster is
Another thing that's important to mention too is I think it's important that GDD do interviews with different people because there are a lot of things that I'm going to say and ask that are super unrelatable to a lot of players. Like a lot of people might enjoy watching my stream and might enjoy my takes on things, but at the end of the day, I'm super unrelatable to how they play the game. So I think it's good to do a lot of different people. It's good that they don't play favorites. Oh, they definitely do play favorites, but that's besides the point. Thing is, the last two interviews were DM and Yazi, but yeah.
is being set up, it's being tested in isolation, and you're not necessarily using like a crazy fast build on it, right? You're just like playing it in the context of the era originally appeared in, like that is to say during campaign, where you don't necessarily have, like some this like crazy move speed and all that stuff. So I suspect that the interpretation actually probably would change a little bit in the presence of having that sort of faster play that you get as you as your stats increase. I think it is something we should look into and like do it and recontextualize it with the idea that we should be looking at it from with high level builds in mind.
There's some.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's
So I suspect there might be
some
something.
ideas.
I think there might be
some
something
ideas.
there. Yeah.
That works. We can move on. Okay, so the next portion here is kind of around ailments. So ailments in particular scale off of on hit, which means the ailments very often ends up feeling not so much as a build in and of itself, but as additional damage to a build. So the question would be, and I have a couple of specific questions as follow-ups here, is where do you guys see ailments placed in Path of Exile? Do you want to see, like, I'm doing a bleed build, or do you want to more see it as bleed as additional damage to a build I'm already doing?
Well, I personally, when I'm designing, I'm looking more about the combo potential of ailments and what they can do for other. Ideally, we're in a situation where both of these things can be true, where it can be that you're playing a bleed
Wait,
build.
is he butcher? Is this my question?
Also,
did he butcher both of my questions? Or does he ask about Ignite at a separate time? Yes? Oh my god. Like GM messaged me when he was like, do you have any questions? And I was like, yeah. And then I asked about specifically like Ignite proliferation, and I asked about the relative speed of monsters to us. That does get asked later. Oh, thank fuck.
then someone else might be playing a build that's relying more on consuming the bleed to do something else. There's like a few different approaches you can take with it. Ideally, it's like, we can get all of these situations to be true depending on how you spec your character. It was intentional to make it so that the ailments depend more on the original hit, and I guess. So why did we do that?
A lot
There was
of
a
that
whole
is somewhat, to me, intuition, right?
Right.
Like, there's a little bit of a confusing level where you're like, I got the skill that applies a bleed, and I'm going to increase my damage, and it happens to say increase damage with hits. And, like, I don't know if anyone at that time is thinking that, oh, this is a hit, and the bleed isn't a hit, even though it's applied by the hit. Like, there's a level of just, like, unnecessary complexity that occurs there where it's like, it's nice to just have more damage is more damage, and it affects both, and that's just, like, nice on some level. Like, that is certainly helpful. But I think also part of the problem is, like, you want the thing where if you take increased attack damage, for example, like, that affects your damage over time is applied by those attacks, right? Like, you get, again, you don't want all this, like, really, you have to take global damage and you can't take kind of certain types of damage, and you have to work your way around it and know all this, like, hyper specialized details about which stats work and which stats don't. And looking at that from, like, just a new player, or not even new, from probably people who have hundreds if not thousands of hours into the game, are probably still uninformed unless they've read a specific thing explaining how it works. So
that's to say in PoE 1, right?
In PoE 1, yeah.
Whereas
And
in
so
PoE 2,
PoE 2, it should just be if you increase your damage, if the hit is harder, then the bleed applied by the thing is going to do more damage. That is certainly an upgrade. However, there isn't exactly a design goal to say, no, you can't be a build that's like hyper bleeding or igniting or anything like that. And whether or not those are entirely supported or supported enough is obviously people's opinion, or maybe not necessarily opinion, but it's not, there's no specific goal to not go one way or the other. We just wanted to make sure that you can, if you increase the damage of the hit, the ailment applied by that hit is doing more damage.
It makes sense. I think where the feedback ends up coming from is, you're increasing the damage of the hit. So by the end of it, you're not really playing an Ignite build because you like Ignite the ailment. You're playing a Hammer of the Gods build. You know what I mean? That's applying the Ignite. That's, I think, the end result of where scaling the hit comes from.
Well, the Hammer of the Gods bleed thing isn't exactly something that that we're, like, in love with, just as a side note. Yeah.
I mean, that's a confusing thing to me because they've already fixed this in PoE 1. I guess that's the weird thing to me. Like, I feel like, and I am wrong sometimes with a lot of this stuff, but I do feel like there are a lot of things that are already fixed or have a good solution in PoE 1 that just isn't being carried over, and that confuses me as a player. Like, why does it not have the ailment modifier effect that we have in PoE 1? Like, it's very elegant. I get that they didn't like the solution, but that's what confuses me.
Something is needed to be
something
done
is
there,
needed
for sure.
about that.
I really don't want to do the whole, like, 80% less damage with ailments and all the skills and all that. I feel like it's all a bit tacky.
I love that solution. I'm a huge fan.
But honestly, I don't even know an alternate solution right now. And
Me
need
neither.
to delve into so, there's probably a way around something like that. But yeah, you're right.
It is unfortunate that Hammer of the best way to do a bleed. Like, it is counterintuitive and not amazing.
And an ignite.
And an ignite. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it weaves back to what we had talked in our previous Tavern Talk, specifically about ailments, where how the thematical approach of the harder you hit, the harder the consequence of that hit becomes in form of an ailment, right? We talk about ignition, we talk about bleed and all those things. But at the same time, we also put the players in the boat where we now...
Well, Last Epoch has an incredibly cool solution that I'm a huge fan of. And that is, if you have 200% bleed chance, you are applying 2 bleeds per hit. If you have 600% bleed chance, you're applying 6 bleeds per hit. That is super cool. It doesn't make any fucking sense lore-wise, but I don't think games need to make sense.
Are starting to scale, or we have the perspective on hit damage to do more ailment damage. Why can't it just continue scaling that on hits? And then you have these outliers like Hammer of the God, for example. Whereas in PoE 2, there's like separate ways of scaling. If you want to scale ailments, then the on hit is kind of meh in comparison, but now your build is actually focused on ailments. So like, you guys want to get to that point where there's actual
that
full
might just
focus.
be a matter of making sure that the increases to ailments are more effective than the increases to hits. In that case,
Yeah.
I think in general.
I mean, it
they
is the case, but
are,
they might need to
not-
further do
yeah.
that.
I don't think in a way that would mathematically make it more beneficial overall.
Right, right. Like we might just need to fix that.
Yes. I can't remember
So
the
basically,
exact
what you
values,
guys were
but yes,
talking
almost.
about.
I don't know why, but the way
Sorry,
he
no,
answered that
what
was so
basically what you
funny.
guys were talking about was that you wanted hard hits to apply this. It's the same thing we talked about in the last Tavern Talk. I was just curious to see if the plans are to find another venue to actually make ailment bills possible contenders in the game, because they feel kind of lackluster outside of what we just talked about.
Part of the issue is as well as the goal, and an achievable goal at that, where it's like, well, why do anything else? Well, why not do the ailment if you can have that? You start the fight, you drop your Hammer of the Gods, and now the fight's over. Because
True. Do you know? Okay, so my favorite thing, and like obviously there are a lot of things where I disagree and a lot of things where I agree with the developers, but my favorite thing about whenever they're doing community talks and anything, I never feel like they're just doing a presentation of how things are. I always feel like they're like thinking and reconsidering and taking different inputs from the community into account. Whereas like, I think the reason I stopped watching Diablo 4 presentations was like I've stopped watching their fire talks entirely was because I felt like I was just being presented with a product or marketing for their new battle pass, and I was just watching a completely pre-made presentation that I was just not interested in. I haven't watched like the last 3 or 5 or 6.
it plus the ailment is enough to kill the boss from full life. All of a sudden the cooldown of the skill is irrelevant, which is meant to be the major downside as to why it's allowed to deal so much damage. And so as long as you can do that, like if it did 10% of the life of the boss and the ailment did another 10%, this wouldn't be such a problem in the context of Hammer of the Gods, because all of a sudden, yeah, you've done 20% of its life. Like that's a decent chunk of damage. But just because of the fact that there is the capability to get it to be so high damage that it will just one-shot them again, and crit is part of this problem as well. Yeah, then why would you not do that? You don't need to spec into any defense or anything else at all, right? You don't have to care.
True.
So yes, there's like part of a problem where this is where I'm just like, how much of this is just nerf Hammer of the Gods because that's how it's played?
Well, I mean, it
Um,
isn't even. I mean, I feel like at some point you just want to put cannot create ailments on Hammer of the Gods.
Well, yeah, but we always try.
I know,
and
we
find
try
ways
not.
around
At some
more
point,
arbitrary
but the more we have this
restrictions and-
conversation, I'm just kind of
Well,
becoming
that's what I
more
was saying
convinced.
before.
Yeah.
As opposed to cannot apply, you put 80% less, and
Well, I feel like cannot apply is just
wow,
cleaner,
they both,
right?
They both suck.
They do, but at least cannot apply is just like it's just a clean rule. This is what it is, and they're kind
Yeah.
of done. You know, like as soon as you start getting, I don't know. I feel
Well,
like the 80% thing.
I
is-
know it's
yeah.
on the list right now of things we still.
What do you think about Prolif be based on the amount of monsters that you set fire to in an area, increasing the effect in the area like a real fire? That's not a bad idea for a support gem with how much it should spread and how big it should spread. But like for example, I kind of like the idea that if your initial explosion sets fire to 5 monsters instead of just 1, that increases the radius that it spreads. But I have a big issue with the way Prolif spreads in PoE2. It is arguably unfunctional when monsters have to stand next to a corpse for 2 seconds. Or is it even the corpse? Is it when it's alive? I don't know. There's something about 2 seconds for the Prolif, and it is functionally unusable.
We'll have to discuss in more detail. So
Right.
and I mean the today/tomorrow list. So well,
Speaking of the list and ailments, I am curious because we also had this conversation in the last Tavern Talk podcast, and that was bleed on ES, and it was the contradicting
Yeah,
line.
we were
the
wrong.
idea. Yeah. Okay.
we were wrong. Well, there was a few things we did change around that. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but it was a decision we actually made. I remember being like, okay, you can't bleed things with ES, which actually is the case. You can't bleed things with Energy Shield.
Right.
It has to be damage to life that causes the bleed.
Yes.
And there's some reason for that. I can't remember why.
Was it a dumb technical reason or like an actual design reason?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But and I was like, what the? There's no way it works that way. And we were talking about how we were gonna make sure it isn't the case, and we were just wrong. And then it was like, yeah, you guys decided this. And I was like, oh, and then I had flashbacks to crazy discussions we had, and yes, indeed, we did decide that. Now, all that being said, there were some extreme cases of energy shield on monsters where it was like, the way it was working is the map mod was like, 25%, and then it would multiply with all the life modifiers that unique monsters have, and it's like, okay, now the monsters have legit 2.5 times the amount of energy shield that they have life, or like 1.5 times, so that, there's a million life, they have 1.5 million energy shield. And it's like, well, that's, of course, just terrible. I think we've changed all of that since. So at least, like, now when it says they have 20% energy shield, it is at least their final life multiplied by 1.2, or 0.2 and added as energy shield.
Okay.
So at least, like, there's a lot less to deal with there. Now, I'm not entirely sure if I'm happy with the fact that it works this way, and it is just a nice downside for bleed builds. Or if it's like, well, this is just annoying because of, I don't know. I don't quite know how I feel. I like it in some regards, and then in others, I can see why it's frustrating.
It can't. Surely, like, that can't be the answer. That's just a downside for bleed builds, because if you're a full bleed build, like, it effectively completely deletes that archetype, right? Like, imagine if some monsters have CI, and you're just like, well, you just can't kill those monsters. You would never play CI. Imagine if some monsters are just immune to minions, right? You just can't play that. Like, it's not functional.
Trading is the thing, but at least we've fixed the freaking energy shield problem, which is just things having all of the energy shield. But I do like the idea that monsters with energy shield it is a weakness to a bleed build. Now, whether or not it is a balance warranted weakness is a different story, because you could argue that isn't factored into bleed's power. But yeah, I'm not quite sure where I sit on this one, to be honest now. But we did address the energy shield problem, at least to the major degree.
All right, so one more last question regarding ailments before we move on, and that is actually regarding ignite proliferation. It feels very short. The radius isn't very long. Are you guys happy with the current state of proliferation effects of ailments such as ignite?
Radius?
I don't even remember the radius. Too many numbers. I honestly can't say I have enough familiarity with this to even be able to give you an answer as to whether or not I am happy. So I guess the real thing is, if players are unhappy, then there's probably a change that needs to be made, right? So if that is the case, I'd have to look into it, honestly. Which wouldn't take me long. It would take me like 10 minutes. I just need to refamiliarize myself with it. But obviously not in this moment.
I believe the radius is nearby.
Fine. It's hard
so
to get other questions
in this
right.
case, 1.2 meters, I think it is, or 2 meters or something. It's very, very short. That's why I had to bring it up.
It's 2 seconds.
But let's move on
is
from
the issue.
ailments. And one of the questions we have was cross-weapon skills. Are there any intentions in making skills be able to be used with multiple weapon types?
Generally speaking, no, because we see the skills that you use with your weapon as being like innate to what it means to use that weapon, and that was like a major difference between PoE 1 and PoE 2. So yeah, the plan is to keep that. That being said, there's still a few skills. Things like marks and stuff like that. We just have them work across things. But generally speaking, no, the skills are supposed to be associated with the weapons.
There'll be like unique item territory that might bend the rules there a bit, but
Sure.
Otherwise, yeah, wanting the skills and the weapons to be quite linked was one of the main design goals of PoE 2, and having that different weapons feel different from one another when they can be quite melded into the same concept in PoE 1, where it's almost like it doesn't really matter if you're using one or the other necessarily. It's just a matter of what gives you the highest DPS.
Mm-hmm.
So next question on the list, which we touched on just briefly here previously, about boss spawn rates. So you said that you've increased also the rate that you're going to see monsters, or I should say bosses, be accessible. Does that include things like Audience for a King and their drop rates in like Ritual?
That is explicitly what I'm talking about. So that is the the twisted domain, is that what it's still called?
Yeah.
The rate of which Olroth appears, the audience with the king frequency,
That's
and
Malcolm.
simulacrum
Ah,
frequency.
nice.
Big W then. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll follow that question up with the current boss drops. There's going to be 100 uniques being added to the game. Will some end up being boss-specific ones? And are there any changes to what items the endgame bosses can drop currently?
So we're not adding new boss-specific drops to bosses that already existed, but there are some of those uniques are boss-specific for new content that we're adding. Yeah, but the intention though with the uniques is not to be add a bunch of boss-specific stuff. Mostly, it's to add a bunch of stuff to the core drop pool, which is what needs, which is what needs it, I think. So yeah, that's most of them are core drop pool.
So with the addition of
I really hope I enjoy the new uniques. I have a big issue with the way uniques are made in PoE 2. I feel like in PoE 1 there are a lot of uniques that they aren't best in slot, but like if I find a lot of those uniques on day one, I'm going to be really excited. Whether it's one of the unique boots or like a glove, something like a barrack ring, Salio sign, like these will make a very, very big difference to my day 1, day 2, day 3. Like they're usually really interesting early on in PoE 1. The problem I had was that every single unique I found in PoE 2 on the first day was not usable. Like that was a big issue for me. I didn't find a single unique and I was like, oh cool. No, that's not true. I found that like mana block one. That was the only one I found that was like, yay. So that was a little frustrating. Like they feel unusable over any rare.
of well, 7 new maps, I believe is what you said is coming to the game as well. Has there been any retuning or touching of the previous maps? And the follow-up to that would be, are there any plans to have something like a Horizon Orb, or potentially you could change one map into another? So if you see one that's like an Augury, you can change to a Vow Factory or what have you.
Change to a
So we haven't
Factory.
done that. There's been probably a few touch-up to maps, but I would say
Is
it
this a
hasn't been the
rerun?
major focus of 020. But I do think it's going to be a much more of a focus in 030, that we want to try and improve the mapping experience of just the core maps by quite a lot. Yeah, like that'll be more of a thing we do then.
We had a huge discussion about this the other day.
Yeah.
I think we did briefly talk about it in the Q&A with Ziggy, but like
Ziggy?
effectively there are just some maps that are just like,
Yeah.
very mundane. There's not a lot going on, and yeah. So part of this was also, okay, well, at least adding all this new content like the Exiles and the Wisps and stuff will alleviate the level of things not going on in certain bad maps. But yeah, we had a pretty massive discussion about how we could improve it. We just need to do it, and there's no way we were going to do that in time. So 030, I guess, is our current objective there.
Another Atlas question regarding maps.
That's fair. I mean, and like at the end of the day, all they can do is gradually improve things. I never understand the doomers. That like, there are some people that seem hellbent on thinking that the things that are problems in the game are forever problems. Like, I don't get that at all. Like, I'm very not like worried about the game long term. The doomers need to fuck off. Yeah, they really do. Like, it's so annoying. Somebody was repping me in with the doomers because, so I said that I like this patch like a 7 out of 10, and people were asking me why I was so negative. So like, I hate both sides. I hate like everything is perfect and awesome, and I hate the doomers. Like, how is this 7 out of 10 not a great rating? I'm so confused. People are like, why are you being so negative? Like, why do you even play? I'm like, what do you mean? I was so confused.
Broken. Like, there are map nodes that are 100% out of reach. Is this addressed in point 2?
There's been we told the person who works on that to fix it. They said that there was improvements. So as far as I know, it should be fixed.
There are improvements to the full, like, I can't exit at all. Like, you're in this block and you're like, I literally can't escape this island. I don't think there's I think there will still be just like very rarely random disconnected maps that you can't get to. Because that is technically less problematic than the people who are literally unable to play the end game because they're trapped.
Poor guy.
The other thing that we've done, a very recent, which I checked yesterday, was a pretty drastic improvement, is just there's like bits that are just improving the general connectivity between blocks. The concept of a block is probably not very observable to a player, but effectively you'd get these like kind of lines where it's like I can't map across this entire section. There's 0 connections. That's like kind of because it's a gap between what is we call blocks, and we've increased the connectivity between those like dramatically.
Do you know, I'm just so fucking happy that they didn't end up doing the original idea, which was like, yeah, if you bricked a map in every like exit of an area you're in, you just had to reset your atlas. That would have been so bad, and I cannot believe that it almost launched with that. Because that was in the last interview before launch, and I was just like, oh, okay, that sounds shit. But like, thankfully it didn't launch with that, but we were so close to that being the endgame system, and it would have been awful. So bad. Yeah, the world has fallen to corruption. Start over. It's like, okay, bro. Like, people would have quit in droves. We're doing an interview with them on the 8th. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
There is one bug left, which I don't think we're going to fix in time, which is, I currently a node is only meant to have a total of 4 in and out connections, and I think once they get more than 4, one of them they look like they have 5, but only one of them will just straight up not work. This is a bug. We are going to fix it. I just think it might go out with that bug. It's already on live, that
10
problem,
p.m. on the 8th.
where sometimes you're like, I've completed this map and it connects to this one, but I can't
Easy.
get there, and that's because it has more than 4 total lines. We just need to fix that. So it's just that person has been excruciatingly busy. So if it's not there immediately, it'll be there shortly after.
Good to hear. A more sought after topic, it was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question
I don't
is
have
just,
anything
mind
extra to say
sharing
about
some more
this.
details?
I
That's
don't
it?
have anything
Okay.
extra to say about this.
Okay.
All right, so then moving on to crafting here. So we're hoping you could walk us through the process of coming upon the solution as Recombinators to be the next addition you guys wanted into the game.
Well, effectively, we were looking for things that could increase the ability for there to be more interesting stuff you could do.
And give each league its own crafting
mechanism. And I mean, recombination is something that kind of like is sort of, well, I should say multiplicative with kind of other things that go on with mods, because it sort of allows you to do some interesting stuff there.
Utilizes ground items.
Utilizes ground items in a good way. Boxes as far as like what we need
I think for the sub.
a crafting system to do. Today I'm actually going to be going, because we had that last minute change of how we wanted it to work, and so today I'm going to be going through the math of that pretty significantly. That's my plan for after this podcast. So we'll see how that one turns out after this. But effectively, like recombination will change, I think, its role a little bit from PoE1, because it'll be more about getting the good set of like 3 to 4 like 2, 3, 4 kind of mods that you want on an item, and then going from there with the exalting the remaining. That's kind of the intended like place where it kind of ends up being most useful for you. It isn't going to be something that you are going to make a perfect, like 6T1 item with, because like the percentage chance will just become infinitesimal to the point of like not being worth even trying. So really it's more about those like a smaller number of mods that you can definitely pick, and then like hoping to get do well with the remaining 2. So that's sort of the value. But ultimately it's that sort of stuff where we need our crafting systems to work well with ground items, and to fit into the to be multiplicative with other crafting that you can do, and having it be on a system that on a league that didn't have crafting as well was a big bonus too.
I mean, we have so many more other ideas and other things we do, and all of that with future leagues, future content, and expansions to the ones we already have. And it's just going to be a matter of we want to do, at least for now, give Expedition 1, because like the vendor thing is there, but it's not really like achieving. It's not really equivalent.
So is this down the fuck out? No, I was writing down a question for my interview. I don't do drugs. Well, unless you count caffeine.
To the others where they have like, again, an external crafting system that interacts with like dropped items or something like that. So adding that means at least now they all have something, and then now it's either make them better or add new ones, which there's no shortage of ideas of things we want to actually do there. So
Fair enough. We have another question we got from the community as well, and that is regarding your stance and/or plans for like resistance swaps, craftable option. Is that something you guys want to see in the future of the game?
I'm a fan of rest swaps.
Sorry, what was that word? I missed it.
Resistance.
Resistance swap.
Well,
swapping, similar to like Harvest in PoE1.
I'm a fan of that.
It's meant to be the roles of runes. Like your runes are meant to be the thing that's doing that, as opposed to just changing the mods on explicit items like that. The context there, I don't know if you're I remember aware, but there is a harvest craft in PoE1 that allows you to change a cold to a lightning or a cold to a fire, etc. in the resistance thing.
Yeah, that really is what runes are for.
But they don't do that.
Next question we have is actually starting to touch on.
They should have followed up on that. Like that doesn't accomplish the same thing.
Ascendancy specifically, and we have starting with the Amazon, and there's a node called Critical Strike, and it's referring to additional crit strike chance from 25% of excess chance to hit. The real question here is rather, is this going to be like a base crit strike chance or increased critical strike chance to the player?
I would assume that
we think it's base.
Probably base, but honestly, I'd have to ask someone specifically about that. Yeah, like I don't know the actual answer, but it's probably base.
Getting more and more a chance to, because the chance to accuracy has diminishing returns, so it gets harder and harder and harder to get higher values. So I should, in theory, be okay to be adding as base, because
Well, no, I
to
can
get
ask
quite
about Blast Orb.
aggressive, the fall off there. So
Mhm.
I believe
Okay.
it works that way. But this is the exact kind of thing where someone might have been like, oh my god, this is unacceptable and imbalanced, and we have to change how it works to be some kind of final value or something. And if which the description will be updated and it will be made clear, but that might have happened literally as we've been doing this for all we know. So as far as we know, last it worked, it was adding just a base critical strike chance that then gets scaled with increases.
All right. The other note is also from Amazon, and that is penetrate. This is referring to having attacks adding 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon's added base physical damage. Question here is simple. Is it going to be added as a local damage modifier that will then be scaled with the weapon's mods, or is it just an added flat number on top of the total damage?
I don't think it adds it to your weapon. I just don't think it would work that way. Because I don't even think the stat is phrased that way. I think it's more that like
I think it's the same as if you got added physical damage on like a ring.
right.
That's
I'm
fair.
pretty sure.
All right.
So one of the things I was most excited by when I saw the reveal was the Tame Beast, kind of something I was not expecting to see when I saw it. And when I heard you guys talking about, you had to, in the Ziggy D interview, you had to change some of the affixes. It got me curious. Did you guys run into any scenario where some of the affixes you thought would be, absolutely busted, like invulnerability aura or etc.? What was some of the cases you ran into?
Yes, 100%. What other ones? There's definitely some that were. But I think
the
that
temporal
I think
bubble
that
was
one in
another one.
particular is pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean we've had to do things where we had to reduce the uptime on some of them and like, change how frequently they use them. But on the other end, we've also taken the mods that would have been really really bad at killing monsters and made them a lot better as well. So it should be a bit more uniform. But yeah, it's certainly a kind of. Well, on top of that, I mean, aside from being a difficult balance task, there's also like just making sure it's not annoying when you're like AK or looting. It's not like, doing things too. I mean, one problem you're gonna face, which I want to address, I just don't know how to do it imminently, is the fact that you might often see those things coming out. Like, for example, if your rare monster has periodic fire explosions mod, like you can't distinguish those from enemy ones, and you might all of a sudden be avoiding your beast's mods all the time. Now, a lot of people are probably just gonna be like, "Oh my god, don't tame a beast with that mod." Fair enough. I do want to actually alleviate that.
Can they just change the color, make it purple or something? It's also, I really wish. I think, and I don't think they ever will cave on this. I think they will die on this hill. I would do anything to be able to reduce player opacity of our skills. Like I really desperately wish we could reduce opacity in every single game that they've done that. I've always liked it in every game. I'm not saying you have to decrease it to 0, but even if they let us to 80, that would be such a W. Like the fact that like the invisibility MTXs sell well is an indicator that this is such a nice things.
And do like Asmerian versions of all those effects so that you can at least distinguish them apart. Put some wispy stuff or change the color of it a little bit. But for now, that's kind of a lot, and we didn't get time to do that. So that will happen, just as a forewarning. That being said, it obviously doesn't damage you. Well, actually, it did at one point. It won't. It won't damage you. We had that with specters as well, where there are some monsters like the ones in the Zizaran, where they they send forward like a little sun orb, and it's like, oh yeah, that's just a normal projectile, right? And then the specters are using it, and all of a sudden it's killing you. And one of our audio guys found that the other day and was like, I'm getting killed by my own specters. I'm like, oh, this is not the point in the pipeline. We should be finding this out. So hopefully there's no more of those going on, but be careful.
The funny, because the reason why the audio team is because the audio team have to do a whole pass on every monster for the case where it's your minion, because otherwise you get really annoying audio that's like 5 minutes a monster, but when they're next to you all the time, it's like really irritating. So it's like that's actually one of the things we had to do to make specters work was do a redo of the entire audio pass for that. So it's kind of a funny one.
All right, one last question for Tame Beast for you then is so it's a spear scale. Obviously, it shows up on the spear scale screenshot you got there. is it locked behind having the spear equipped? Is it the type
No,
of
it's not. So you can just use it on any class. It's just there because it's
Awesome.
associated with the Huntress. You can use it as any character.
Okay, that's pretty awesome, man.
Amazing. Moving over to Ritualist, we have a couple
How
of quick
much
questions
it
here, and I'll start with the first one. The extra ring slots, we saw the answer to this regarding Calandra's touch.
Do you know there is a non-zero chance? Like, I'm thinking hard about going Spectres for lunch. Like I'm thinking hard about going Summoner. Like I need to see patch notes, but I'm very torn between like Blacksmith, Spectres, and Huntress. Like it's so hard to choose what to go.
Ring, not being able to copy it, but how will the extra ring slot interact with
I could go
Ingenuity?
Blacksmith Spectres.
It just works with its nice new nerfed version.
This works.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for this regarding Calandra's touch ring, not being able to copy it, but how will the extra ring slot interact with Ingenuity?
It just works with its nice new nerfed version.
This works.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Gotcha.
There was a list of unique rings that had to we had to do specific implementation for, like Thief's Torment and random stuff. I don't know what state these are all in, and or the can't use other ring slots stat, I should say.
Mhm.
I can't remember the exact decisions that were made on all, but ideally they should just be the most intuitive thing. It's just they all needed pretty specific handling.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So then the other question I had is
don't
a
know what
common
the
question
Ingenuity
people were
nerf
having
is.
was on the screenshot where you were showing the ritual sacrifice where you got the mods.
Hold on, I have to read this in chat. Temporalis isn't broken. It's very strong. Does that mean you just want all strong items removed so everybody farms at the same speed as you do? No, Temporalis is broken. The difference between Temporalis and any other item is that you have a game where you're relatively slow and suddenly you are allowed to play a different game than other players because of one item, right? That's the issue. In Diablo 2, Enigma exists to balance out Sorceress, so Sorceress isn't the de facto only class to play, because it would be. It's still sure to be. It's the best class in D2 by far. I don't know why anyone else would play anything else, but that's why Enigma exists, to balance out Sort. There was no reason to add Temporalis to PoE2, in my opinion.
From the monster. It was stated as you get one of them, but then in the video you got
you
all
actually get all, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's gone through a whole bunch of balance. I don't know if you get all. I think you get four if you stab them, and something if you stab yourself. There's some I can't remember the numbers, but I want to see it again. It might change tomorrow.
It does break the game.
We do these live streams, and we're
my
not
opinion.
it's not like we've stopped developing on the game. So yeah, you get little inaccuracies like that are just wrong, or that change in the last week or 2 weeks kind of thing. And it's not like we've written that thing literally 5 minutes before we did it. We're like preparing that thing for like a month. And so yeah, sometimes across that time you've recorded a thing and you don't want to have to re-record every single little thing, or you just miss a thing. And so yeah, you get little inaccuracies like that. But it is certainly not what it was represented as. So.
All right. We can move over to the Tactician. And the first one is regarding the focus fire notable, basically where you attack, your totem starts attacking. We've seen this as it exists in PoE 1. It's not been very popular in PoE 1, so I wanted to ask what the differences are from the PoE 1 versions to the new version in PoE 2, if any.
I don't think it is different. I don't think it is different, and I don't disagree with you that it might have even been adjusted since, because I also, I'll go check that out after this, because I also don't disagree that it is on my list of I don't think this is actually very good. So,
Okay.
it
Yeah,
might have already
so
been addressed
based.
though.
Fair enough. The second tactician question we have is regarding the supporting fire minion. Now, can you elaborate on how this minion will actually function, as it states that they will trail you, but they will be literally off screen? And will this have an impact on them being within presence?
I have to tell you a secret. The minion doesn't really exist. They're not actually following you. It's just that there's effectively a skill being done.
It's got a Johnny mechanic where it
Yeah, yeah.
scales with minion modifiers.
Exactly,
It's
right? So
ultimately-
yeah, damage is done as if it was being done by a minion. But yes, the minions don't really exist. They're not really following you.
They're
So
not
this breaks
real!
they are not within presence then, because they would have to exist within your vicinity.
Exactly. Well,
Okay.
they're off screen, right? They're not in your presence.
They're outside the borders of the map.
Exactly.
Artillery.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we ruined the illusion.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so Smith of Katava, temper weapon. This one looks really interesting because based upon the way it works is depending on how much people are really going to use it. So we were kind of curious about how the temper weapon actually works. If there's more details, is it a time period? It looks like he hits it 4 times and gets multiple attacks. So is it? You know, do you want to give us more information about how temper weapon is going to work with that ascendancy?
I can't remember all the exact numbers because they probably have been changed. But effectively, yeah, it is.
I believe it's a number of attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was meant to fill a role similar to meditate, where it's like you do certain things, and in this case, it's meant to be not like you should be able to hit a few times and then get to use it for quite some time. Sure. Like it shouldn't be just like a really annoying where it's like literally between every pack I got to be sitting there hitting my weapon and
Okay.
But I believe, some number of hits of the weapon gives you a much greater number of actual fire explosions going off. So
So it'll be reverse Cracklands then, right? Like Cracklands, when it was first announced, looked really good in the video, and then they nerfed it before release. This sounds like it's going to be the opposite, where it looked awful in the video, but they're buffing it before release. So that's what we want.
Again, without all the numbers in mind, I can't really
Sure.
explain exactly what that balance is because they would have changed since I last saw it anyway.
That works. There were some guesses on whether or not it was going to be duration or on hit. You know how many hits you get.
It's
Based
not. It's on hit though. It is on hit.
Okay, that answers that then.
All right. Another note from the Smith of Kitava is manifest weapon, personal favorite of mine with animate weapon PoE1. Now the question would be, how will this ability work? Is it preserving spirit? Is it copying your weapon? Could you elaborate on this?
It copies your weapon, whether or not it is using spirit.
I don't think it uses spirit.
I don't think so. No,
it doesn't.
But yeah, it's a copy of your weapon. I think each different weapon type has a skill. So if it's a mace, it'll occasionally do a slam, and if it's a staff, it'll occasionally, quarterstaff, it'll occasionally do. I don't remember what all the skills are, but the idea is that it doesn't just melee attack only. It has like an extra ability it uses on periodically.
If you're dual wielding, do you get both weapons?
I don't remember. I think no. You probably just get your main hand. It's probably
That'd be cool though.
I mean, it would be, but technically that is way more damage. Unless you're saying it's one minion that attacks with both, in which case that would be cool. I'd have to have a look. In fact, it could. Maybe it is doing that. I actually, I don't know. I don't know.
And Jonathan's like, oh, that sounds fun.
Last question. Sorry.
Often what happens there, just for context, we're involved in their like initial design. We have it
Maybe,
hands
think of
on.
the
That
86
level of
months.
detail we won't necessarily figure out. You hand it off to a designer will come back a few times asking intermittent questions about it, and then sometimes you don't see it again, and that's fine. You test it on live, or you play it on live. Like other people have seen it, you trust the process, it works. It's just that like it's hard to retain literally details about every single ascendancy node and all of that when you have so much going on. So
Sure.
I have one question I have to bring up, my friend Pox here. Since everyone's referring to Smith of Kitava as the chieftain of PoE 2, are we getting RF soon?
Not you'll have to wait until the class that's most associated with is ready to come out. Unfortunately,
Fair
so
enough.
yeah, it won't be. It won't be the. Unfortunately, it won't be the next class either. Maybe the one a little bit further down the line. I think.
I had to ask.
Templar sounds like a while away then.
All right, so last question we have for Smith of Katava is a pretty basic one. The Heat of the Forge skill looks kind of interesting, and there's some debate. Does it work on like every hit you're casting a skill, or is it basically energy gain, sort of like the cast on ignites, cast on shock?
Already say that it's energy.
I guess Mjolnir isn't out to talk about that right now. So, I mean, I believe it's energy build up, very similar to how the rest all work as well.
Just say it works the same as Mjolnir.
Yeah,
Leave
but
it at
I don't think that had been released.
Yes, I know.
Mjolnir energy build up.
Well, Mjolnir will work the same way, but lightning. That I know. Pretty sure it is like energy build up, but again, without knowing all the numbers, I can't exactly know the frequency in which things trigger
sounds
and proc
annoying.
and whatnot. But
That's fine.
it is like, yeah, look, it's going to be.
Hope it's good.
energy base similar to, and so will Mjolnir, I guess. So.
Okay.
All right. We'll try to speed
I
up
want
a
a
bit. We
Mjolnir.
don't want to take you too much time like we did last time. So we'll move over straight to the Lich. Now, the first and big question I think most of us are having is regarding eternal life. Basically, when you read it, it more or less tells everybody you're going to be immortal. So could you elaborate on this will work?
Which one was that again? The names. Is that
Your
the...
life. Life can't change if you have energy shields. So if you have like Zealot's Oath, you have a
Right.
little bit of energy shield region, you're not going to die. Mechanical stuff that you combine with modifiers such as Selthos, Eternal Youth, or Demon Stitcher, Serious Disdain. The whole list goes in terms of how that would operate.
Was there about this? I mean, we acknowledged it was powerful. That's for damn sure. So many mechanics around this. I mean, the name is fitting, I guess. I agree. I can't remember. We had a massive discussion about this and like figured out that it was strong but maybe okay. Now whether or not we're right about that, we'll see. I don't know, again, without looking into this more and talking to people, I won't be able to get an exact answer. But like, look, we're not going to intentionally release something that makes you just actual god mode. So either people are now going to tell us about what we messed up, and we're going to go change something or counterbalance something, or maybe there's some misconceptions about how it works or something like that, which we probably need to clarify. They again might have already addressed something to do with this as well. I'd have to have a look. I have certainly, since the thing, not been entirely like up to date on what ascendancy class changes have been happening, just because again there's too much other stuff going on. So
Sure. Well, two quick
you might
questions.
be immortal, you might not be. As the summary of it, we'll see.
Hopefully, I would imagine you're not going to be fully immortal. I believe that it should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just going to add that without some level of.
Yeah, there was a bit of a tip to the cap to it. I'm assuming because they had like stitchers when you showed the showcase had stitchers he was wearing. He was wearing that Serious Disdain. So I'm like, okay, it's a bit of a inside nod to it, I suppose. Okay, so a couple questions here related to the other ascendancies. Conduit, when it says you lose 5% of mana per second, we're assuming that's current mana, or is that actually 5% of maximum mana?
Sorry, which one was that? Sorry,
Necromantic Conduit, where it says has a modifier where you're going to lose 5% of your mana per second is sort of the downside of that one there. So
I mean, if it doesn't say maximum, it should be current.
Got it. And then,
but I won't ever. Again, we're getting into like the level of specific that I am not able to stay entirely up to date on or informed of nowadays. But I'm pretty sure it would be current if it doesn't say maximum. But again, I will not say that there isn't just a mistake in the description. But we do have several people check all of that, so it should be current if it doesn't say max.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Well, the last one we have for you on the ascendancy here, it's about the jewel socket, which looks pretty cool. You get the extra jewel socket, you go in the Lich there.
Mm-hmm.
Can that be used with Adorn? Not putting Adorn in the socket, but does it calculate within?
Is it non-unique? I think it's non-unique jewels only, right?
Yeah, basic jewel. So it's the basic jewel that you put in there. Can the Adorn outside on the passive tree affect the jewel?
Good question. I want to say yes. But I don't know why I want to say yes. I feel like I want to say yes because that's probably what you'd expect, but that might have been handled if it was in a case that was unacceptable. There's a good chance someone they would have tested that and found out one way or the other and made it either work or not. But intuitively, it should work. But again, it may have been handled already.
All right. We're gonna move on to some minion questions. First, we have the Asmerian Wisps with how they operate with a new mechanic for the O2. And I was curious how the radius of these would be affecting enemies as we have enemy or minion builds. We have a non-minion builds that applies to killing enemies fast enough. Will these Wisps actually have the time to affect the enemies before you reach them? Would that be an issue for minion builds and other builds like Dead Eyes and whatnot?
They do move pretty fast when you're in front of them. So and they don't get blocked by monsters or anything like that. And the radius is relatively high, so I don't think it should be much of an issue. So, I guess I would say
Yeah,
just like if
we've-
we're tweaking those parameters correctly, you should
We've
be
done a
fine.
few things, like when the wisps start to possess, like when they get in range of their target, they make their target unable to die, so that you can't kill it just as it's possessing it.
Oh, that's
Um,
good. That's interesting.
There's a few little
Yeah,
things like
clever.
that. But yeah, they are pretty generous with it. I'm not going to say it's impossible. Like, there's always going to be some kind of killing edge of screen. Well, hopefully not always, but there is always the possibility of that happening, and thus, yeah, you're going to be able to just like obliterate things before it happens. But it's pretty difficult to do, honestly. At least you can't, unlike torment spirits, kill the spirit on accident to start with. So at least there's that. One step in the right direction. That being said, yeah, I'm not going to say it's impossible. Like, it's obviously if you are extremely powerful and in like an underleveled area, then there's a good chance you're just going to kill everything with a single tap. The moment it even not even approaches your screen. That being said, it should be that we've done enough to account for this. If we haven't, there is always more we can do to account for it. So we'll just have to see. But I'm pretty sure it's in a decent spot right now.
Nice.
Hopefully, it won't be a problem.
So we have a question that's sort of a follow-up from one of the previous updates. Minions got an AI improvement around body blocking, and we were wondering if there's going to be any further AI improvements to body blocking in 0.2.
I don't think we've got anything else in 0.2. I think there wasn't anything else.
Yeah, not in 0.2.0.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that isn't.
I know, like, the raised specters have a thing where because we don't, if they get too far away, they like become like a spirit form and like travel over to you and then reappear as the monster and stuff like that, so they don't have to even die and respawn when you get too far away. But there is like an extreme case where that can still happen, but we do try and at least keep them from having to do that. That is also mostly because like most monsters, if you start to like speed up their movement speed, especially with the whole range of monsters, start to look ridiculously absurd. Whereas I guess with a skeleton, you get away with it a little bit more, so you can be a little bit flexible. But in terms of the generic minions, no, I don't think we've changed anything else there yet. We did the 2 changes, right? It was
When was that door thing we did?
We did that.
Was that? Is that in?
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay, right.
And what was the other one? Main one we did? The whole like if they get off screen, they immediately revive next to you.
So I don't think there's any other changes.
next-
If the thing was already done and
Yeah.
deployed, then yeah, there isn't anything else in 0.2 for that.
A quick question is regarding minions in the early game, mostly referring to first 20 levels or so. For minions to be able to perform and feel like you're playing a minion build, the minions need to stay alive, and an 8-second revive timer whilst they're dying as soon as something looks at them in the wrong way in the first couple of levels is kind of a question that's being brought up several times. So the question is survivability of your minions in the early couple of levels something you've looked at?
I don't know that I see it currently as too much of a problem. I was actually playtesting minions last night, and I mean, one thing I will say is that the witch probably has one of the easiest times in the early levels compared to many of the other classes overall.
That's fair.
At least in my opinion. So I don't know that I'm looking hugely to buff anything there right now. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of think it's sort of in an all right place in that regard.
Yeah. There's certainly nothing on the radar because it is true that the class doesn't exactly feel underpowered.
Right.
The question is whether or not there's maybe like a couple of bosses here and there that are maybe too punitive, or a couple of monsters,
Right.
that are too punitive to minions.
Well, the one that I noticed as I was playing in the very early game was just the ground, the on-death ground poisons. Are pretty
The mushroom.
Yeah, the
things.
mushroom things are pretty ruthless against minions.
Yeah.
Just as a
Well,
thing.
that is a. We do need to address a lot of those,
Yeah.
because again, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd have, like not just stand in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's exactly the kind of case where we need to do something about that specific. And there'll be a few more of those trickled throughout, and a few like there'll be one specific boss with one specific skill that is just like unfair, and 100% we need to keep adjusting all of those.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one is sort of a report from the previous update where it was a controller update for offering skills to make the targeting a little bit easier. kind of the result of that was that offering skills are now auto-targeting like the lowest HP minion, kind of making offering skills a little
That's good. I didn't know
brutal
about
there
that.
sometimes. So we're kind of wondering, is there any update for this in 0.2, or is it on the radar for future updates?
That's really good.
It's pretty hard to solve from a like controller versus non-controller standpoint there. Without adding in like all these extra layers of what I would consider to be hopefully unnecessary UI. But I think
wasn't there that support gem?
Yeah, we have the
Yeah.
sacrificial lamb support. That's new, right? Which you can put on a
Sacrificial
minion, and
lamb.
it will now always make that minion a priority target for anything that targets minions. So you can chuck that
Interesting.
on, like, summon a couple warriors, chuck it on that, and now anytime you use an offering, they will be your priority target
That
for
works.
those skills,
Huh.
It's a solution.
which pretty useful. It's pretty strong, honestly, with things like even DD and using sacrifice and all that. Like it 100% is like pretty strong right now.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, it also, at the other hand, solves like honestly what I would express as a quality of life problem. So
No, for sure. Speaking of warriors, why are they gone? In the footage, they were gone from the occult skill gems.
I noticed that last night. I was going to ask you about that.
Jonathan's like, yeah, where are they gone, Mark?
well,
They're not in the T1 list anymore.
I suspect what's happened there is that there was that thing like way back where it was like the scepter should be the thing granting that, and there shouldn't be both the skill and the scepter because you get the weird things where you have you to support both, and you.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, I agree. I
Yeah.
actually don't think that was on purpose. I suspect that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, but I did notice it last night actually.
Oh.
Yes, you're right. But
Okay.
that probably just needs fixing.
Fair enough. No, I saw it. I was like freaking out. I was like, they took them away. But we're going to move on to the last part of the minion stuff, which is more pressing for the 0.2 release, and that is specters. The first question we have is that I was unable to spot in the reveal footage whether or not we can basically unbind a specter from a bound specter. Do we then
Not
have
currently,
to have...
but we are going to add probably just like you chuck it in the disenchant window and it changes it back, kind of thing, something like that. That'll probably be coming like immediately after launch, just because we haven't had the time to quickly do it. But it'll be the same for Tame Beast as well, where you can turn both back into the original gem.
Perfect. Next question is that an image that we saw on Reddit about a week ago showed the Jamandra Act 2 boss being spectrable, which we can only assume was a bug as it was shown in the
That
0.1 client.
Is a bug, and I honestly, it is the greatest mystery to me. I had that happen on live where I like killed him, and then it came up with the Ray Spectre UI, and the skill's not even like out, and I'm like, how in the world? We genuinely cannot even comprehend how this has happened. And like, there's this level of reproducibility that is, but there's just nothing.
Well,
it doesn't make any
You know
sense.
the bug I ran last night, which I've had on live before as well, and I've like no one can do any explanation as how this is possible. But sometimes when I go back to Act 1 Town, I just get the PoE 1 UI for all of the NPCs. Like the old conversation UI from PoE 1, and no one has any explanation as to why this can occur. And it's just so random. I was like, why that? I've run into it like 3 times, and all of the playtesting that I do, I've had it like happen like 3 times. I was like, what the hell, man? Like, how is
I
this
don't
even
know.
possible? Like, sometimes it's just really, really like that. It's just incredibly bizarre.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, you're not going to be able to raise the boss as a Spectre. I
Yeah.
don't know why in the world that randomly UI is appearing.
Yeah.
One day we're going to figure it out. There'll be
Mhm.
there'll be something that happens, and we'll be like, oh my god, this explains this thing, and it'll be at some number of years down the line, and yeah, I got no clue.
It's funny. Another question is gem scaling. Will higher levels bind spectre gem have scaled the minion's power and or spirit cost or something else? What are we looking at?
I don't think it scales the spirit cost, but unless they've done that recently, it definitely will scale the power, like 100%. I just don't exactly know how, but I suspect it's your traditional like the level of it kind of thing. So
It'll change the level of the monster.
Yeah.
And there's
Alright.
some special lookup table that relates to what
Yes,
level the
there's like
monster
a-
is versus the Displate level is, and I don't know what dark magic was done to derive that, but effectively it scales the monster
It happens
level.
with this. All the exact same thing, by the way.
Right.
So it'll work the same way as that.
Fair enough. And one last question with minions before we can move on, so people who don't like minions can settle down. What determines the spirit cost for a creature? There's some theories going around. I saw one being based at the experience multiplier, another one that seemed more accurate, which was based on their percent life modifier, based on the data mine information, that is. But what determines the spirit cost for the specters?
It is
I
a
thought it was just determined by designer for every case, isn't it?
no. It is a well, sort of.
Yeah, there are
Generally
audio
speaking,
dropouts.
it is just a some sort of multiplier, or there's some sort of math applied to yes, how much loot or experience it would have given, which we call the effectiveness of a monster, and it is relative to that, which it's not information we hide, so it's not really relevant. It's not like a problem or anything. And then I know I think as it gets up, it kind of squishes it so that you don't get such extreme values. That being said, there are some cases in where we've taken the base monster, made a specter variety of it, and adjusted those numbers slightly to
okay.
either intentionally make it cheaper or intentionally make it more expensive based on other external factors. There's not a huge amount of manual work like that going on. Most of the time, it is just straight up relative to the amount of XP or loot they drop, which I know specters don't. I mean the base monster.
Fair enough.
All right, so we're on to the final section here. We have some rapid fire questions, just a few of these, and we're done.
How do I turn off CC? You click on the YouTube video that I am watching, so you would need to come to my house.
Boys, so we're kind of on the last portion here. In the Q&A rapid fire section, the most common question that I got so far was a perfect jeweler orb drop rate. Are you guys satisfied
my
with
way.
the drop rate of things like greater and perfect jeweler orbs, or did you want to have some adjustment done with these?
I think they are certainly a little bit too low. We're
Really?
increasing them in kind of
Surprised they
various
said that.
ways, but there is at least one other change which I don't know if I've talked about, but right now in O2O, if you use the one that 6-links it, you don't also have to already go 4-link to 5-link to 6-link. So it just
Oh.
bypasses all the steps at least. So at least now when you have the 6-link orb, you don't also need a 5-link orb, and I mean the 4-link orbs are relevant, but you at least don't need that one in between. So that will at least help in that axis, but yeah, I would say they're a tad rare, especially the 5-link. I think that should be a bit more accessible. I don't mind the 6-link.
Well, the 5-link
being...
will become more accessible
Yeah.
by virtue of 6-link.
That's
one.
true. By virtue
Yeah.
of that, it will be,
Yeah.
economically speaking as well.
Mhm.
So yes, yeah, I mean, sure.
All right, that answers that then. Go on, Gazi.
Visual clarity, rares versus blue monsters, being able to spot them without needing to hover over them. Like maybe
Yeah,
a hue around them or something.
be
Is there
nice.
any plans for this?
I'm personally not a fan of the
Yeah.
for now glow thing that PoE1 has. The intention was to make it so the mods would make it visible enough. There might still be a few that need
I
some
have
adjustment.
something I want to try,
Yeah.
which is like, it's going to make it feel a bit more in-world, but I need to try it to know if it's the right answer. It won't be like a, again, just a color shift or a Fresnel. It ends up looking real tacky, honestly.
Mhm.
Rares were always meant to have one mod that is visual. Maybe it's not recognizable immediately, but something that at least can make you say, oh, there's a rare because some skill is going off or it has some visual. Whereas magics do not, which I agree is a problem. So yeah, we need to do something there. Me and an effects artist spoke about something, and we want to test something. And I'll see, but it'd be nice to be able to solve that in a way that doesn't like make it just feel like there's all these colors on your screen, and
Mhm.
you're actually again still caring about what the monster is more so than just like whether or not it's gold, yellow or blue kind of thing.
Mhm.
But again, it did really look tacky. Like.
Mhm. I have a particular hate for Fresnel glows in games. I like people use them because they make things really visually obvious, but yeah, they
I like it. What do you guys think? Like, I like it. I think it's very effective. I don't know why it's disliked. I like it a lot. Chat's pretty split on it. Probably like 60% like it, 70% maybe.
They look lame.
Agreed. So this next question here is a follow up from the previous tavern talk we did. It's about lockstepping. You guys said you were making a hybrid version of it, and so we're kind of curious
sure we
of
are
the
on
status of
hybrid.
that, and if you guys have any information to share about the.
Unfortunately, we haven't had time to
Yeah,
do more
still
on
we
that
just
one.
have no. We don't even have predictive right now, right?
Yeah. So no, it hasn't been done yet.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
There's just no way we're on pure lockstep right now. There can't be. There can't be that we're on lockstep right now. I've desynced like 10 plus times. We must be on hybrid. Nothing else makes sense. I don't understand how. I've never desynced on actual lockstep. And I've definitely desynced. But in PoE1 on lockstep, I've never desynced. So like I'm very confused.
Next question is searching nodes in the
It's basically
passive
TCP
skill
versus
tree.
UDP.
It's currently very hard to see what nodes apply to your search prompt in the passive skill tree. Will this see any improvements?
I 1,000,000% want to improve this. It's a matter of just finding time for the UI programmers to
Make
do
a
so.
red circle.
It is pretty bad. Like, yeah, it especially with the new size as well, with it just being a lot larger. It is pretty awful to try and search for very specific things. Yeah.
The next question
I'll
here.
make-
That is what
I'll make it
says
happen.
right
I
now.
just hopefully it won't take too long, is all.
All right.
So another question that we've seen is about API improvements potentially. For instance,
Thank you,
maybe the current NeverSync can't use this filter where you can't do like tiers 1, 2, and 3. You can't hide them individually. So improvements around that specifically, or additions to API in Gemro. Is there any update on this?
So here's one like.
I suspect the rarity tier of the dropped rares are not exposed to the item filters.
Really? Was that not done?
That's the implication there. I
That is the
suppose.
implication.
That's
I
what
was
I've
actually
heard,
not
yeah.
aware of that. And if it isn't, then we can do that.
Sometimes we just miss the obvious things.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, that would be trivial to add, though. We could probably do that.
There was something we did that was also obvious and very beneficial. Oh no, it was the tier of the skill gems or something. I think we were adding, if not already added,
Right.
as well, because that was another thing you could filter by skill
right.
gem, but not by the
But rarity
tier of
tier should be fine
Yeah.
to add.
it. That should be 100% should be fine to add.
All right. Next question we have is localization improvements, as in different language support. It's been asked by multiple people. Is that something we're looking at for point 2 or forward or future?
I mean, certainly 0 to 0 isn't going to have any extra languages, I believe. I think there was a list of languages that we were planning on adding, but it's not like in the immediate time horizon. Yeah, like there's nothing on 0 to 0 though.
So it's kind of a random question, but currently how hardcore works, because there's no league, there's just the standard, is if you run hardcore SSF and you die, you become softcore SSF,
Yeah.
right? So I'm assuming that if you die in hardcore Dawn, you're going back to the base.
Actually, no. So we are actually going to make it so you go back to the non-hardcore Dawn of the Hunt League, and it's funny because the reason why originally we made it so that hardcore of a league went back to standard instead of back to the lower version is that we actually had people in standard, the league were getting annoyed that people would die in hardcore and then be above them on the ladder. Because the people in hardcore were actually better players at the time. This is a long time ago. People in hardcore were better players than the people not in hardcore, and so we actually made that change because of people getting angry about that. But I think these days that won't be a problem anymore. So it's probably fine to just have that.
Even
be the
if it
case.
is, we could just delist them from the ladder.
Yeah,
for
we
some
could
amount of
probably
time.
delist
What?
top of the
No!
of the
Why
ladder.
why
And
now
then
audio?
someone from hardcore came and went above
To
you.
be fair, like, why would you punish somebody for playing the harder mode and doing better than easy mode? Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, that was the reason that was originally like that.
All right. And next question here, and I'll send it over to Gazi, is visual clarity specifically in regards to delirium affected maps. So sort of in the in-game, you're basically going to be deliriousing most of your maps if you're juicing, and it can be a little monotone in color of the saturation. So
I mean, I'm iterating on this. Like, I literally multiplied the delirium fog intensity by 0.5 yesterday, just as like, now I'm going to look at it again, and then maybe today I need to even lower it further or whatever,
Sure.
like 100%. It should be addressed, at least mitigated, if not all the way addressed in 020, yeah.
oh, excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. Two more rapid fire questions. First one being private leagues. Will we see the possibility of this during the early access stage of the game?
Should be in early access, but not in the near
Okay.
future. We just need the web guys need to get time to sort it out. And once that's done, we'll get it in.
All right. Last question. I would like to circle back to the API question, and that is regarding being able to see your character on the website that we have at PoE1, but it also opens up the possibility for path of building imports.
Yeah, yep. So that is something that is being worked on. Same team. There's, we'll get there soon. I mean, even internally, it would be nice for us to be able to look at characters on the website because, like we can just look at anyone's character as like admins, and that's just nice to be able to do. Just for just for investigating things like why is this character OP and that kind of stuff. So yes, it'd be nice if we had that.
I love that they're doing the.
All right,
hardcore
well,
software
that
change.
pretty much concludes it. I have one fun question for you on the way out the door, which is what do you predict the most commonly played class is going to be for the first week?
Well, obviously the Huntress, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be a million people wanting to try that out. So, yeah, I mean, look,
although he says that, and I do think that'll be the case, but in every single poll, I've seen Lich at #1 by 40%. So I do think Hunters will be played more, but I don't think Lich is out of the running. I'm also considering going Lich.
it'll probably be some ridiculous number like 70% Huntresses or something. I don't know what the number will be, but something like that.
I mean, you would assume so, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, after that,
yeah, after that is
Lich,
is
obviously.
that tougher to understand.
So Amazon or Ritualist then? What are you going with?
Oh, okay, right. You mean in terms of
Yeah.
sanity? Well,
Why
okay.
would
I
that
reckon
be the
Ritualist
choice?
for some reason. I just reckon. But maybe that's just 'cause it appeals to me more. Like,
problem is if I knew why one would be getting way more played than the other, then I would go and solve that.
right. But I mean, to me, it's like I immediately taken the slot.
I'll pick the other one. I'll pick the other one just
Yeah,
because I can't both pick the same.
Yeah.
So I'll pick Amazon,
Right.
and I'll do it just because of the name and the
Yeah.
Diablo 2 association, and I'm just going to
Right.
pray that that everyone just wants to play Javazon.
In my last playtest for the Ritualist, I took the ring slot and then I didn't have a ring in my inventory. So I just forgot about it, and then I was like 20 levels later, I was like, oh crap, I still haven't put a ring on my third ring slot yet. It was like completely pointless. But yeah, hopefully the top do too
It's
many
not
Not
really
even
plays.
as pointless, has the
because
downside.
Because there's a downside. So I was like sacrificing
hindered
I forgot to add the ring. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see who's right come the launch. And thanks for all the time and answering all the questions.
problem.
Anything last you want to say on the way out the door here? We're done now.
I think we're good. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Good.
All right.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thanks
Thanks for your
for
time,
coming.
everybody.
All right.
Thank
Later.
you.
All right, good stuff. There were a lot of good things there, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I think it was a lot of good stuff there. Is this a TLDR of that?
Hi everyone, it's Rap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, pretty good. Fuck, I should make a TLDR too. Although I already made one. Do I even bother? Really good job by Yassi and Darth for the most fight. Yeah. That was fun to watch though. For those that are wondering why I'm excited about that hardcore goes into softcore instead of standard, because somebody was like, but don't you isn't your character effectively dead anyway? Like, do you even care? And the reason I care, it's not weird that you find it confusing, because it's something we didn't even know was a problem until later. Now, a big issue is that standard is very popular for some people, especially real money trading. And an issue with that is, so as particularly with things like Eternal Orbs or Hinekora Locks or anything crafting related, you don't have a way of transferring that from the softcore league to standard until after the league. But what ends up happening is that standard players will play hardcore and they will they will do whatever they can to make the most amount of currency, or they will buy money, like buy currency in the game for real money. So they'll maybe spend like $1,000 to buy like hardcore currency, rip it to standard, and it's worth a lot more on standard because you can only get it by ripping it from hardcore to standard. And we've had that with Hinokor's Lux, we had that with Eternal Orbs and things like that. And the problem with that is on hardcore, you're not as incentivized to make really awesome endgame items. So normally, let's say Hinokor's Luck, to use it normally, they would be 6 divines or something, right? But because of standard, it inflates to 50 to 80 divines. So nobody wants to use them for actually crafting on standard. And they're only being used like, yeah. So effectively, the fact that hardcore goes to standard fucks the hardcore economy for endgame crafting related things. So that's why a lot of us want either hardcore to void, as in you fully lose your character on death, or that it goes to softcore. Is that only a hardcore issue? Yeah. They are never doing void. I don't see it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about void. But they've already fixed the problem by making it go to softcore. They should do this in PoE 1 as well. Softcore is non-league. No, standard is non-league. Softcore is the league. So new leagues, items will go from hardcore to standard, and then in standard, it would be an epic price for the players to play standard when the new league is out. Yeah. Whereas on PoE 2, they've solved this problem. Hopefully this carries into PoE 1. Obviously, like it affects like none of you, right? Because there's like 3 hardcore players in here. But it does suck for us that do enjoy hardcore. And like, as for the ladder issue, I don't know. Like, there are no upsides to playing hardcore. So like, if you're ahead of softcore, softcore should be ahead of us. And they usually are now in Trade League. Standard keeps RMT alive. We should get rid of standard. I don't think we should get rid of standard. Right. I've streamed for 3 hours. So anyways, no, just kidding. I'm not ending. Further plans on the agenda today. Whenever Steel is done watching the video, we are going to do a duo run. Yeah, I'll be playing Hardcore Trade. For sure. I don't like SSF in PoE 2 at all. Is a duo run faster than solo? I have no idea about PoE 2 multiplayer. So like me and Steel went on a walk yesterday and I was like, not necessarily that we're gonna play together at launch, but I was like, do you want to do like a duo test run and just see what multiplayer's like? Because he thinks the buses will be harder. Steel is probably going to take a bit. Well, so I started like 2 hours after him with watching the 2 hour podcast. So I think he will be done in roughly an hour, right? Because it's a 2 hour podcast. So it'll roughly take him, what, 8 hours? He's on the last 20%. What about Last Epoch hype? I'm very excited for Last Epoch. Can we recom fractures? We don't know. We don't know. But yeah, I'm very excited. I can't why. Even the girlfriend's excited. Nice. For PoE 2 or Last Epoch? Last Epoch would have been tomorrow. Yeah. Well, Last Epoch's the 17th first, but what am I gonna play on Last Epoch? Probably Marksman. Did you see the new Jagex game trailer? Yes, I'm getting keys for it. New Jagex game. What was it called again? Dawn? No, what was it called? Dragon? No, I can't remember. Dragon Wild. That looks really cool in my opinion. It looks like a better Valheim. But yeah, they're giving me a key, so I'm excited. It's a 4-player co-op game. It's Valheim, but RuneScape. I'm very excited. Yeah, V-Rising is getting an update at the end of April. I'll probably be doing a V-Rising server. Did you play Enshrouded? No, not that much. What was that game? Dragon Wilds by RuneScape. It's not really RuneScape. It's by Jagex and it's in the RuneScape universe. I am finna play some RuneScape again. I don't understand finna. Why is finna gonna? Why is finna going to? I don't understand it. Somebody explain it to me. I can understand a lot of like the Zoomer language, but I don't understand. Fixing to. But there's no X in it. Why is it not like fixna? Fixna makes more sense.
Brown bag special is firing Ziz's laser.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you for the 4 months. About to. The early 2000s. I know there's so much language stuff I don't get now. Like, what is that get? Charisma. Still weird. I don't know. Zoomers are weird, dude. Zoomers are odd. That means finally. Cap annoys me a lot. For real, for real. I still think the funniest thing of 2023 or 24 was Valkyrie apologizing, making like an unironic like apology video. I thought she blasted the N-word or something the way she was apologizing, but like what she had said that her own moderator was forcing her to apologize for. She had said for real, no cap on a stack, and then made like a 10-minute apology video. And how like she didn't know that it was racist and insensitive and that only black people should say for real. And I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've seen a lot of dumb shit. And that was her own moderator that was forcing her to make this apology video. I was like, fuck me, dude. Probably have like black people watching being like, what the fuck is she talking about? That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. For real, chat.
Pinoxy is firing Ziz's laser. I sincerely apologize for using the word cap in chat earlier.
Pinoxy, thank you for the 11 months. Did she even make a video for that blue light shit? I don't know. I don't know. I would bet you a lot of money that the moderator complaining about this was a 17-year-old white girl. Like, if I'm being completely honest, I'd put money on it. Lumi, thank you for the 51 months. I'm black and I would never tell somebody anything about saying for real. Yeah, I mean, like, literally, this is like, yeah. But put money on that being a 17-year-old white girl. On God, chat. I would have banned that mod. What build are you doing this patch? I am struggling to decide between Amazon, Spectre Summoner, and Blacksmith. I might do Spectres on Blacksmith. I don't know, dude. Can somebody explain under what context for real is racist? I'm truly confused. I think you have to be 17 and run down a staircase face first. Go back up the staircase and repeat it 3 times. Maybe more. You might need a 4th time. I need to go to the bathroom. You need to apologize now? No. Okay, I'll try. Don't do that. I'll be right back. Maybe Steel is done soon, chat. Surely. No, don't do it! Enjoy the music instead. Oh my god, Last Epoch just dropped a bombshell. Did you guys see that? Holy. Holy. This is fucking crazy. Announcing Love Epoch. Hello, travelers. With all the hype surrounding Tombs of the Erased launching April 17th, we felt like this would be the perfect time to tell you about one last Epoch project the studio's been working on. We've seen the Discord over social media, your love for Obobis, and the current trends in gaming, and we think you're going to fall in love. So without further ado, Love Epoch. Love Epoch is a choose-your-own adventure dating simulator in which players will join their favorite character in Last Epoch on an adventure through time in a Terra in search of a place to spend their best date ever. Players are given the opportunity to romance each of the 5 travelers, Grail, Yulia in the base game, with DLC packs available to expand your pool of potential partners. More details on those below. Join your favorite characters as their most trusted companions and earn the keys to their hearts with 21 possible endings. Will you bring the most dashing and deadly to their knees? Will you let your love sweep you up your feet? Protect your allies, defeat your enemies, and say things that would make your real-life partner's eye twitch and get away with it. Travel to all new locations in the world of Atera, as well as some familiar places you already know, and find the perfect spot for your date's night picnic. Have a new romantic build idea? Love Epoch launches with a deep character creation. Every aspect of your character comes with transformative skill trees. Try out the Meet Cute build or Soulmates. Or if you're looking for something a bit more primal, grunting bear noises, growl. We know what you did. Bear sex. We have not yet set a release date for Love Epoch, as the team still has a lot of work to do, but here's what we can share. Love Epoch will be launching with 5 fresh DLC character packs, each with its own unique storylines and interests. The first 2 character packs are Scoundrels, Sweethearts, and Late Bloomers. Struck out with the deadly rogue, but I still have a thing for the dangerous type, the Scoundrel Sweethearts pack is the right move. With characters like Zarek, the assassin of Mayelka, and Alric, the portal-hopping prince, you'll find love in Atera or die trying. Do you need a softer or more experienced, hard to pursue? You're never too old to find true love with the Late Bloomers pack. Love Epoch's a standalone visual novels, but the reward for completing the story only get better. Players should pre-order their copy on Steam and unlock 2 brand new cosmetics waiting for them in the Last Epoch cosmetic shop. The first is a new capybara pet. The second is a new skill cosmetic for the meteor skill. We call it the B-Tior. After the Love Epoch official launch, Last Epoch players will unlock a new cosmetic item in the shop every time they successfully win the heart of a cosmetic of a new character. But remember, some hearts are colder than others, and some are just dead altogether. Upcoming DLC character packs: Divine Dates, Lagon, Araye, Hiore, and Mayasa. Scoundrel Sweethearts, Captain Harold, Alric, Architect Leoth, and Zarek. Late Bloomers, Enemies, and Love Dungeons. That's all for today. Thank you for your wonderful support and feedback throughout the years. Be ready to swoop in and secure your copy of Love Epoch on Steam. In the meantime, don't forget to join us for the Last Epoch Season 2 Tomb of the Erased launching April 17th. I've always wanted to fuck a snake, chat. Let's do it. Oh god, it's real. That's funny as fuck. They put so much effort into this 1st of April joke. To be fair, do you remember when Path of Exile did fucking Battle Royale as a 1st of April joke? Holy. It all started with XCOM. Well, we can do that. We can do that while I'm waiting for Steel to finish. Cause I wanted to do a Displate shout out today. Anyone in chat have Displates? Look at that. Because we can do that now instead of the end of the stream. Because we're I'm waiting for steel. How do you unblue your hair? It just fell out. I got a few. No, I'm poor. Have you considered not being poor? Um, I will hit myself with my display. But yeah, huge shout out to Displate. They're really cool metal posters. We have a lot. We have a lot of Gauntlet ones. I have the Giga one there. We do have that up for sale too. We also have like the side things if you think they're cool. And there's so many like different cool ones from shows you like, games you like, series, books, loads of stuff. They can't figure out how to ship here. Yeah, it's hard. Do they have many from PoE? They don't have an official license with PoE, but I think they're talking to them and working on something. And you can eat them. It's tasty. It's tasty. But yeah, they're really good. And you can use code Zizaran. This is a textura, which is a texture display. So it's kind of similar like foiled. If I shine the light on it, you can see it, right? Can you see it actually? But they're really cool. They're very easy to switch up to. Does it have blue to it? No. I don't know if they have not safe for work displays. I don't think so. You can get custom ones? Oh. But either way, they're really cool. That's very straight. Thank you. It's crooked? No, it's very straight. Yeah, so they're magnets that you put on the wall. They also have a protective film on them, so to like make it fuck up your paint less. So I actually had one there before, and people dared me to take it off on stream when I put up this big one. I did it. It did not take the paint off the wall. So it was good. It is straight. But yeah, they're really cool. Can I connect to smart houses? No, there's no electronics. Brexit, I think that's. But either way, use code Zizaran, buy a display. They're very cool. Thanks for your display for sponsoring the stream. I should get a display of my amethyst. It's more crooked than Bezos. Wait, it is literally completely straight though. It could not be straighter. Chat doesn't know how perspective works. Look at the table. But the table is at an angle. Do you want 4 EA keys to give away for PoE 2? Just ask somebody in chat if they want them. And maybe like DM them to them. I'm gonna steal the amethyst to boost my IRL cameras. The camera is crooked. Are you going on a warrior too? I really haven't decided. I really want patch notes. I really want patch notes. What do I want for questions? So here's what I've written on so far. Obviously, like mine's a post-launch, so my questions will come after launch. Would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? I want to rework this question. Currently unique implicits on caster weapons scale where they are dropped, which makes some things like life spring unusable at high levels. Have you considered having the explicits scale with item level? There, that's better way. Do you have anything straight or anything like over both pictures? If I'm wrong, you get a sub, but that's crooked. Do I have anything straight in my room? I mean, I'm here. I can't like lay over it. The problem is that they aren't like leveled. Like this one is lower than that one. So like I think you're right though, that is slightly crooked. There. Then raise it. Why? I like it where it is. I don't need it to be the same height. Don't trust your eyes, use a level? Why? I don't care that much. Does it matter if it's slightly tilted? Like, who cares? The camera is a bit crooked too, because every time I move it, like my camera will always be a little bit crooked. Why is this mad? I'm not mad. That was so whiny. Wait, what was? I'm doing an interview the 8th after lunch. Does Neon collect shoes? A relative speed of monsters compared to the time our abilities take to set up. For example, Lauren comes rough when you're getting rushed by 600 monsters, so Mach 5. Why is Drowning Orb? Why is the Drowning Orb effect in PoE 2 so subtle? In PoE 1, it makes your screen go like dark and it looks super intimidating. It's very clear, it's deadly. Ignite proliferation taking 2 seconds to proliferate seems a little non-functional. That's fine. Are you happy with bundling Blessed Orb and Divine Orb together? Movement speed is massively different in PoE 2 and PoE 1. You can replace a character's movement speed with Whirling Blades or things like Frostblink. In PoE 2, we cannot, effectively making it a mandatory stat. With that in mind, would you consider removing it as an explicit on boots and making it an implicit? Would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? And currently unique items on caster weapons scale where they are dropped, which makes things like Life Spring unusable at higher levels. Have you considered having the explicit scale? These are my questions so far. Is there anything else I really care about? Okay, I haven't made the video yet, Myro. Cool. I'll try putting it in. Okay, let me know how that goes. Will they do a starter video guide for PoE 2 New League? Yes, but we don't get patch notes until Wednesday evening. So I effectively have 1 day to make guides. So I always give them the questions beforehand because I personally, also thank you for the chair. I personally, I don't like a podcast where I just get told we don't have a good answer for that. So I always give them the questions beforehand. Not to like let them like dictate what questions are asked, but if it's between them like just saying we don't have an answer for that, that just wastes time and doesn't really help me. So yeah, I always it's also like when I give them the questions ahead of time, they won't know everything that I'm asking about, right? It's literally impossible for any of us to know everything in Path of Exile, especially with how much it's changing. So when I have a question and give it to them ahead of time, they were able to ask the appropriate team members like, hey, what's the current state of this? And give me a better question. Do we have convocation in PoE 2? I can't remember. The way minions revive at this moment since the counter revive was reset. Oh, thank you. I had that in my first thing. Well, minions dying continue to reset your resurrect timer. And if so, this can feel incredibly frustrating. No, we don't have convocation. That's what I thought. We have convocation. I sent Steel a message asking if he still wants to do like duo shenanigans. Does anyone know if he's done with the video yet? Convocation can't exist? Why not? Are you allowed to ask many questions? You don't have enough tattoos? True. Like, I can ask whatever question I want. In a question, have they considered reducing or removing the skill speed limit on shield charge lip slam? I don't care about that. If anything, I'd want to ask, like, is it really necessary for everything on warrior to slow it down? Why are we hating on Gazi? I don't think making a joke about Gazi caring about minion things is hating on him. Alright. I'm forcing Steel to stay online and play with me. I think he was gonna go off, but I'm like, no! We are playing now! No short stream, Steel. I don't know if a full-blown auction house would fix the issue of trading. Well, it would fix the issues we're currently having. We would have new ones. But Steel is short, so it is a short stream. True. True. But yeah, he's gonna get coffee. I'll run some ads now then. So you guys have no ads for the first bit. Bind on trade meta? I don't know why they seem against an in-game auction house. You don't, actually? There's a lot of downsides to it. It completely can ruin an economy. It does in a lot of games. I'd like to play Bleed build this way, but I don't have Amazon's better than Ritual. Any idea? Nope. We have no idea on anything until we see we have no idea on anything until we see patch notes. And we don't get patch notes until the day before. So expect a lot less like pre-made ready guides to play. What's your opinion on Steel Mage's Twitch title? Carrying Zizaran in hardcore practice run. I mean, everybody wants to be a hero, chat. Everybody wants to be a hero. Auction house allows trade bots so much more easily bottlenecks and control the neck. Yeah. It does like really fuck it. Yeah, Thursday New Zealand time's a Wednesday. Thursday's the last day, so one day. Love Crohan, thank you. I appreciate it. For me, I'm between blacksmith, lich, and a huntress. What if one of you dies? So we're not gonna play together at launch necessarily. This is just like we were just talking about it while walking that we have no idea what multiplayer PoE2 looks like. We haven't tried at all. But yeah, I want to play hardcore trade at actual lunch. What do I practice? I've already practiced warrior. And I am thinking about playing lich. So maybe I practice witch, because I know he hasn't practiced.
Cast you out for your forbidden pursuits. Your twisted necromancy ends here. At the end of speak your last. What? The witch is escaping. Kill her.
I mean, I love specters. There's a big chance. Do I wait here or do I wait in town? I guess I wait in town for him, right? Here? But can you be multiplayer from here?
I will not join the dead today.
You can't do the first one as a party. Okay, let's go to town then.
By the first ones. You're alive.
Let's go to town.
I would appreciate it if you could.
I can't remember what my normal filter was.
The dead rise.
Maybe this is sis.
Oh, I'm going to
That's probably not it. Which maybe? Hello?
Hello.
How you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing the first zone real quick. I have already practiced warrior a little bit. So I figured I would do a witch run just in case I want to play lich.
You're just practicing your blacksmith thingy and the other one, right? Is that right?
Well, no, because if I go blacksmith, I would probably run spears. So I can't really practice what I want to do anyway.
Wrong. Now, to be clear,
Ababa?
I haven't played PoE2 in a billion years. And so are we mostly just like seeing how it feels to play multiplayer?
I am not trying to
necessarily-
go fast at all.
I welcome it.
Okay, we're just like testing it out to see how it feels to play together because we want to play hardcore trade basically. So that's the idea.
Yeah, I just want to see like if it feels like super vibe on to play duo, then like I would consider that a lunch. But I just want to see like I have no idea, right? Like what it's like.
Yeah, neither.
So I don't know. Whatever you think like would be maybe similar to something you'd want to play at lunch.
I got no idea.
Yeah, same. I really
Maybe I'll
want to
just
see
do
patch
monk.
notes. Yeah,
Well, maybe I should pick something less awful for Act 1.
it doesn't matter. It's also let's make a standard character.
Alright.
The miller, I presume.
I barely remember how to even like WASD and stuff, dude.
Yeah, I was initially trying to mouse and keyboard for that reason, but it was pretty rough to be honest. And like
Maybe I'll just do
literally,
Ranger.
so I did a coaching session with Angormis, and I actually felt like I felt like I was playing the game for the first time. It was really rough. Like I was shocked how rusty I was. It's not okay now though. I can probably do like a 3.5 hour, 4 hour campaign, or like not campaign, Act 3.
Hey chat, what should I play? Also, did you want to while we're experimenting together? Did you want to try the Twitch thing? You know how you can like combine streams or some shit? No, you've already tried this with Helena.
I've tried it. We can do it. I've never done it with you. It's just like it does combine chats. Well, we don't have to do the combined chat feature, to be fair.
Well, you can separate them?
Yes.
Hmm.
Let me...
We don't have to. I was just
no,
thinking,
no. Like we
we're
can
just
definitely
fucking fan,
do
right?
that thing. I just the chat thing. I'm not 100% sold on. Let me invite you. It'll pop up in your notification thing.
We're gonna merge chat. We're gonna merge together.
I mean, we can try it once if you want. I'd be down. Favorite steel mage. And boom. Don't let those steel chatters in here.
Okay, well, it came up with a notification, but it didn't actually like give me like a thing to click.
If you click the notification, it should put you in.
Did it work, chat? I don't think it did.
No. I'll try inviting you again. Awaiting response. You invited Steel Mage.
Click to accept. Get started.
Perfect. So I mute my like microphone and audio because I think we're on Discord anyway, so I don't care. And then now, it counts as both those having 5k viewers for the directories.
Oh my god, legal view botting.
Yeah, basically, they're elaborating. They're encouraging collabs, so it'll total our viewership for the directory.
Oh my god.
So it is strong for that. So like right now, I think so at least. Let me go see. Yeah, that is what it does. So
Holy
right
shit,
now
guys.
we have 4.8k viewers when it updates the directory.
Yeah, legal view botting.
Sort
And
of.
does chat need to do anything?
No. So now
I'm
we have the
using this
option of
thing.
clicking start sharing chat, and then I mean, we can try it and you can see what it's like because we can turn it off if we don't want to.
You want to try it for like... Wait, will chat also see the shared chat or just you and me?
Yeah, everyone will see it.
You want to try it?
Sure, let's try it for like...
just a little bit. Just for like 5 minutes or something. Oh shit, like it refreshed everything. Oh my god.
What's that
Wait,
stench?
it gives little icons. Chat,
Scatter.
me viewers, get them. Spam some emotes. Yeah.
Wait, is this Ixis's worst nightmare?
Oh, yeah, this is funny ass. Get him! Fight!
All right,
Spam from behind.
Fight them. Sis, viewers, spam smiley face.
Spam from behind. With a bigger emote. We'll beat them with size. From behind. Yeah, look at him.
I don't see emotes
you got
anymore
me.
because like PTTV, 72, they're all dead. Like they died.
They work for me.
Well, they don't work for me.
Oh no.
That's really sad. That's actually devastating.
Wait, you can fix it though, right?
So it's like a problem on their end. A lot of people are having issues with it at the moment.
Oh no. So I've got like legacy like OP chat. Oh shit. You want to see my stream for a sec?
Sure.
Look, look at my.
I don't see
Alright,
anything.
I'll mute my. Wait. On my stream?
Oh, I didn't. I thought you were gonna show me on Discord. Hold on. Oh, I see. That's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Wait, is that the from behind emote?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it does basically. Like anyone from your stream will have the Steel Mage icon, and anyone. I wonder, can you at people? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
try
can
it.
add people in your chat.
Oh shit! Wait, who should I add in your chat, Matiki?
Sure.
Oh, man with hat. I see man with hat.
And it'll be shared
there's
moderation, so my moderators can ban your viewers. Your moderators can ban my
Oh.
viewers.
Oh god. Well, I don't ban anyone. So behave, boys. Behave. 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 Hey. Shit. Shit.
Scatter.
Wait, we do this for a little bit, and if it gets annoying, you just turn it off, okay?
Sure.
All right. I'm just gonna do ranger. Standard.
Dude, I timed it perfectly, by the way. Like, with the React video, I was like, this is 2-hour videos. It'll take Steel roughly 6 hours to get through it. And then it was perfect.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Wait, to be clear, now talking to my chat for a second, but I guess your chat too now. I don't dislike Gazzy, and I'm just mostly memeing about the minion question thing. Okay? It's just funny to meme. Okay.
Surely.
Yeah, because he asked at a minion segment. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's mostly meme. I don't dislike Gazzy. All right, mostly meme.
Mostly meme. That's funny.
Mostly.
Yeah, so now we're displayed in the browse category as Twitch as 4,900 viewers. So instead of being like top 100, top 120 streamers in the browse category, we're now displayed as like top 40. It's kind of OP.
Illegal viewboarding. And is there a limit to how many people you can have on here?
I don't know.
Can we become one giant entity of PoE?
PoE sec. It's like 8.
Oh shit. Oh, so wait, you said standard. Did you mean standard or standard hardcore?
I did standard.
Oh, okay. But we're just gonna pretend it's hardcore.
Well, I figured we would just. I don't think we need to pretend it's hardcore. I don't think we need to start over. I think this is just like a vibe check.
Oh, you just wanted to play with me. I thought you wanted to. I was so scared. I thought you wanted to practice hardcore, as in like in hardcore.
No, I just want to like vibe check playing together.
I was so scared.
I found a blue bow.
That's hot. I haven't set up my hotkeys or anything.
I'm like, yeah. Can't remember if I start with Contagion or Skeletal Sniper. So I will play like an idiot too. I'll do Contagion.
What do you mean 2?
That you're an idiot. What do you mean? Like, was there any ambiguity there?
What the fuck?
Oh, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love playing together already.
Am I gonna get to town and you just like kid it out?
Oh, so, okay. I have 145,500 gold effectively. So I'm basically trying to figure out what my new 0 is. That's actually 145,400.
I have too much gold to like manage.
Well, you just like make a number as your new 0.
6.724 bajillion.
Wait, how much do you have?
6.7 million something.
Oh, wow.
I forgot how to play this game.
Same. Wait, so do you have more money in real life or in game? Real life, right?
Did you say 6.7 million? Dude, I wish. Well, Jesus.
He wishes he had that little chat so he wouldn't have to pay that much tax.
Is that how much money you made from the subathon? 6.7 million? That's right. That's right. Got him. Got it. Cooked his ass.
Let's see.
It's not time to kill them all yet.
Did Steel lose so much weight?
Hey, Timbo, is that Timbo? Is in like, because Timbo also had his own weight loss things a million years ago. He knows, dude. He's a Noah.
Here, check this out.
Hot.
So technically, if we figure this out, there would be a way for us to share cameras through Guest Star, which I think a lot of people do, but I can't be fucked setting that up.
I mean, aren't we like experimenting together?
Yeah.
You don't want to experiment? Even if it doesn't work, who cares, right? But if we don't even try.
Fine. It's just, it'll lower the quality.
Leech
I
just
really, ideally,
resubscribed for
should
2
figure
months.
out like the OBS virtual camera, but I don't fucking...
You might have to do it first and then tell me what to do.
I don't know how the virtual camera works, so I'm just gonna disable my camera link in OBS and then try turning it on. Choose a
but it's gonna make-
webcam.
I see what you mean.
Show on your stream. Copy the browser URL. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Wait, hold up. This could be really cool. What's this feature called again? Guest star. Cameras. Wait, that could be really cool actually. Turn on the toggle to include your camera in the browser source. Oh, okay. This is really cool. Never mind. I take it back.
Wait, I have your camera now.
Yeah, you need to, you haven't turned on your camera yet. And then you have to click add my camera in the bottom left.
I tried to turn on my camera. Turn on the toggle to include your camera in the browser source.
That works for me.
Include my camera. Did I do it? Oh, it's like delayed though.
Is it? Oh, it is a little bit delayed. Is it delayed to the
It's
audio
tiny
though?
bit. It would be, right? Yeah, it would be.
Oh,
'Cause
I think we have to use the audio on that then.
I guess we could try.
Okay, I'm gonna mute Discord. Hello? Okay. Hmm. Okay. It doesn't do my camera now. I see your camera, but not mine. Wait, can you hear me? Can Steel's chat hear me? I know you guys can. I think we restart. Okay, let me try. Steel Mage. Send invite. Hello. Can you hear me? I see your camera lighting up, but I don't... Oh, I hear you. Hello. Um... Hello. Hello, my name is Zizaran. Hello. Yeah, I don't know. It shouldn't be. Uh, hmm. I think surely the cameras will always be delayed. Right? Like surely. Like surely with this, my camera will always be delayed compared to how I'm speaking. Okay. Honestly, not a terrible feature though. Yes. So that is... Mine is surprisingly good quality for what it is. We're basically handshakeage. It looks fine to me, but... If anything, it looks a little bit blurry. No, but I think you look better on my stream than on your stream. I don't know why. Right? I have both streams open and you look better on mine than on yours. I don't know why. You look way better on my stream. Yeah. We can share the source. Here, try that. That's That's weird. That's so weird. What a better source. Oh, shit. Okay. I just realized a big issue with this. I need to do this in Opera. My YouTube currently doesn't hear you at all. Thankfully, I am logged into this on Opera. So, wait, this isn't even on Opera though. No, it is. It is. Okay, that should be fine. I just need to rejoin on Opera. Be right back then. Where is my creator dashboard? Stream Together only supports Chrome and Firefox for now. We are expanding access to more browsers soon. That's funny. Fuck. Can I do it on Chrome? I'm happen to be.
What is this?
Can YouTube hear this? I don't know if YouTube can hear it. I can maybe fix it real quick though. Do I remember how I set this up? Opera's the default, Chrome's the default, Firefox different. They might actually be able to hear this. Hello? Okay, I'm gonna restart it one last time. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can YouTube hear you?
Hi YouTube. YouTube spam 6 or some shit. I don't know. Just say some shit, I guess. You got this, YouTube. Does
I
it
can hear
work?
both now. Okay, perfect. I fixed it.
It's not time to kill them all.
Oh. The bad camera is back now for me. That's bullshit.
That's weird because I think you look fine on mine.
Can you link your source again?
But
but
it's the
it should be
same.
the
I haven't
same
changed
link.
it. It's the same link.
How the fuck?
No,
How
you're
does that
using
make
the wrong
sense?
one though. You must be using the wrong one. Because like,
Nope.
you must be using a different link because our cameras are swapped. Here, I'll link it
Well,
again.
damn, but it was...
Well, like our cameras are swapped on our stream, so
Maybe I can't be left side, yeah.
weird.
Oh. Okay, works kind of. I guess I just have to be this way, chat. I can do this, but then it's gonna be slightly cursed. Hey, do you think I should just be cursed?
Wait, why do you care about who's where?
No, ego?
Am I missing something?
Yeah, I gotta be on the left.
Why?
On my stream, I go on the left. On your stream, you go on the left as well.
Well, I don't care about why though.
Because left is the spot, dude.
Yeah. Says your audio's delayed?
No
Yeah.
shared chat.
There's no way to have audio not be delayed.
Oh yeah, what happened to the shared chat? Did it die?
Oh, I forgot to turn it back on.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just be this way. Alright. Alright. Well, I mean, this is good experimentation. We figured out some things.
Yeah.
Nah, this season isn't up yet. This is cool though. What I like about it though is I can chat with chat and not like ignore chat because I'm like talking to my chat and not your chat.
True.
Our chats are just the same now.
It's one chat. They're so awkward. No, we're not.
No, we're not awkward. Wait, unless you mean chat's awkward? We're not awkward.
We're not awkward. You're awkward. Yep.
Yeah.
High five.
See? This is great.
All right. I mean, it's a fun test.
Wait,
it's a fun test.
Wait, we can high five for real though. Look. You ready?
Oh wait, you're over
no,
here.
other way. Hey.
High five. Okay, now we're awkward. All right, I'm gonna try minions.
All right, I'm just gonna set up my flasks, and then I can probably figure out the rest. Oh no, I actually do have to set up my keybinds in a not shit way because of Okay, we'll hold the fun then. I might as well do this now. Just give me a few more.
Yeah, no
seconds.
problem. Can I turn down steel? Fuck, I don't know. Maybe that turned him down a little bit.
Oh, I'm loud in a bad way for you.
No, I mean, you sound very normal for me, but I think you're a bit loud for chat. I think it's fine.
It's not time to kill them all yet.
Yo, we can listen to a shared playlist.
What? Just have the stream be the literal exactly the same?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Do it. Send it.
Okay, one sec. Wait, how do commands work? Here, click that link.
No way. Wait. What if I type playlist?
Wasn't cool.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, this is yours. That's so cool. Okay. Click mine and then let me know when you're ready to click for Toto Africa.
Oh, I think I need to go to like... Shit, I can't remember. Was I using Edge to split my audio? Because I just use Spotify normally. This might take me a second just to like fuck around with it.
I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Alright, you guys can hear that, right? It's just a bit quiet. No. Why not? Wait, why not though? Oh. We good? I think if the way chat emotes work is if you type like a thing and you have the thing, it should work, right? I guess not, maybe. What's a Ziz only emote that I wouldn't have? Yeah, give me some Ziz emotes. No, you don't. You're not meant to be hearing a song. Only my chat can hear. But this is gonna play the same song at the same time.
Hello.
What's a Ziz emote that my chat wouldn't see? Like one that's from 7TV.
Oh. Ooh. Oh shit. No, but that's a sub emote.
Yeah.
What do I have enabled that you don't? I don't know. I don't do as many emotes as you. Also, a big issue is I haven't seen emotes for a week and a half. So.
Oh yeah. Is this cool an emote then? Because I don't see this cool.
Yeah.
Hap? Oh, I don't see Hap.
Oh yeah, I have Hap. Hap is awesome.
So I don't see it, but you see it.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Well, I only see it in one of my chats. I generally.
Well, to be fair, we do share a lot of emotes, so I guess it's fine mostly.
Yeah.
Okay, you wanted to do the song, right?
Yeah, you ready?
Give us a countdown. Yep.
1, 2, 3. Nice.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's go.
All right.
The practice is for what? Nothing. We're just vibe checking how multiplayer PO2 is.
Yeah. Because we're gonna play hardcore trade in theory, and there
I'm
might be some
definitely
multiplayer
playing
shenanigans.
hardcore trade.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I want to. I'm just.
I
as
did
brave as
not
you.
have a good experience on SSF trying to chase items. I could see myself playing hardcore trade eventually. I mean, SSF eventually.
Oh, is Mana always this rough at the beginning?
Yeah.
Shit, do I have to like... Okay, I got the auto tag, I guess.
There are some cool things you can do too. With like, Tactician, right? Adds like things to minions. So does Huntress actually.
Oh, look, your minion's like trying to tank, but not really.
Yeah. I definitely think if I'm playing multiplayer at all, I think I'd want to be minions. I think it works really well with other people. Oh! Wait, I can revive you, right? I can revive you.
Yeah. Well,
how do I
not
revive?
hardcore,
but... Oh.
Well, if this is hardcore, I'd be dead.
Imagine if you could rest on hardcore. Oh god, I aggroed a witch. This is bad. I will get you up. I just want to kill this witch. She's scary. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna get you now. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Target my minions. Oh my god, she's just machine gunning me down. Oh my god.
Well, you wouldn't have this problem in hardcore.
That's
I would
true.
just be dead.
That's true.
Okay, I'll just not be shit this time. I was just warming up, you know? I didn't get coached by Angormus, okay?
That's fair. It actually helped. I did not know about all the animation canceling tips. Oh! I got obliterated.
Oh no! Oh, brother, help me! Brother, I was frozen.
How have we finished gauntlets?
Dude, I don't know if I want to play hardcore. Man.
Do you want to like just like stay in softcore?
For now, yeah, but oh, I get it. I didn't even know she had all these mechanics.
No, same. I feel like she's doing more damage in multiplayer, but I don't think she is.
No.
She's so tanky with 2-player.
Oh, it's because she doesn't just have double HP. That's right. That's bullshit though.
What do you mean? What else
I
does
don't
she...
know,
Oh! What else does she have?
No, she has like 150% more HP or some bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they did it. I forgot. No, it's 220, chat said. Is it actually 220? Ah, dude. They made multiplayer fucked, eh? I think we can keep playing for now, but that was enough for me to question everything, I think.
Okay, I definitely think we level up before Devour.
Yeah.
What happens with things like the chest here that gives a guaranteed skill gem?
I assume we get 2 gems. If we don't, that's
Let's go
gonna
check.
be a bit of a
Let's
bad
go find
vibe.
it. It has checkpoints by the door here anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't pause though. Wait, if we both hit escape, does it pause?
Yep.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. Pause.
Shit.
That's fun.
Wait, so you wanted the chest though, right? So
Yeah, it's on the
go
left
I
then.
guess. Yeah.
Literally what me and my friend did on the A lounge, we screamed pause.
Oh my god. Pause! 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 Pause!
I actually paused.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, we did get to.
Yeah. Nice. And then we can checkpoint to the Devourer.
Oh, I figured we were going Roguewood.
No. It'd be funnier this way. At this
Okay.
point, I'm committed to the meme.
Okay.
The meme.
I got a damage upgrade. Oh, wait, hold up. Yeah, I've been inting a little bit. Alright. I probably shouldn't have started. Oh, I don't even have Contagion on my bar. Yeah, I've been inting a little bit. Okay, we're a lot stronger now. Can I join your
it's his fault.
party? I'm just trying to do it at the moment. Hi, bro. Do you have any fire?
So, what did you just say? I could only hear like cat noises. Are you speaking to like a cat or something?
Meow, 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 meow.
I do come from a land down under. You know, it is fun. It's definitely not easier though, I think.
I definitely don't think it's easier. But it is pretty content.
Yeah.
Did you see that they're letting like we go to softcore when we die, not standard? I really hope they do that in PoE 1.
Oh, you really think they would like go back on it because the reason is applicable to both games?
Yeah. I'm gonna bring it up
That
on my podcast.
hardcore players basically suck now? That's what they said, right?
Well, I think if that's what they were like considering a reason not to do it, I don't think that's a huge issue, right? The economy difference on softcore, like it's pretty hard for hardcore to beat. Like hardcore SSF.
Wait,
beats
do I
softcore
body block
SSF.
you?
Yeah. That's awful.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
No way, you can't get through?
I can roll.
Unless you dodge roll?
Yeah.
Wow. You definitely wouldn't want to both be like melee then or some shit.
I will play Summoner if we're playing together. Oh shit.
Showing this new guy around and sharing the stream. Thanks. Oh, is this carried the shit out of me though, for real? Like, for real, for real.
No, we're good.
Not even a meme. Uh-oh. You know, what I'm realizing is PvE2 is a lot more fun when you have like some amount of gear.
Yeah.
Because I haven't fresh started in a long time.
It's very, very hard to fresh start. Because I've been doing some practice runs and I'm like, yeah, I agree. And like the difference, like if I had a fire skill right now, it would be very different as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh god. And like these little minions, oh they do give me summons, that's good.
I really think they should nerf the life scaling. This is a bit much for level 1.
This is a proper, yeah, I mean, I would definitely want to overlevel for this. But to be fair though, you do get a lot more like room for dodging and stuff.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, huge.
I guess we share lit though. That is kind of cool.
Damn. Wait, oh! And like, look at this, right? The scepter is allies in your radius. I'm gonna give you so much damage.
Oh,
so you will
that's
now,
why.
you get now 1 to 4 added fizz and 1 to 7 added lightning and 14 accuracy and life regen.
Okay, I like this. I'm liking the summoner thing.
I would play summoner if I'm playing
duo.
duo.
Months. 4 years of watching Ziz carry steel.
Thank you for the subs, guys. Thank you so much.
Wait, chat, am I supposed to use Frost Bomb because Frost Bomb is OP? Is it actually OP enough to justify using?
You don't want a crossbow, right? I just wonder it.
I'm assuming, yeah, no, because I need lightning rod, so no. You do want it? Alright, I'm gonna use Frost Bomb, I guess.
Oh, and we can check vendor for each other. So I'll check for like crazy bows. There's no MS boots.
Take a look. Till next time.
Cold Heart Viking is firing Ziz's laser.
Thanks so much.
Do you want to dual scepters?
You can. That's
right. So you just need a shield, and there's no good shields.
Yeah, there is. And early on I use a wand anyway. But yeah, I will want a shield pretty early. There is like a... I don't think it's better than all the flat though. There's a +1 minion and 30% increased damage allies, but I think the flat's better early. Until I get like a Giga Spirit one. Oh yeah, we get a support now. Ah, oh, dude, I can't remember like what I did early. Did I do I think it's multi-proj. Which I can't remember the name of. Scatter. It's fun seeing Sis play with his wife. Alright, I guess we just go into Clarefell and then checkpoint to the end.
Yep.
Grelwood.
Makes sense. Use Orb Storms.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea to try.
Well, I'll benefit from Flame Wall when you use it, so.
Yeah. Cool. What level is Spectres? Do we know yet? It's like 28?
If it's good, it's probably like level 50 something. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, we didn't die, did we?
Did you die yet?
Why are you laughing? I don't get it.
No reason.
That's kind of cool. If I kill stuff, do you get summons from the upheaval thingy?
Yeah. Like, yeah.
That's cool.
I can use the corpses of things you kill. So I don't have to deal the killing blow. There's just a big corpse there.
I'm seeing some synergy.
Honestly, kind of vibe on. And like, look at our damage now that I have the flat stuff on my scepter.
Right, stand, let's see.
Yeah, check the range on it.
37. Okay. Wow, you give me 50% more damage. And it's pretty far range, honestly.
I guess we want to grab the waypoint here.
Waypoint, yeah. You're right.
I wonder if both of us... Waypoints we probably both have to grab, but not checkpoints.
Yeah, you're right. We're just practicing to like mess around a little bit. Because I mean, the difference here is we can now play PoE2 before it comes out. So we can actually like test shit like this. We couldn't do that last time. We just had to go in raw.
Yeah, we've never played multiplayer in PoE2, so we were talking about it on a walk last night. Like, what is multiplayer PoE2 like?
Yeah. I totally forgot that it wasn't just 50% more life. It's like some astronomical number.
Yeah.
So you would need to synergize.
Yep.
Which is kind of interesting. But you can, because your minion stuff is bigger.
So there's a lot of synergy between a lot of different builds as long as one person's a summoner, because on top of like this, and there's actually sort of double synergy, because I will be able to use like the summon beast thing, so we get a very, very strong aura pet. But technically you will be able to too, so we could have 2 super strong aura monsters. That'll affect both of them will affect you, and all of them will affect our minions.
It's like already so much better.
Yeah. Short bow.
Oh, can we change loot allocation?
Yeah. There, I put it free for all.
Sweet as.
Grab the glove, it could have a foot for you.
It still feels weird because I've just come from PoE, right? And Hero Siege, and now I don't have a movement skill again. It's hard to get used to.
Yeah, one of the things I want to ask in my interview is like if they would consider adding movement speed implicit on boots instead of as an affix. Because
oh, that's interesting. You can advertise in my stream technically.
Oh yeah.
Which might not be even. I mean, we share a lot of sponsors anyway.
Yeah.
Just interesting.
When is the interview? 8th of April, so after lunch. Kind of should find Ariadne. Oh, this is a dead end. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you know this, because it was mind-blowing to me. I didn't know until Angorbis told me. Did you know that there's a layout difference between softcore and hardcore, and solo self-found hardcore and solo self-found softcore?
I knew about leagues. Yeah, but only for the purposes mostly of like the starting like strand thing or whatever. But I guess that applies to everything.
Hi, Pestily. It's crazy. So the difference between hardcore SSF and softcore SSF is effectively the layouts are mirrored. So if you always feel like you know a layout, like you're like, oh, I have to go top left in this one, it'll be the opposite. It'll be like top right or bottom right. Like for example, in Grelwood on hardcore SSF, it's almost always like bottom right or like on the right side.
Yo, chats. I love saying that, by the way. Any ranger skills or skills that I could use that would benefit Ziz's minions in some way? I know I can shock, which is kind of cool. That'll give you extra damage. Stormcaller arrow. I don't even know what that is, I'm gonna be real. Guess I'm about to find out.
Maybe it's all the way at the top. No. I feel like we've like seen almost everything. Fair leveling is good for us though. I think it chunked me. Things don't do more damage because we're multiplier, right?
No.
You could gas arrow and he could flame wall SRS. True. Oh, here's our Agni's hut. We should do that for the potions.
Yep. Yeah, I'll probably do gas arrow, yeah.
A sister in the Grellwood. Curious. You tarried
Nice.
long, dear sister.
I don't know. I guess he could just be top right. Mid last. Oh. I mean that. +2 all the tributes. Oh, I see it. We're a bit unlucky. It's like in a tiny spot. Here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Man, I like
Toxic.
can't remember what support gems I was using.
I don't remember anything either. And apparently leveling meta has changed for Ranger anyway.
And rust
I've never even used Stormcall Arrow before.
in abundance.
Is there any tech with Stormcall Arrow chats? Are you supposed to like overstorms it still? Or lightning rod it?
Probably, yeah,
Anything?
yeah. I think you do.
Marshall scanner for clear. Okay. Yeah, leveling meta has changed since a lot of people played last because of the races. People like min-maxed it to the point
Yeah.
of figuring out crazy tech.
That was really cool.
Like every single class shield charges now, right? And
That
leap
makes
slams
sense.
to cancel.
Yeah, like the block meta for Leap Slam is I did not know about it. That's crazy.
What's the block meta for leap
So
slam?
when you're leap slamming, if you block as you're landing, you're canceling the landing animation and it makes it a lot faster.
I'm gonna have to try this out. I don't even know what that means.
So like
Like
when
raise
you
shield?
leap slam normally, yeah. So like when you leap slam normally, there's like a oomph when you land, like your character like superhero lands and sort of like recovers a little bit. But if you block when you're landing, it removes that and you just like go on.
Wow.
Yeah. So you have to block every single time you leap slam and then you just chain leap slam.
Wait, so can you see subs as well?
Yeah, I
Like,
see them in chat, but I don't
fashion
get an alert.
Ah. Well, thanks, Fashion Ape. Which both chats can see now. That's cool. Oh, dude, that'd be annoying for me because you get like 5 trillion bajillion subs on League Start probably.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Wait, can I thank your subs? Wait, someone in Ziz's chat sub. I want to see if I see it.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Smart.
Yeah. Well, I also just want to see though.
Shameless.
Do it. Do it. Give my landlord money one time.
I'm
real
actually
quick.
playing without a filter in the start because most of my filters are too harsh for a fresh start.
Same.
Someone gift 100 subs. Just want to test, guys.
Oh,
Bears underscore.
Bear
Yeah.
subscribed
Firing laser.
Prime.
Lol.
Thanks, Bear. Oh shit,
Thank
that's
you.
cool. I feel like the stream together thing, you'd have to be friends with somebody. Like,
I've seen a lot
It's
of
kinda
Tarkov
personal,
streamers
you
use
know?
it.
it's kind of personal, you know. It's like
I should
see
have met him with
subs and-
Dex. Hey, these are good for you.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. If I didn't run ads,
Mr_Baguette47
I guess,
is
I mean, it's not
firing
that
Ziz's
different though.
laser.
That's not that different. I also pre-run ads on
I-
lunch.
Yeah. Also, I'm probably gonna start running ads anyway.
I heard,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Baguette.
I changed. It's more like life changes, you know?
It does. So how does it gold work? Do we both see gold? Like I saw 3 gold drop
I see
there
3
now.
gold.
2, 1.
2 gold. Yeah. But do we both? Wait, I think you can pick it up and I can pick it up. Wait, yeah, yeah.
Wait, you pick up that gold.
Okay.
Oh, we can both pick it up. It's shared. Like it doesn't disappear when
Yeah.
you run over it.
Because this game is personal loot. Holy.
Yeah.
But only for gold, I guess.
Damn, I don't have to +7 strength, but I really want dex though. Oh, so much strength plus.
It feels totally fine now, but that first boss was just the most brutal thing.
Oh, I actually think the last one is here on this side because it's by the lake.
Yeah.
I also like. I wanted to test a few different things because I have no idea what's going to be like good or bad after the patch notes. Like the bone shatter stuff is nuts. Oh, it's not here. Like on this boss with bone shatter, you can pull shit in and literally one-shot the boss.
Yeah, I saw. I did watch the first race. I feel like I didn't watch the second or the third one because it was a repeat of the first one.
You check up, I check down.
Oh yeah, double the coverage of exploration.
I do want to stay together a lot though because the auras. Yeah, we'll have shared auras too. It's not done here.
Yeah, it's on me. You can checkpoint. I think.
There's no checkpoint here.
Is that what?
Yeah, once I get the checkpoint.
Right. I can probably start it solo. Let's see how it goes. Science.
This is science.
Oh, this is the boss. I'm stupid.
No, there's no checkpoint up here with you. Yes, that is the boss.
I think you do a lot more damage than me.
I think I make you do a lot of damage. I genuinely think it's a pretty good synergy with a lot of things. I also provide like a lot of soak from the minions. Oh,
yeah, you do.
There's a bow there. Damn.
I'm a minion. I'm a minion.
You are actually a minion. You're an advanced minion. Oh, I just realized there's a artisan thing there that I should have. Yeah, we can use the salvage bench now, I guess, even though we wouldn't actually.
If I would ask, here's what I've got.
The tree must bend to my will now.
Okay.
Do you have 8 strength?
Yeah, I have 16.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Huge, thanks. Do you want my life regen boots?
Sure.
Okay, I guess we've talked to her. I'm just gonna check Una real quick, see if there's any crazy. No, there's not. +1 level of all spell skills. I can't remember if that affects my minions. I feel like it doesn't.
You can just buy it. You just buy it anyway. You're a billionaire, right?
Yeah, true, but I was gonna try not to use.
Cheat a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. It does not.
F.
Yeah.
Stay safe if you can. Finn makes fun of my collection.
Right.
Bye.
Alright. We're going the... Oh yeah, Railroad quest.
I should have wrote down the supports and shit for this.
Wait, have you done
Hey,
the
Marshall,
quest?
I thought I did.
I haven't done the rune spikes yet.
Oh, to put it in the hole.
Good. Now the others. Do as I command. Release this shade
Sorry.
to my service.
Oh, is it at the waypoint?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like literally. I'm a noob now.
Oh,
GG.
okay. No, that's fine. I thought you had done it already.
Stay safe if you can.
Okay. I'm in the room
I guess I
title.
should be blue buttoning more.
Yes, I keep forgetting about that too.
You can progress without me, right?
I don't... I mean, I think I can, yeah.
The old magic still thrives. The way's open.
I assume so. I should do a lot more damage now. Once I get Firewall, we should do very high damage, I think.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is Stormcall like explosive arrow but lightning?
Yeah.
That's cool, actually.
Pretty
I
much.
guess the idea is it's less damage, but I mean more damage, but clunkier to play, so people
Yeah.
don't play it in game.
I'm so happy that they made like my minions teleport to me when I walk to the edge of the screen instead of just die.
Yeah, this. I mean, PoE 2 got so much better than launch. Launch was rough.
Launch was really bad. Steel is mad.
Aware. Yeah, I suppose I can talk to your chat. That's kind of cool.
Uh-huh.
My launch experience was depression.
Actually. I think I was a little bit happier than you, but like you looked very sad.
I struggled. I was humbled, basically. I realized I'm not that good at video games. Holy shit. I felt better though, knowing Ben was also struggling. Is that fucked up?
No, I think a lot of people found
Because
comfort
Ben did
in
what I
that.
did. We both played Archmage, but Archmage with no gear is completely unplayable. At that, because there was literally no gear, by the way. Like, not even like we had negative resistances, so it's like actually unplayable.
Should we? I kind of want to kill the druid, so let's get the waypoint and then go back.
Yeah. When Ben is also quitting, like, because he also did what I did. He also quit on the Sork. So when Ben is giving up, I think we can be like, yeah, that was rough. Like,
I mean, we had like no gear. It was so hard to find stuff. Even when I was like dead again on softcore, I spent like 16 hours to find 3 rings, and none of which were usable. Oh, where the fuck is he?
I did good on my Sork L streamers. I think we were fast enough to get stuck faster because it was fixed about. When was the big fix? Was it
Day
like
3?
day 3? Yeah. Because if you didn't make it out of the campaign in those first like 2 days, it was fine. It was only maps that was like.
It was
like,
also. It depended a lot on your build. Like the campaign was pretty okay for me. But then like I entered maps on softcore with like minus 18 lightning risk. And I was like, every time I saw a lightning ability, I died.
Checkpoint on me, boss, I think.
Oh, nice. Wait, there's a minion key, but I can't remember what it is.
This druid has seen better days.
Oh wait, it might be my mute Discord key. No, I don't know what it's on. We do pretty good damage now, to be honest, considering this is fresh.
At least he died in a place
Oh,
he
quiver.
loved, or some such nonsense.
We can just checkpoint.
The mention key is your Discord key.
Let's see. Input. What's
a
it
minion?
called? Direct minions. Oh, H. Here.
Why am I moving? I'm not moving.
That would be so funny. Like a bug. That'd be great. Let's see. Oh, wow, I had a weird bug there. Oh, it's a support gem, not an active gem. Is this doing an interview? I'm interviewing Steel Mage. No, we're just testing out playing together. Because we haven't played multiplayer PoE2. Wow, that thing is so tanky.
Whoa! What did you?
Oh, Stormrin. Here. That's huge, actually.
Oh yeah, because Rin's OP.
Yes, sir. This is as hard as it gets. That's true. Like, it will just get easier and easier, especially multiplayer.
Oh, we're doing Draven.
Yeah, let's do it. Ah, I hate these shield dudes. That's so easy on melee.
I don't have enough in. I'm stupid.
Yeah, I need more decks. I really need... What do I need? I need some art for now. Hey, I need another Active Seal Gem. Firewall I really need, then I'm good.
Yeah, that would be so big for me right now. Stormcaller is sick, actually.
Yeah, it's really good. Dude, at least like trash doesn't feel super tanky.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is it just bosses that have the massive HP buff, or is it everything?
I think it is everything, but we actually have synergy, so... What is Spectre? So, Spectre is basically you get to resurrect a minion. Like an enemy as your own minion. So it's gonna be very broken. Do you think they'll do like daily Spectre nerf patches?
Probably. The problem with how they want to balance the game is if one skill is even remotely as powerful as they were in current patch, it will break the entire meta.
Yeah.
Like completely just valuing everything they're about to do.
I can see there being some crazy bugs, like them working and trading in hideout. So like, I traded with somebody and I got killed by their drowning orb Spectre.
Yeah. Wow.
Nice.
That's my PoE1 brain. I see an exalted orb and I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, it's good. Let me know if you have a spare level 3 gem.
Yeah, you might as well, because I don't have the int right now.
Let's see. Is that my firewall? Oh, I should have had a firewall for a long time. I've just forgotten about it.
Oh.
I fucked up.
Because it's level 1, you mean? Not level 3?
I completely fucked up.
That's fine. You know, we're doubling up in practice as well. Do you want that, actually?
Yeah, sure. I put Ring of Fire on it. It'll be easier to,
Yep.
It'll be easier for
How
you
are you
to
supposed to get attributes, man?
Yeah, I know. I might just take a travel node just because.
Oh.
It's in the middle
see.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Or it could actually be all the way at the top. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I was sad when they were like saying like, "Oh, why would you want D-level gems?"
Well, Mark was like,
Yeah.
edgy. He knew why.
Yeah. Mark like seems like he makes a lot of time to play. It kind of sucks as a dev, right? Because it's like you do need to play,
His
but it's hard to
entire
play
life.
enough.
Yeah. He basically works giga overtime.
Yeah. Wow, we're pretty good damage. Honestly, this is really good damage, I think. Wait for fresh.
Yeah. I'm definitely not doing things correct either, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Same.
Did we pick good builds that synergize well? I kind of think we did. Oh, you might as well take the ratio
Oh,
as
take
well.
this.
Giga.
Cool.
Oh, I love that, dude. It's gonna be huge as well for me. The change to you only need one weapon now for weapon skills.
Oh yeah. That is huge. You use a lot more of the multi-skill trees.
Yeah.
It's also a really good thing about this is if I'm playing solo, I'm like so heavily incentivized to just find like a Giga spirit weapon, like just more spirit. Whereas now, like all the like flat stats will be so much better.
Maybe they'll nerf the spirit stuff anyway. So
Yeah.
the flat stuff will be more what you do anyway.
Oh, Iron Ring.
Huge. I need a bow with 2 sockets. Madge.
That's a fun one. We can check vendor. Check vendor after Asenia. So what are you gonna go Huntress, you think, at start?
I haven't thought about it, to be honest. Jonathan scared me. He said, strap in because it's going to be like day 1 again. And then he whispered in my ear. So I don't know what I'm doing, man.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be scary. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty split between all the different ones.
I definitely want to read the patch notes first before I decide.
Hmm.
I know he said, like, you're not going to be able to recognize what's good and bad, but...
Oh, you will.
If
for
I
sure.
already played something bad, I'm kind of coping that my Corrupt and Cry build doesn't get nerfed much. Because it wasn't meta. Like, it wasn't, like, one of the big ones, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a chance that survives.
Yeah, it didn't use evasion.
I
or
also
energy
think we will
shield.
definitely know what's gonna be good or not based on the patch notes.
Well, we'll be able to do a bit of mental, like, math and just be like, oh, this is 50% of the damage. This is still playable.
Yeah.
Copium, maybe. I don't know.
Surely.
Maybe we won't. I actually don't know.
That's kind of crazy that we have so little time for patch notes. Do you need it? I don't.
I do.
I don't know. Spectres just sound really fun, and the thing is, I feel like minions is such a safe bet because it's quite rare that minions as an archetype is bad, right?
Yeah, because the scaling is weird. So if they're bad, they're just bad, and there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, I feel like
So they
there's been
usually try
very
not to
few
make them
patches
bad.
where every minion has been bad. Very few. It has happened.
And usually that's because minions are dying too much or some shit even.
Yeah.
Infinite damage incoming. Whoa!
Pretty good. Nice. What was the rare?
Oh, sorry.
scepter. Oh, it's a scepter. Huge. Let's go town. Can I use your portal? Yeah, I can.
That's cool.
I need to buy scrolls.
Anything take your fancy? Go.
Oh, wait. Ooh. It does have 43% increased spirit. It's not really usable because it's on a stoic scepter.
I like this one.
Rip.
It's beautiful. I accept.
Alright. Oh yeah, I should check if there's any good rings or anything for you. No. Alright. I'm ready to fight the dude. Oh, I was gonna check for bows for you.
Take a look.
Well, I don't even know how much gold I have at town.
Yeah, I wrote down what I started with, so I have a rough idea.
That's smart.
Right, weird. I see you rolling on spot. Huh, this is weird. I can't get to you.
Really?
Yeah, it's bug. Put down a portal for me, I guess. Weird. Oh shit. The tip here, I don't know if you've seen, is crazy, but if you get him to do the stomp, the ghost thing, inside the thing in the middle, it doesn't create the dot on the ground. Really good for warrior.
This feels way better than I thought it would feel.
Yeah. Here, take this artificer orb.
Sweet.
Wait, I don't even see the next zone. You do not have the required quest state.
No shot. Can you not blue button me?
No. I think it's because
You weren't there when I started, yeah. I didn't
I
realize.
think the first time you talked to him.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't tell if I do damage or not, chat. Probably not. I don't know. Since I have 21 DPS.
I'm so confused.
Can you remake the zone?
I did, but he's not here. He's gone. What's the quest key? I thought it was you.
I've consumed it now. I got Count Lachlan's ring, but I've consumed the key thing. You have the exit near the waypoint? I do.
Bring Count Lachlan's ring to Una.
Oh wait, I can't.
I'm very confused.
Well, we're testing even. We're testing.
Welcome. If I don't got it, I can't get it. You just let me know. Spirits in the
So wait, again, you don't have the waypoint for the hunting grounds?
I think I do now after talking to them. I just think, yeah, now I can go. Weird.
Weird.
So I think the difference is when you do this solo, you don't have to talk to Una, but in a party you do. Because like it's actually something people do as a skip. Like Angormus doesn't talk to Una ever, so he doesn't actually get the hooded one until Act 2, and it's unlocked by default there. Kind of like Kayn in Diablo 2, actually.
Hey, do you want to see how awful a ritual is?
Yeah, sure. Oh no, how does that work with
Well,
rewards?
yeah. Stand, well, you can start it, and then I want to see if I can zone into it or something. Oh, yeah, it kicks me in.
Ooh. Oh, 4.
Now see, that's something, though it is full of skill.
Except quest.
So please.
Okay, he's mad. Wonder if there's any other like support gems I can have that'll like help you. Once I get SRS should be really nice as well.
Yeah.
We haven't died except the start with the witch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we just would play like key, get careful, and start.
Squawk all you like. Soon you'll be dead.
Oh.
Don't run. We're just playing.
Cuck song.
Yes. Show me what you've got.
So chat, how are you enjoying the like shared chat experience and everything? Oh. Top tier. Don't really notice it. I like it. Steel's chatters.
Not noticing it's fine, I think.
Yeah.
Wait, what? No, it didn't. No, meme.
Weird Robin
Thank you,
just
Robin.
resubscribed for 95 months. Hi chat and streamers.
Hi. 95 months is nuts. How long have you been streaming now? Actually, it's a while now, right?
Yeah, 6.5 years.
It's
roughly.
crazy. Oh, rare boots. You probably need these more than me. I will keep my MS.
Hog.
Why is circled firewall better? I just use it so it's easier, like no matter where steel is standing or my minions are standing, that they will interact with the
You
firewall.
can just say minions.
All my minions are standing. Is this just a little summoner thing? Yeah. Oh my god, that'd be so funny when we actually have loads of new players in chat. Genuinely, some of them would think that you're an actual summonable minion and ask where to get it.
Australia.
You could, it would be even better if you chose like a generic name that sounds like you're a minion as well. Like skeletal archers or like...
Living Archer?
Yeah, something like that. Oh my god, Living Archer would be so good. People are like, how do you get that minion? Even Steel Archer would work pretty well. There's a lot of things that would work surprisingly well.
I could see myself doing that, yeah. Steel Archer.
Your minion's kind of DPS.
I don't even know if I am or not.
No, I
Probably
genuinely think you do a lot. Here, I like just to like show. I can't turn off my warriors, but they just tank anyway. Like this is without arsonists, and like my firewall doesn't really do any damage. But you'll see, you actually do like a lot, like a lot.
Oh, I can kill trash, yeah.
You're probably the majority of our damage.
You do probably double my damage, maybe more, actually. Oh, hang on. How much flat does Flame Wall add?
Does it say? Projectile added fire damage 4 to 6.
That alone is probably 25-30% more damage, yeah. Oh shit.
Kind of scary.
Nice.
I can't loot.
It is spell and chaos damage. Could be good. If you do chaos skills or not.
I'm not. Weird. I couldn't loot it all for a little bit.
Oh, bug testing. Do we get paid?
No. It's bottom right or bottom left? I guess just could be anywhere.
Do you think you're gonna try to learn the campaign layout so it doesn't matter because campaign's only like first few hours anyway?
I mean, I have a okay idea on a lot of them on solo stuff on hardcore. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing a trade run just to get like a rough idea. I don't know how much it'll help me though, because I don't really care that much about going fast on hardcore, to be honest. The game's so much harder that I care a lot more just about being safe. I have a spare support gem. Although I'm about to get SRS, I'll save it for that. I guess we can just spread out and look.
Mm-hmm.
Steelmage Quick mentioned that you're a ruthless player.
I actually cleared all content pre-Ubers. SS of Hardcore Ruthless, by the way. By the way. By the way. I would not have guessed it was here, but it's here.
Oh, really? I'll swirl to you.
There's an immensely disturbing energy here.
It says right here, when you're like scared here, you can respawn a checkpoint to remove the monsters stored in the rituals.
Huh. So you just get like a base amount of monsters from the ritual instead of their arrives. Smart. Very smart. How does respawn at checkpoint work if we're a duo?
Let's kill this rare and try it. Like I'll click it and you don't and see what happens, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
God, that's tanky. Oh. Alright, I'm clicking respawn at checkpoint. It put me in a new zone.
Ah, and then I can just play button you, I guess.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's pretty seamless, honestly.
Yeah.
Blue button's one of the best features.
It also means that we basically have a way to escape danger. What happens if we log out, actually? Because normally it keeps you in the campaign.
I'll try it.
Okay, you're gone instantly. We just have to play with logout macros then.
Oh, wait, hold up. I logged back in, and I'm in a... I'm somewhere else now. Not in your instance.
Huh. Oh, you can swirl to me.
It's kind of weird. Actually, just portal me when you can.
Oh. One of the patch notes coming, Wednesday evening. Nice.
If I get a good bow, I can make actual Giga bow. Just need a rare bow that doesn't completely suck now.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Man, we only find crossbows.
Yeah.
Greater life flask. Hell yeah. Dude, I hate Meyer.
Yeah.
I hate that this is the map.
XTD. Yeah, they didn't say anything about it. Wait, so they didn't even ask it on the Gezi thing.
Like dog shit layouts?
Yeah.
I feel like it's been like brought up very, very mildly. But no, but they because they talked about it in the Ziggy interview, and they said they don't feel like the problem is the layout. They feel like the problem is not enough things to do.
Well, that was for the campaign regarding length. It wasn't necessarily Maya. But I guess that
Right.
is the answer for that too, I suppose. They said 0.3. Oh. Fair enough. I guess they ran out of time.
That's fair.
What it is.
I have only had like 3 months. 2 months?
4.
Well, they had 1 month off, right? Christmas. I want to go bank. I'm completely full.
Yeah.
PUA 3 will fix things.
XTD.
Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. Another for my collection. Thank you.
Man, if that was a bow, it'd be nutty for you.
I can afford to gamble 3 bows. And it worked.
Huge. Yeah, let's see how much gold I have.
Care to take a look at my humble wares? Take a pun. You know you want to.
Yeah.
I think I still go flat lining, hey. Even if I have... Yeah, I do.
None of it's junk. Trust me.
Oh, I tripled my damage. It's just that important to get a bow, I guess.
Go make a legend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. Alright. Rose gonna be a skill gem. What does that have to do with anything with spears or bows? It doesn't. Like, there's loads of skill gems that aren't necessarily locked to one specific skill. That's fine, though. Oh, yeah, I should try Orbistorm. Let me get that. So how does that work? Does yours trigger mine?
I can't tell?
Oh yeah, for sure. The things on the ground do. Yeah, that.
Oh, but you have to be standing in it, I think. Right?
No. No, I don't think so.
Huh. Oh, that's cool then. If you almost something for me and it just works. Yeah, I don't know how you turn off the Comic Sans. It came up with a pop-up to turn it off, but I don't know how to get the pop-up back.
Wait, for what?
Twitch did April Fools. So Comic Sans in chat. Yeah.
I think this is on now. Oh. Oh, 4.
Thanks, Flux.
Oh, I think it's all the way on the right. The only place we didn't look. You can turn it off in settings. Oh, that's good. Did you see the last Epoch April Fools?
The dating sim?
Mm-hmm.
Hot. Very relatable from time in my life. Very relatable.
Let's see. All right, it is here.
Hey, Fubby Wubby. Speaking of dating sims.
Does your rank go down if you carry this? True.
I don't think I'm carrying anybody right now.
We're carrying each
This
other.
is about to get OP.
I'm actually about to get OP. It'd be so funny if we're playing together at lunch and like, you know, like I think I'm super strong or you think I'm super, like you're super strong and then like the other dies and you do nothing. You can't even clear. It's like, oh, oops. Oh shit. Oh, this is dying really fast. Like actually so fast. The fuck is he? It literally happened in my group. Can I get banned for 10 minutes? Uh-huh. Yes? Uh-oh.
I'm amazed you survived that. That is supposed to one-shot.
Oh, new shield. A regal orb. Holy.
Huge.
Let's see. Right, I see ritual rewards. Do you see ritual rewards? I have a regal orb.
I do. I see a regal orb. Yeah.
Wait, do you have 729 tribute remaining?
Yeah.
Wait, what happens now? I took the regal.
It's gone.
Oh, okay.
All gone. Like, I can't buy stuff.
Here, I have 2. I dropped it. Do you not see it? Oh, you do.
Yep, I got it.
Filter list, the truth is experience. Well, all my filters are too strict for this. Oh, I got a huge shield. 41% increased block chance.
I haven't lost more weight, chat. I actually think the reason people think I've lost weight more today is because I'm wearing a loose shirt.
Right. Makes sense. I'll get farmlands.
I don't actually remember what I should do as far as like an aura on a bow build.
Herald?
Especially for hardcore. Yeah, I guess I'll just do Herald of Thunder, but that doesn't actually help on single target, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Nah, Ash doesn't do single target either. There's something about the road to Una's hut is always like blocked off at least once. much health do you have?
251.
300. Oh, this is a dead end, actually.
I guess I really should be doing gas arrow. The fact that you can gas arrow, like...
Oh yeah,
for me
Herald
is
the
kinda
Bashing,
OP.
yes, arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, yes, arrow's kind of cringe when you don't have a good way to ignite, but I'll just perma-ignite everything for you. Do you have ESR now, or do you need something for it?
I think it's 28 or something. It's pretty high level,
Oh.
right? Towards the end of Act 2.
I don't know, is that late?
Maybe it's not. I could be misremembering. It's been a long time.
Went straight to the hut today? Oh, okay.
I wonder if gas arrow will be any good. It might not survive, eh?
True. Definitely could die.
The girls loot. But dear me, what a desperately boring home.
It's level 22. Oh, that's not that bad then.
Yeah, we'll be there soon. I guess only close call I ever had was the Great Thorn boss. King of the Mist.
Yeah.
Besides
You-
our
you would
chain
log out
dying in
from
the
that.
start. To be fair, we're also rusty. That was part of it. Topium.
I'm immensely rusty. Like, my lord. I'm glad I actually played, because I'm more rusty than I thought I would be.
Mm-hmm. I have Enfeeble now.
Huge. I guess there's still one curse limit. But I don't use curses, I use a mark or something? I can't remember. Mark, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how curse limit is with like shared. Oh wait, we have to go down. I'm done.
Yeah. Got lost in the sauce.
I would potentially be okay with playing together at lunch.
It would definitely be more for content. But it's not as bad as I thought it was based off the initial 5 seconds of gameplay at the start. If you want, we could do the boss twice, right? We can redo the boss here in this
Yeah.
one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And just see like the difference, I guess.
Oh, like solo versus.
Yeah. Not to
Yeah.
like shame, literally just I'm just kinda curious like the difference in feeling, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm not sure, Mikos. Yeah, I saw Aflex. Dude, we're clearing so fast now. To be fair, like this combo is really nice because like normally you would feel kind of like weaker while clearing, but since I'm adding damage to you and standing next to you, you're basically at full power and I get your clear speed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
No escape.
Oh shit. We'll just get waypoint in the next area and then try soloing it.
Mm-hmm.
And before I can't even kill it. Oh shit. I would say it's definitely a lot faster as a solo warrior in the current patch just because of how stupid Bone Shatter is. Because like once he gets minions down there, you one-shot him.
Yeah, man, I can see myself doing warrior on League Start easily. Alright. Let's try this.
Yep. Wait. I'm bricked. I can't even make an Ogden Village waypoint.
I had to tell, neither could I, but yeah, you did the same thing I did.
I had to move zone and then do it.
Yeah, same.
We should start it at the same time, see who finishes first.
Sure.
I can't remember how to patch, so I have like just a bunch of travel nodes moving towards the next minion cluster.
Yeah, I've not been doing my tree or anything correct, but
yeah,
that's not really the point.
Nope.
I'm not gonna allocate my points anyway because I want it to be similar-ish.
Lich would give Unholy Might to steal? Oh, true.
What does that give again?
Okay, I'm at the boss arena. I think it's Fizz is Chaos, or non-Chaos is Chaos. All damage is extra Chaos.
Okay.
I wonder how the like explosions would work.
Okay, I'm standing by the checkpoint.
Yep.
Should we just run in from the checkpoint together?
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, I think he's dead.
Oh, wow. Mine's on half. My minions are dead and I'm waiting for them to respawn.
Well, it looks like we do good then, because you like more than double my damage, so.
Yeah. But you killed it faster solo, I think.
That's true. But, I mean, it's my second time killing him, so I was a little bit less scared of the mechanics, I guess.
Right. I'm still haven't killed him, by the way. It's like killing my minions very fast. Oh, I should have been summoning on Earth, though. But yeah, it's a lot slower for me. Alright, I'll reinvite you. My god, that guy in chat is insufferable.
Wait, which guy?
One-eyed
we banning someone?
guy.
Oh, that's your chatter. Wait, what's he doing? Is he?
He's like insulting people for being woke or lefties.
Based. Make Twitch great again.
I'm just gonna
Alright,
ban him. You
guys.
can unban him in your chat if you want.
Oh, does it dual ban?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's brutal.
Let's see.
That's April Fool's, Gabebo. I think you can turn it off, but I don't know how.
Okay. I got everything I wanted in town. I don't know. I should pop off once I get a really good scepter. I am like off to nowhere pathing. I'm basically going for Lord of Horrors at start. Also, I kind of want to go toilet break real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll be right back.
Well, chat. You've still got a streamer. Look at that. Hello, this chat. Look, look. I'm not even gone. I'm here, and he's gone. So you still have a streamer now. Not a good one. Well, better than nothing, right? Right? My entertainment never ends. Yeah, that's kind of cool, right? All right, you think we should like watch a YouTube video, guys? Like, I don't know. I was thinking about it. We could watch a YouTube video. It's like I'm good at that. I think. Yeah, watch a YouTube video. Yeah, budget Ziz. My greatest compliment. You know, people call Ziz budget co, and Ziz takes that as a compliment. So I'll take budget Ziz as a compliment. All right, I'll take it. Yeah, that's a W, right? We don't have 6 hours for you. Need to dual cast Quinn campaign. Oh shit. Yeah, we are doing a stalling podcast. I don't even have to say yes or no. It's just assumed. He just podcasts me. Be nice to steal. He is the man. Am I the man? Ooh. Eh? The small man? You don't know I'm small. How much weight have you lost? I lost 25 kilos. Which I always love telling chat how much in pounds that is. Kg to pounds.
Is it 69?
It's 55 pounds.
Wow.
Such a big number. Right?
That's like a person. That's like... I don't
really
know.
small person.
It's a very small person, but it's a person.
Wait, did I like lose Liam, basically?
Yeah, probably. You probably lost like a 5-year-old.
Holy shit.
That's nuts. Oh, I'm paying off right now. That'll help.
I lost a small child.
How much did I lose? I went from 85 to 73, but now I'm back up to 75. I'll thank you this.
Do you know it? Yo, what the hell? I complimented Ziz's hair the other day. Ziz confirmed, alright?
Yeah, you did.
It's fake news. Yeah.
Ziz's hair looks bad? Huh.
Bully him.
Fascinating. I mean, everyone's entitled to an opinion. It's fine.
Just like everyone has an asshole? Is it like that?
Yes. I stopped drinking Coke. I was drinking between 5 and 8 cans of Coke per day, and I just stopped doing that. That worked well for me. I still eat like well, also I stopped eating takeout. Your kidneys will also thank you. They haven't said shit. They can't even speak. Like, wait, we can get. Wait, can we get DD? It's level 8 gem, right, for DD?
Yeah, I think that's a. Oh wait, I can't remember. I've forgotten everything, eh? It's over, dude. I even played that build.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, level 7 gem. Level 22. How do you have teeth? Oh no, I don't even have cavities very often. Do you know, it's still so crazy to me that cavities is something you like, it's basically an STD. Like, it's a disease to get cavities. That's so mind-blowing to me.
I have a cavity.
Yeah.
Did you? How did? What?
Explain. So, the reason you get cavities is because of a bacteria, and 98% of us get it from like a parent like nuzzling you when you're a child, something like that. Like basically like anything from like even like just a parent kissing their babies like on the mouth, like that could be the reason. You can look it up. It's really cool. It's really fascinating.
So you don't get cavities if your parents don't love you?
Yeah, like some people literally cannot get cavities. It's kind of cool. There's a support gem here if you need. Wait.
All good, I think.
Did I let buff? Did it just disappear? I don't really know what happened there. That was weird.
Well, because you went off screen, right? Like,
I don't know what happened there.
Way or something?
Hey, Steel, did you lose weight?
Maybe. I lost a small child.
So, we get patch notes tomorrow. Like, late tomorrow. Probably 24 to 28 hours from now.
A late night theory crafting stream.
Yeah, so I kind of want to stay up late tonight. Do you want to go for a walk later?
Mm-hmm.
When did we walk yesterday? Was it like midnight?
Oh, maybe 11 or 12?
Yeah.
It was 11, because I remember thinking I wanted to go to the shops because my gas ran out.
That was close.
And then I didn't go to the shops.
Oh.
So my gas ran out, and I don't have gas.
That sucks. Under the moonlight. You don't have podcast? No, he didn't want me to like remake it. I offered to like make it just like monthly payment thing because it's like, so the place I bought that Steel's renting off me used to be like student housing, and there's such a big issue with like students and renters like leaving without paying the last month of the bill, that a lot of places have like metered things.
I'm not gonna leave without paying.
He's even more insane than when we last met.
I would unsub.
Technically, I've spent a non-negligible amount of money on improving the property anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's not like I'm going to bring my washing machine with me.
Oh, true. By the way, have you seen what
Or my
people do with the
dryer.
boss here? They kill this after the act boss because the act boss takes so long to drop loot.
No fucking way.
Yeah, they kill the act boss first and then run back and kill this, and then they're almost back to the act boss before the loot actually drops. Only downside is you're like down 30 life for the boss. But in races, people are unironically doing that. Because you can checkpoint.
I've yoinked every exalt, by the way. I have 4 exalts, so just letting you know.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm letting you get like the Zizaran experience of loot hoarding.
Well, just more like if you need it for something.
Yeah, I'll let you know. It'd probably be once I actually get a scepter with something decent.
Yeah.
I think the first boss of Act 2 is probably what I'm the most scared of. I think it's scary.
I can see myself doing that exert thing. You watched the podcast D2 thing, so you know, like they said it's gonna give you mini exerts, not one or some shit.
Yeah. The blacksmith.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm very tempted to play blacksmith.
Yeah. For me, it's blacksmith or specters. I mean, I don't. There's not a 0% chance I play some sort of like Amazon build, but it feels like it's more like a day or like build 2 build where I have some tank gear. Like, I don't know. I wonder, like, it sounds like they made the game so much rippier, so it sounds like hardcore is gonna be so fucked anyway. Which is why I'm thinking, like, man, summoner is at least gonna be kind of safe. And so, like, blacksmith with a 90 max rest sounds really nice too.
I'm definitely worried about how hard hardcore is.
Yeah.
I'm okay if like it's hard end game. I just want if I can't safely just do like white maps, I'm gonna be so sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Technically, I could have a big, like, scepter upgrade, I just don't have a fun one. Actually, I kind of want to go gamble before the boss.
Yeah, we gamble. Well, I already gambled, so I'm not gonna gamble. I'll let you gamble. Maybe I progress a little bit and then
go for it.
not go down so it doesn't brick. I want to test how blue button works in this game as well.
Yeah.
Before you blue button tell me, I'm gonna TP and see which one it takes you to.
Yeah.
I think this is the boss already, actually, so I'm just gonna wait. Because I don't want the checkpoint to brick it.
Okay, I'm ready to blue button.
Okay, okay, try blue button. Yeah, it does. Sweet as.
Hello.
Yes.
I did not get a weapon.
Don't stop. The beast hungry.
Ring? I don't have any money.
Wait. Whoops.
What's up?
Oh, I think I had the wrong weapon on accidentally. That's probably why Candle Mass didn't die like instantly.
Ah. Kneeling, search on Friday. Oh, I also don't have like support gems. Oh shit.
Wow, I suck.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
As night falls, winter's chill, sought the unworthy, through an endless night, they wither and tarry, forsaken frosts, as cold as death, as baleless misery. The pack won't forget. I smell your blood, and I am ravenous.
Nice. I just have to wait like a minute or two for the.
Blah 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 blah.
Blah blah.
The madness, it consumed my being.
Want some supports?
Thanks.
Used it against
Have a lot as well.
Where has she taken the beast?
When do we get level 2 supports? I can't remember.
From the desert.
I
that
think
an
it's
actor?
like late.
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
That actually takes so long. No wonder people go for the other thing.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make
Okay.
You've begun. It seems shadows haunt us both.
The Countess has escaped.
What are we the most excited for? Spears.
I'm most excited for
Combinate Archie.
the progression. Like, I feel like going from white maps to Arbiter was really poorly done. That whole progression journey was not good. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, the gearing progression and
Check scepters, by the way.
jumps in difficulty. Oh yeah. No good. Sad. I don't know if they actually specifically said they were making significant changes to like going from white maps to yellow maps and yellow maps to red maps, like how that feels progression
It'll
wise.
feel a lot better than launch.
Yeah.
Like that, I'm excited for that. Like getting a new, unfucked first try at the game, I guess.
That's true as well. Yeah.
It was so rough. So many things were so rough.
I did kind of have that already because I first started hardcore pretty late when everything was kind of fixed. Although it's gotten so much better even since then. Like just the fact that you can swap runes out.
Yeah.
Like that's gonna be so big.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge for leveling.
And map stash tab, we didn't have that for like ages.
Yeah, I forgot we had that. I actually never played when that was in.
Yeah, neither. Knowledge as well is huge. I know Jonathan said we're gonna be noobs, but
Definitely happy I've been playing a little bit. Even that's gonna make a big difference.
like I'm just this like hour or two has already helped a lot for me.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know how I feel about recombinators yet, chat.
It could be really cumbersome.
I'm not worried about the gameplay loop. I just want it to not be shit.
Mm.
Like the actual outcome. I'm okay with picking up 1 billion different bases. I just don't want it to be
bad.
You know. Yeah, exactly. If it's a 1 in 3 chance to combine two... What? What happened?
Whoa! Greater essence.
What?
On old drop rates. What the fuck? I found 7 or some shit in 800 hours. What the fuck?
That's pog.
That's insane.
I can't remember. Is this one mana?
Here, take it.
Wait, we got 2?
Did
you get one?
Yeah, so I dropped a normal Essence of the Mind. So the way Essences work in multiplayer is for each person that's there, it has a chance to drop extra Essences.
Oh.
Do you know how companions scale? It depends what kind of gear I find for Steel Mage.
I was gonna make the same joke, it's okay.
Yeah, no. Actually, Animate Guardian. I've forgotten to take shield charge, actually. Thank you.
It really is.
To be fair, he's definitely like the... I think it's like the second scariest thing in the campaign.
Well, that you have to do mandatorily, yeah.
Yeah.
The Poison Lady's my #1 scariest.
My Balbala?
No.
Oh, like the Legion girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's also yeah, she's the scariest.
That's mandatory.
Viper.
Yeah. Nah, Blackjaw's not mandatory. That's why he's not scary. You just skip him for ages.
I didn't feel like he was that bad, but I was like OP summoner. Oh, actually, and
really
my
bad, actually.
my totem character as well. I had so much damage, I just didn't have any clear.
Yeah, I'm kind of cheating and just using stash tabs now because I can't be bothered.
Oh shit.
your time. Warm nights. Speak up.
Wait, so can you move the caravan and it will move me? Probably not, right?
Probably.
Stay in sight. I remain.
So did it move you? Because it looks like it moved you.
I don't know. No, it
You don't see
didn't.
the gates? Oh. I can still see you. It's just
Yeah.
can you blue button me at least or
Yeah, I can.
okay. I guess as long as you can blue button.
Hi, Mini!
Oh, she can. That's funny. We have the dual stream now, Mini. Look. And she's, but you can see she's in my stream though.
I see that. I see that.
Goddamn right. Yeah.
The dev focus I'm doing is on the 8th.
Wait, I don't. My quest progression looks weird now.
Yeah,
oh,
mine
that's
too.
that's correct, right?
Wait, I entered Modern Quarry.
Yeah, I can play button. It doesn't matter, I guess.
Seems the Faradin have been up to no good in the hills of Mordor.
Okay, I'm not gonna read that many.
I wouldn't mind
My camera
ending soon
fucked
and
up.
eating, actually.
Yeah. I haven't eaten it either. GG.
Wait, what day is it? Wait, can we go to a restaurant?
Tuesday? I'd be down.
I'm kind of
I'm
done.
gonna say no. Although
Oh, actually, I
Minnie
don't know.
just got home.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I also I
ditch you,
promised
dude.
Helena I would help level up her D&D character. So I
Yeah.
might just have steak.
Dude, we're replacing each other. It's over, dude.
It's okay. We'll still have time. See if the next waypoint and then quit.
Yeah. Forever? No more PvT forever?
I
Too bad.
really liked it. Also, I'd be down to do more stuff tomorrow if you want. I'm just gonna be bored waiting for patch notes.
Yeah. I would offer to race you, like for practice, but you would destroy me after being coached. You would destroy me.
I'm pretty bad. I don't know if that's true.
We could race and then you could just destroy me anyway, to be honest, if you want, but you would destroy
See, but then like,
me.
there's no win for me because like if I win, it's like I got coached. If I lose, then it's embarrassing.
Oh, well. No, I think if you win, you win. But if you, I agree. If you lose to me, then yeah, I allow you for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't go particularly fast. To loses, don't accept. Yeah, the camera does really weird things.
It doesn't go out of focus. It goes low FPS, I think. And
I'm not
it does
sure.
get blurry too. I guess that is out of focus. It doesn't go out of focus on the preview though. So you're right. It just does weird shit.
Also, this combo I think would be really strong with Kiasero. Because my flats
Yasuo
from my
would be literally
scepter will
broken.
affect you so much too.
Yeah.
Sun is huge.
No, it's not huge. There's just
Should
not
look.
enough to do in it.
I'm constantly
Yeah.
killing things.
That's what Jonathan said.
And how does that make you feel?
Mm-hmm.
Minnie's bestie as well. It's so funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I met her on the weekend.
Oh, nice.
You know how Minnie was a bit quiet meeting you guys? I was exactly the same way meeting her.
Oh, that's funny. I could totally see you being the shy one
shit.
for sure.
Oh shit. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm too loud and obnoxious to be shy. All right. So, do you see me going down with the animation, or is the thing just like, yeah, what happens?
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat.
That's fair. All right, let's wrap it up here then.
Yeah.
Are you gonna end as well?
Yeah, we might as well, like... How does it work if we raid? Can we raid,
I don't know. I think we still
Maybe
have
you
to
raid
both
first?
raid. Yeah, sure. Who do you want to do?
And then see what happens?
Do you want to do Lance? I'm still loading.
I'm down for Fubgun or Lance, for sure. They're both hot. We
I
did
can do
leech
Fubgun.
Gazzy, so that's the ethical choice.
I raided Gaz yesterday for the thing.
Yeah, let's do Lance.
Okay.
Lance is hot. You guys like...
I'm
Yeah.
still loading, by the way.
Same. I guess it crashed for both of us somehow.
Yeah.
Good
All right.
timing, I guess, to end then.
Right. Chat, I hope you enjoy our duo experiment stream. We're gonna raid Lance.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna try doing it now. What happens? Does it start raiding for you?
Yeah.
I don't think so, right?
No, I'll probably have to do it as well.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye, Steel.
Bye, Zeus.
Bye.
Zeus chat. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm totally... Does he have the Lance emote?
I'm sure.
What's the Lance one? I guess we could just do...
Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here. Zizaran
Just do a
here.
regular Lance.
Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here.
The classic.
Welcome to my channel. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Alright. Bye-bye.